What's good with it? What's good with it? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Y'all hear me? Yes, I love. Y'all can hear me? Yes, please hit that button. We gotta talk about some things tonight. Gotta talk about some more things. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Give me a thumbs up or something. Make sure you like me up. Let me know. Let me know. Can y'all hear me? I'm waiting. Let me do my own check. Y'all ass be high on that shit. Hold on, let me do my own check. Let me do my own check. Yeah, if I can hear me. All right. Happy goddamn Monday. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. We gotta talk about some shit. We gotta talk about some stuff. Another paper just dropped. A government's response to that sexual abuse expert. So I'll read that and then I'll get back into what I already read this morning. But we'll get more into the tapes because it is a hot issue. Um, so let me acknowledge you folks that's here. Hey, Regina White, you was first. Woo! Sonya Davis, hey, Rep Bunny. Hey, MKVL Daddy. Hey. Listen, people. The worst shit happened. And I'm going to tell you. I don't know about y'all, but when shit ain't going exactly right, and I be wanting to kill everybody that's close to me and want to get in the motherfucking car and find somebody else to kill. So let me tell you what happened. So the air went out on this side. I called the people and, I told them, hey, Cool BJ. So the dude comes out here, they don't know what be wrong with the AC or whatever. So they come out and they just, do random stuff. And they tell you, before they come out, they tell you what, do this, do that, whatever, and whatever. I'm like, yeah, it still don't work. So it comes out. So the dude, I don't know how many AC people in the chat or that's listening, looking in the window. But the dude comes out and he says something about a pan. I don't know what the fuck. All right, because listen, I'm in here, and when I tell you my skin's so red, I got a goddamn sunburn. So he goes, "What's good with it, Leslie?" He goes, he says, "Oh my gosh," he said, all the pans that he have aren't big enough. It would chew the air conditioner out there would chew the damn pan up. So he either got to get a big enough pan, and I don't know what that means. Anybody with the AC department could tell me, or he said he got to order a big unit. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So when I get off here, I got to go to the over there because I ain't gonna be able to stay in here. I'm not gonna be able to stay in here. It's so goddamn hot. When I tell you, y'all, it's hot. I almost said, ugh, I don't want to give y'all that visual, but it's hot as hell. Uh-uh. Whatever. Child, look here. I went over there. What's up, Sir Miguel? I went and I was shit, just parlaying in people's grass today. I went over there and I was listening to Big Vi Opinion Make sure you like, share, and subscribe over to him. And then I looked up, and he had one of them beanies on his head. And I was like, Lord, I said, I want to see now with the Assalamu alaikum. And I don't know how to spell it. I spell it Salama, that's SALAMA, and then Lakers, LAKERS. Hell, I don't know how to spell that. Y'all said, I said, when is Big Bad and going to the Assalamu Lakers? I'm like, shoot, I wonder if he is with the bow tie. As long as he with the bow tie Muslims, we all right. You know what I'm saying? But when you get to them other Re-Rba Muslims, that's when it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if the bow tie Muslim and say that Re-Rba, well, but I know every time Re-Rba have been shown on some kind of documentary, it's something bad happened. Okay, so I don't know nothing about I don't. We got like a couple Muslims in the family, whatever, but I don't know all about how that works. But all I know, run through sprinkles, honey. Child, if I can tell you my current disposition, Lord have mercy. Y'all probably log off if I tell you how I'm rolling around in here. It's crazy. But yeah, I looked at Big Bad. Big Bad had that little beanie on his head. You got to watch that. Was when they do that, they be, they've been with Muslim. So I don't know. Somebody ask that, ask him if he don't went to the he don't went to the Assalamu alaikum. I don't know. And then I was sitting around listening to uh Dana. He's still on that live, and I have no idea. We're gonna lose greatly. We keep involving these good white people in our Negro affairs, involving the good white lawyers and shit in the Negro affairs. They don't have time for all of this. They don't know how this works, how this operates. They don't understand all this. Now, you understand what I'm saying? It's always somebody bringing in the good white people. It's like we're gonna lose greatly. They're gonna stop fucking with us. I'm telling you. I would. I'll change my number. Oh, shit. The good white lawyers. Oh my gosh. Honey, what's up, QE? Hey, McDime. Uh-huh. What else happened? Oh, I posted where J Bo made a request for the transcripts for her appeal. Okay. Listen, she has to make that official request because she needs the transcripts that's unredacted. She don't need what we get. She need the portion. She need the entire thing that's unredacted. That's going to be a part of the official record. Okay. She don't need the parts that we get. There's nothing nefarious going on or whatever. She just needs that part. So she has to make that request. She needs it for her appeal. That's it. There's nothing else. I don't know. I don't know if it's a bunch of paranoia or delusions or I don't know what the fuck we going on right here sometimes. But it's not, it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult. I promise you, there's nothing nefarious going on. So I was listening to, like I said, I've been all around today. And so I was listening to Atmos Live. I heard Miss April say that in Chicago it's all over the news. As I told you, about all of this inappropriateness that's going on with this case. All of this misconduct that's going on. That's one of the intended, strategies for putting all this stuff out. Casting doubt over the legal proceedings before it gets started. Yeah. And that's the game. That is the game. Warrior Aphrodite. Yeah. So Hey, all y'all dumb. Oh, somebody came in here with the name all y'all dumb. Oh shit. Lord have mercy. So listen, I want to harp on what we uh, talked about last night, as Sir Miguel is the one that spoke it into existence. He spoke about chain of custody, and I be damned. During the live, what came out? Something about chain of custody. I'm like, what the hell? Sir Miguel, you know they're going to say, you work for them people. They gonna have you hooked in and shit some kind of way. Like, yeah, Sir Miguel said it. He worked for the damn people. So, but let's look at something, right? Because I had to go back and do a little bit of diving, right? So, shouts out to all these people I listened to today. Some was more wrong than right. Some was more right than wrong. So the more right than wrong people were over there with Atmos and Atmos's chat. They were more right than wrong. And of course, it gave me something to expand on, right? So, but let me tell you, I'm not about messing with nobody's hopes and dreams and all that, because I just give it to you straight with no chaser, right? But I can tell you this. It's about 50-50 with that last motion. And I'll tell you why. Okay. It's a lot of things. Okay. It's a lot of things with regards to that. And I had to go back to the indictment and look at the portion with regards to the conspiracy and the tapes and all of that, right? And you can tell, like I stated last night and a couple lives before, that now you could tell that all three of these attorneys are working together. All right, because you could tell by how their motions are now in sync. You see how they've developed some type of strategy. I could just tell that. You may not be able to tell it, but I can tell it. You could see. I'm not saying that they are in love with each other. I'm definitely not saying that during the trial that they won't throw each other on the bus. That's not what I'm saying. That's still on the table, okay? Because each attorney represents their client. But if they can some kind of way finagle a way to get all three of them off with a kind of uniform strategy of defense, then hey, they're really doing their job. Hey, Courtney, they're really doing their job, right? And then that's what, if you are on Team Kels, that is what you would prefer. Okay, but that is like usually the first objective. But if that fails, then you just got to try to get your client off. Okay, because if you can cast a doubt on the proceedings with all of the defendants, if you can come up with a strategy that um, helps all three of them, then hey, it's good. But when you can't do that, then you got to go to number two. Get to, I got to get my client off. Okay. So you can kind of look at how the motions are coming out. What they was arguing with, back before that happened months ago. All right. I'm pretty sure, good old white people know how to bring it down and get on the phone and talk to each other, or you really, maybe they are just thinking that it's better to work in concert with each other. I can kind of look at the motion you're putting out. I can kind of piggyback off it or whatever. So Yeah, we can kind of, but I'm thinking that they probably are having conversations now. That shit maybe is in the past. They know what they need to do. One, first objective, try to create something to get all of them off. That fails, work directly to get your client off. And hey, with as less least impact as possible. The more they don't throw each other under the bus, the better off they do. So this is why you see emotions where they're casting a doubt over the whole procedure. They're trying to get evidence, ruled inadmissible, and it's a good strategy. Now, let me tell you, it's 50-50 with those tapes. I kind of was like, oh Lord, team lock them up. Maybe it's going to be down a few points with regards to this matter. But I found what I was looking for when I was in similar listening to what Admissibility was saying, right? And he was right on the majority of the way he was thinking and a lot of his issues that he was raising. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good thing. Let me tell you what I'm talking about, right? That word copy. Now, it's important to me. When I was talking about copy last night, I was talking about if they have a copy of the tape, copy of whatever, you can still do your chain of custody and the whole 9 yards. It doesn't have to be the original, right? I had to pull up the indictment just a few minutes ago. I had to check something out. Because remember, I told you, when somebody gets indicted, a legal indictment means that the grand jury or the prosecutor, charge you. I'm sorry, the grand jury. I know I said prosecutor, but the grand jury indicted you based on what was presented in that goddamn indictment, and of course, who testified and all of that, whatever. Okay. So, before I get into that, one thing I did here. Having a span when it comes to dates with particular crimes is an issue. Because one, the defense, as you can see, and I had already said it, that you need to have a more specified date. If not, the defense is going to come and challenge that in some kind of way, going to raise some kind of objections. I have been said that. I've been saying that since 2019, since I read the indictment. And what did J-Bo do? Put in a motion challenging like the date specifics. So yeah, you can't have like a whole range or whatever. It doesn't matter, that you can use that range to pinpoint. You could say, well, it just because what I'm trying to say, because I heard Keller say this, whatever he said about the range was the range, what he said, the range was like, it means that everything happened in that Colorado room, whatever. And that's a good point. That's not what I'm saying. That's a good point. But you're dealing with specific evidence. You're talking about tapes and stuff. And the defense is going to attack that, a range, date range, or whatever. Because they're saying, hey, that same Colorado room existed when the girl was 18. They could say that. And like I said, they're going to already try to age her. I mean, that's just off the cuff for a lawyer to do. She already pretty much indicated that in her one of those motions she put out. I mean, whatever she put in that translate, she's going to try to age the minors to be, older than what they supposed to have been at that time. So having a date range is not a particular good thing. I'm pretty sure that the prosecutors is going to cover it, is going to, hey, explain it away. But that doesn't mean that the defense, what happens is, this is what happens. The more buttoned up the prosecutor's case is, the less defense strategies and all kinds of bullshit that the defense can be armed with. But when you got all kinds of shit that they can attack, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to attack it because you're giving it to them. So when you don't button down your case, you're giving them all kinds of weapons to use. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's not always about, the common sense or where this should be bulletproof and whatever. And that's not about that, because you got a defense over there that's going to come with some crafty shit, that's going to know how to finesse a lot of the bullshit, right? A lot of the stuff that people put out. And all you need to do is get to that jury. So, but anyway, so let me talk a little bit about this tape situation. Lord. Okay. Reason why I give it a 50-50 now, it's a 50-50 chance. Because this is a lot going on. The defense have a lot of good, should feel real good about what that motion that dropped this morning. They should feel real good about that. And Team Lock 'em Up, prosecution, should feel pretty good about the standard, the normal standard, process with regards to chain of custody, right? So, and I was using the word copy last night, and my mind told me to pull up the indictment, but I was like, that's too much. I'm tired. It's 4 in the morning. I've been on here a long time. I'm just going to talk about, I'm just going to talk as we go. You know what I'm saying? And try to insert this and that when I think about it, right? As I read it. So, but again, shouts out to a lot of the questions and stuff that was going on down on Atlas, and it got me thinking. So I said, let me pull up this goddamn indictment in this hot ass house to see what I need, right? Because the chain of custody starts at the collection, right? Of course, they got to validate the tape. It's for what I'm saying is that R. Kelly in there? Is that the girl? What's the date and all of that? Yeah. When it comes to the chain of custody, it starts from the collection. And it goes through, like I told you, till they present it in court. Here's the thing. Then let me put it up, because I'm going to tell you what the indictment says. And now I don't know what the supplement to the indictment means, like the rest of the story, right? I don't know how they categorize those tapes. I don't know if they said those tapes were the exact or were they copies. But I think I got a little bit of the answer. And we just gonna see. What's up, Miss Denise? Hold on, let me see. Okay, that's the indictment I need right there. Okay. I'm gonna tell you what it says. And this is why the man, that attorney, wrote that paperwork that way. Okay. He is trying to get that tape um, to be ruled inadmissible. Okay. Let me tell you. I'll tell you why. So we're going to start from the root up. This is the indictment. Okay. This is McDavid. And this is Kelly. All right. Now you see number 4. Says right here. Let me see. Do I need to go to number 3? No. I'm going to start number 4. This is the indictment. It says it was further part of the conspiracy that in approximately 2001, and you know the issue that the guy's having is with regards to the conspiracy. It says Kelly and McDavid learned that multiple videos, including but not limited to video 1, 2, 3, and 4, depicting Kelly engaged in sexual contact and sexual acts with minors, were missing from Kelly's collection of such videos. So this indictment reads that video 1, 2, 3, and 4 is from Kelly's collection of such videos. Now they didn't use the word copy in here, but I'll get to that. Okay, let's keep reading. Number 5. It was further part of the conspiracy that in order to conceal and cover up the existence of videos from investigators, Kelly, McDavid, and others agreed to collect the missing videos that depicted Kelly engaged in sexual contact and sexual acts with minors. Okay. Now, the issue, at the central part of this, there's videos 1, 2, 3, and 4 that was supposed to be missing from Kelly's stash collection. Such videos. I'll say what they said. Okay. Number 6. It was further part of the conspiracy that Kelly, McDavid, and others agreed to pay money and cause money to be paid on Kelly's behalf to victims, witnesses, and others to ensure that they would not cooperate with the law enforcement and would conceal and cover up the evidence, including videos relating to Kelly's sexual contact and sexual acts with minors. And it says such as the following. And I can stop there. Let me see. Yeah, I can stop there. Now, take this down and come back around the front. The way that reads is that the government collected videos 1, 2, 3, and 4 from Kelly. Not from directly from him, but those were the missing videos from his stash. That's not saying that those were a copy. That's saying that those are the missing videos from his stash. Chain of custody starts from the collection of the digital evidence from, in this case, it would be from the Lisa and them or whoever, however they got the tapes, but those were supposed to be the tapes. Now, this is what the defense can say, okay? But let me tell you how the prosecutor can make this not. But see, here's the thing. Can they say that and make this an illegal indictment, or at least make those tapes inadmissible? Can they say that? Here's where the prosecution can rescue that, because I don't know if that's poorly written. I don't know what the fuck is going on at this point. What they can say is, and apparently in some other documentation with regards to this case, more than, outside of the indictment, but containing the case, copies have shown up. Okay, we do know that from whomever, allegedly, copies have shown up. The attorney this morning, when he dropped the indictment, he referenced copies. That may be the saving grace for the prosecution, because I don't know if altering the language a little bit would make that an invalid indictment or make that tape admissible. But they can say that they recovered copies. They can say this. They can say Kelly found out that the tapes was missing, and the prosecution didn't. They can't. They can say that they're not saying necessarily that those are the tapes from his missing stash. They can say that they are copies of the tapes from his missing stash. This protects the chain of custody because it goes to the collection. Okay? So they collected these copies or originals from whoever they got them from. So we don't know the extra, the rest of the story with regards to these tapes. We don't know all that. You know, the indictment only gives us what's necessary, the elements, right? When they get in court, they're going to lay out the story, the other stuff, you know, step one, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, with regards to those tapes. Remember, chain of custody starts at the collection. So whatever they got, like I said this morning, whatever they got their hands on, the chain of custody just it maintains that it's the authentication and the validity of them from the collection. So whoever they got it from, where they got it from. But see, that guy is arguing that they don't know if they are the originals or the copies. And this is another situation where the prosecutor need to tighten up their language. I'm just saying. This is just me talking. Okay? I'm just saying. Because when you read it, when I read it like that, videos 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we know that they're old ass VHS tapes, and they talking about missing from R. Kelly's collection, we need to know if what's being presented in court, will there be copies? And it's fine to have copies, but you need to tighten up your language, because if not, the defense can challenge you on all of that. Now they can say, well, you don't know if they the originals are the copies. And you know, they can, you know, the prosecution will probably win on the, but we collected them, and you know, would probably win on the chain of custody, whatever. It's just the validation and things of that nature. It's just that the challenges to the nature of the tapes, the creation of them, is an issue if you own Team Lock 'em Up, because the defense can eat that up. Y'all let me know if I done lost you. So the defense can easily say, well, y'all maintain that these are the tapes from R. Kelly's stash. And if these are not, we can challenge this indictment, let alone this tape. There's a bigger issue. challenging the goddamn indictment. So you got to button down that language. You got to button it down. Now, if the tape if whatever they got gets in, then the prosecution, if there's an issue with the whatever they raised in that motion that dropped this morning, the prosecution could just kind of stay away from the points where are they from R. Kelly or wherever you got them, can kind of stay away from them being directly from R. Kelly and just continue with the, line of questioning as if they were copies. You know what I'm saying? As if they were copies. Because what the most important part in there is, what it contains. And then you got the corroborating evidence of the people that's on the stands or whatever. Hey, Karen. Hey, Cocabella. Hey, Peace and Love. Hey, my Queen K. So, hey, Courtney Love. Shout tag. So, understand what I'm saying. They got to button this up. And maybe that's why they needed an extension. Let me see. So I'm gonna read that area where the defense was talking about the copies and whatever. And if you're on team lock them up, you would want to hope that the word copies or whatever shows up in the other documents. You know what I'm saying, with regards to this case. Okay. So apparently it does, because you have the defense mentioning it. Let me know if I don't lost you. Why is it goddamn? Hold on, it's coming back up. Okay. Let me find the parts that I need to read to you. Okay. All right. So, okay, let me start. Let me just start to read, and then I don't have to read the whole thing. So let me see. Let's see. Okay. Computer discovery regarding the chain of custody surrounding video 1, which is purported to be a video received from the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. See, if they collected that video from there, then they're going to have a record of everything that happened with regards to that video, who touched it, whatever, leading up to the presentation in court. Okay. And it says, and which is purported to have been the video received from the Chicago Sun-Times on February the 4th, 2002. Okay. So it is important, for them to establish where they collected, where the authorities collected the video. That's when the chain of custody starts, right? And it says, in the introduction, 2008 trial of Robert Kelly in Cook County was replete with dishonesty, extortionate demands, admittedly lying witnesses, and a failure to truthfully identify video evidence used in that case, which damaged the integrity of the entire trial proceeding. During 2008, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office provided to the defense expert what it told the jury through stipulation was an accurate and exact copy of the VHS video received by the Cook County State Attorney's Office from the Chicago Sun-Times. However, it turned out that this stipulation to the jury was false. I mean, they got somebody to agree that both sides agreed that this was supposed to be whatever they stipulated it was. The copy provided to the defense expert was not an exact copy. Some material from the original was not present on the copy given to the defense expert. So, that word copy may save the prosecution. Therefore, the defense expert showing of video segments to the jury, which he was told by the state came from an exact copy of the original, turned out to be from some incomplete and inaccurate version. Okay, so they're saying that the copies need to be an exact copy of video 1, 2, 3, and 4 that was missing from R. Kelly. You see where the defense got a couple of goddamn ways they can go to get this video either out of here, or if it's allowed in, to damn show challenge it. But again, the prosecution got the witnesses, the victim witnesses. So let me keep going. And victim witnesses is what they call them. Okay. And it says, let me see. The jury was ultimately shown segments of 2 separate videos and falsely told by the state that what they were seeing was all coming from identical copies of the original. See, if I would have kept on reading it, they would have told me. So I remember what I said last night before I was reading it. So they're supposed to be identical copies. The defense is challenging that they're not. Let's keep reading. In other words, false affirmations were made to the jury by the state about what video they were seeing. When confronted by the fact that the jury was given false information by the state judge, Vincent Gahn stated as follows: "This is the thing that's in the barrel. This is the rotten tomato in the barrel, and I want some explanation about it." See? Let me skip down to here because there was a lot of information here. Insufficient chain of custody and authentication. On August 5th, 2022, counsel for Daryl McDavid went to the Homeland Security Office in Lombard, Illinois to view video 1, which the government has purported to be the video that was at issue in the 2008 trial and which they intend to show the jury in the instant matter. Prior to going to view this video, both Mr. Glossman and Brindley independently advised the government that they wish to view any and all videos that were shown to the jury in 2008. The content of the video that was shown to the jury back in 2008 and which was provided to the defense back in 2008 surely had an impact on the mindset of the attorneys representing Mr. Kelly at the 2008 trial and on Mr. David, who was working with those attorneys as a member of the defense team. The undersigned could not have imagined that there would be a problem identifying the videos that were admitted into evidence as exhibits during the 2008 trial. The undersigned were wrong. At the August 5th, 2022 meeting, it became absolutely apparent that the government had no idea what video was actually admitted into evidence and shown to the jury in 2008. They have multiple CDs that they contend are copies of the video they got from the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. So this is where the chain of custody is going to start from. All right. So, and again, stick out the authenticated and validated. But this is where it's going to start from. But they're saying that the copies are supposed to be from what they got from the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. If there is an issue with verifying that they are copies of that, which now you got to link it back from what was missing, video 1, 2, 3, and 4 from R. Kelly's stash, that could be a huge problem. Not only with video 1, and I'm just going on the limb to say this, but with the indictment period. Because that indictment, you can't indict a person on one thing and it turns out to be something else. That constitutes an invalid indictment. I'm not making this up. The elements, the evidence, and all that type of stuff, it should be, it should be consistent all the way through to the jury instructions. Now, will you see some type of a motion to amend the language a little bit? As long as it does not, as long as it's some type of administration, amendment, that's fine. But when it changed the nature of the indictment, can't do that. That's a violation of somebody's rights. I ain't making this shit up. So, and I'm surprised that the attorney didn't think of that. He's just trying to get the tape out. Well, let's see. Okay, I'm not around the front. Okay, let's see. Multiple. Okay, they have no idea whether the video they have is the inaccurate copy of that video was referenced as Exhibit 78 at the trial, shown to the jury and provided to the defense expert, the Rotten Tomato. To that end, the government could not tell Mr. McDavid attorneys what happened to the state's exhibits that were admitted at trial in 2008. So the shit is missing. That's what they allege. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Nor could they tell them whether accurate copies of those exhibits were actually turned over to the government in this case or not. So it could be the case, the copies that the government made of what the original evidence, or it could have been the copies that was out there on the streets. I don't know. They don't specify. Says the agents who made the copies. Oh, wait, now it tells me the agent who makes the copies were readily willing to admit that they have no idea which of these videos, if any, was actually the same video that the jury and the defense counsel saw back in 2008 at the trial. That means that there is, based on the current chain of custody, okay, no way to determine what video Mr. McDavid and the defense team could have actually seen back in 2008. Nor is there any way to determine if the video the government wants to admit now was actually the same video that was shown to witnesses in the 2002 grand jury, about which those witnesses are expected to testify at Mr. McDavid's upcoming trial. Remember, they're talking about are they the copies of video 1, 2, 3, and 4, which was missing out R. Kelly's collection. Okay, keep going. It is impossible to discern how the government could claim a complete chain of custody has been maintained. Remember, I told you got to maintain from collection to presentation when they do not have a clue what happened to the videos that were actually the exhibits in the 2008 trial. So they're saying they can't even confirm that the copies that they have now is actually copies of the videos from 2008 trial, which should also be coincidentally copies of videos 1, 2, and 3, and 4 that, again, I keep repeating myself, was missing from R. Kelly's collection or his stash. See how I'm building on this as we go? That is what I'm doing. So, let me see what it says. Okay, actually, determined, indeed, the same one. Okay, the matter was made even more absurd when the agents showed the defense team a VHS videotape in an evidence bag, which they said was the video that came from the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. However, a quick review of the label of the VHS tape said it was a copy. Yet neither the agents who are handling the case for the government nor the government counsel knows, one, what exactly that tape is a copy of, two, who in Cook County made the copy, three, whether the content of that tape ever was accessible to the parties in between 2002 and 2008 or to the 2008 jury, and four, whether it is actually a copy of the tape provided to the state's attorneys to the state by Jim Derogatis in 2002. All of that I just read, 1 through 4, falls in with maintaining chain of custody. So you see why that's not a celebratory problem. That's not what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying, calm down. There's a problem. It said they have no earthly idea whether the video they have is really the same one that was used in 2002 to show the grand jury witnesses. So they're linking what was shown to the 2002 grand jury and maintaining that it's supposed to be a copy of video 1. They want to show this video they have now, video 1, to witnesses and ask them if they made false statements about it to the grand jury back in 2002. So that tells me that's the false statements that when whomever said that's not me on the tape or that's not my daughter or whatever, with regards to video 1, the false statements. Okay, let me see. Let me think. Was that an issue? Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see where he's going with that. So he's simply saying, what the whole premise of this motion. You can't ask. How can you ask this? You don't even know if you're asking them about the same videotape. Let's keep going. But to do that, they have to be able to establish that what they have now is the same recording these witnesses saw back in 2002, which is what I just said. All right. The government cannot do that. This was apparent to the undersigned based on the befuddlement that defense counsel encountered when simply asking to see different versions of the tape that were referenced and admitted into evidence at the 2008 trial. It appears that the government does not know whether what they have is what was shown to those 2002 witnesses or not, whether what they have was shown to the 2008 jury, or whether what they have was made available to the 2002 defense team and their expert. So let me see if anything else. Emmy Davis attention to jury must be proved that the video they have is a copy. Okay, let's say this. And thereby to Mr. David by extension in 2008 and shown to the grand jury witnesses they want to call in this case. The government must be able to prove that the video they have is a copy of the actual video received by the Sun Times in February 2002, turned over to the state in 2002, shown to the grand jury witnesses in 2002, made accessible to the defense prior to the 2008 trial, and shown to the jury at the trial. Okay? Meaning, they're saying that those copies or whatever it got to be the same ones that they had back in 2002. Got to be a copy of the same ones or the originals. Okay. And let me see. Yeah, it requires the government to present evidence authenticating that it is the same video. To meet this burden, the government must establish that a chain of custody demonstrating the tapes are in the same condition or testimony demonstrating the accuracy and truthfulness of the tapes. But thus far, the government has fallen well short. The agents explicitly stated they did not know which of their copies were shown at the 2008 trial or the 2002 grand jury or provided to the defense. And they start talking about, whether it's been altered or not. So let me come around and let me see if I don't confuse y'all. Now, I'm back around the front. Will the prosecution be able to confirm that those copies that they have are copies of what was in that indictment? Yeah, that's 20 years ago, Leslie. Yeah, this is crazy. this is crazy as hell. So I want to make sure y'all understand what I'm trying to say and how this leaves a whole door open for the defense to go off, to pick apart these goddamn tapes, to cast doubt on the validity of them. And as you see, that's a part of the grand scheme. They're casting doubt on it, on, I ain't gonna say everything, but on certain things. You could tell by the motions. Now they're attacking the videos. What would be a saving grace if you're on team lock them up is that whatever this attorneys is saying in this filing isn't necessary accurate. Now, if he's not, being exact, like said about line, an attorney line, then the prosecute, then team lock them up. You guys can woo-sa. But team care, you need to woo-sa too, because this is not a slam dunk. This is like a 50-50 fighting chance. But you'll take what you get in a case that got videos and the people that's in them. You'll take what you get. So let me read this paperwork drop real quick, and I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up here and say anything. This case is crazy. I have no idea why the prosecutor ain't button up this shit a little bit better than that. You got the tapes. Here you are, what it is, 7 days before trial, and you got an issue with a central piece of evidence that you're presenting. Child. All right, let me read this. It says government's response to defendant Kelly's motion to bar government's child sexual abuse expert. The government provided notice of its intention to call Dr. Daryl Turner as an expert witness at trial. The topics about which Dr. Turner will testify fall into two main categories. One, the grooming behavior of sex offenders against children, and two, the victim's delayed or partial disclosure of the abuse. Dr. Turner has been qualified as an expert to testify about both topics in other federal and state cases. That is all it is. Oh, sorry about that. Defendant Robert Kelly has moved to bar Dr. Turner's testimony or alternatively request that this court conduct a hearing pursuant to Dauber versus Merrill, Dow Pharmaceutical case law. Kelly's motion should be oh, okay. Kelly motions should be denied. However, because Dr. Turner's testimony satisfied the requirements of the Federal Rules of Evidence 702, no Dauber hearing is required. Background: the superseding indictment charges Kelly with multiple offenses relating to his sexual abuse of children. These children range in the age between 13 to 17 and the time of the abuse. At the time of the abuse. Specifically, Kelly is charged in separate counts with enticing minor 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to engage in sexual activity in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. Kelly is also charged with 4 counts of enticing minor 1 to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing 4 videos in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me move this fan over. Blowing hot goddamn air. Okay. At trial, the government anticipates calling minor 1, 3, 4, and 5 to testify how they met Kelly while they were children and their interactions with Kelly before and during the period in which they engaged as children in sexual acts with him. These minors will testify that Kelly repeatedly engaged in sexual acts with them and they did not disclose Kelly's sexual conduct during this period. Okay, so remember when we was going through when the defense requested that the judge hold a Daubert hearing to just pretty much question the expertise, and and to challenge the admissibility of his testimony. So they are trying to the defense is trying to block the prosecution from having an expert to say why they waited so long to disclose that they were sexually abused. Right, because and that's smart. That's smart on both ways. One, for the prosecution to introduce an expert that would testify why would a person that have been sexually abused wait that long, and the defense is right to try to challenge that testimony from ever, you know, being admitted, because it kind of gives an explanation. If anybody was thinking, yeah, well, why they waited so long? You know, this is our, that's our Kelly, a man with money, the whole thing, right? Stuff you hear around here. So let's keep reading. It says the government intends to call Dr. Turner before the testimony of any of the minors at trial. The purpose of Dr. Turner's testimony is to introduce the jury to a world wholly unfair to them. What did I say? Let me keep reading. Dr. Turner's testimony, which is based on Dr. Turner's extensive experience with both sex abusers and child victims of sex abuse, will describe how sex abusers attract children to them, persuade or coerce children to engage in sex acts with them, and prevent the children from making an outcry about the abuser's sexual conduct. This general testimony will allow the jury to assess on its own. After Dr. Turner concludes his testimony, the testimony of minors 1, 3, 4, and 5, including their description of how they met Kelly and how they came to engage in sexual conduct with him. Dr. Turner's testimony will not focus on the facts of the case. Dr. Turner has no knowledge about the facts of this case, and he will not render any specific opinion as to Kelly or Kelly's action with minors 1, 3, 4, and 5. Kelly claims in his motion that Dr. Turner lacks the expertise to testify about victim dynamics, such as a victim's reaction to sexual abuse. Reference. Kelly also claims that the testimony will not help the jury and that the testimony is not based on sufficient facts or data or reliable principles or methods. None of these arguments have merit. Dr. Turner has extensive experience with both minor victims and perpetrators of sexual abuse. The purpose of Dr. Turner's testimony to educate the jury without opining about the specific facts in this case is wholly appropriate. Case law. Oh, it's reference, I'm sorry. Yet it might also be important in some cases for an expert to educate the fact finder about general principles without ever attempting to apply these principles to the specific facts of the case. Legal standard. The admissibility of expert testimony is governed by Federal Rules of Evidence 702. This rule provides as follows. A witness who is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify in the form of an opinion, other or otherwise, if A, the expert's scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact in issue. B, the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data. C, the testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods of D, the expert has reliability applied the principles and methods to the facts of the case. Federal Rules of Evidence 702. The Supreme Court has made it clear that in applying Rule 702, district courts serve a gatekeeper, serve as a gatekeeper function, or serve a gatekeeper function, and must ensure that the expert testimony at issue both rests on a reliable foundation and is relevant to the task at hand. Case law. And it says the Seventh Circuit in 2000, quoting Daubert, 509 U.S. at 597, in Cumho Tire Company versus Carmichael. The court explained that when testing the reliability of an expert opinion, court must adjust the Daubert's gatekeeper factors to fit the facts of a particular case at issue. Reference. It is well established that any specialized knowledge may be the subject of an expert testimony. The trial judge enjoys broad discretion in determining whether the factors listed in Daubert reasonably measure reliability in a given case. 3. Argument. Dr. Turner's testimony satisfied the elements of Rule 702 that applies to his proposed testimony. Dr. Turner is qualified. His testimony is based on sufficient facts and data, and his testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods. A. Dr. Turner is qualified to testify as an expert witness. Dr. Turner has a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in counseling psychology from Mcgee State University. Dr. Turner has also earned a doctoral degree in clinical psychology from Sam Houston State University. Dr. Turner is a licensed clinical psychologist specializing in forensic psychology and sex offending. Dr. Turner has spent approximately 18 years in the field of clinical psychology. Dr. Turner has extensive experience conducting forensic and trial evaluations of adults and juveniles. Reference. Dr. Turner has treated hundreds of victims of sexual abuse. Dr. Turner has also interviewed sex offenders and have served as a staff psychologist in a federal prison setting. Dr. Turner, among many other counseling positions, served as a consultant to various federal agencies, including the FBI, NCIS, and the Department of Homeland Security, as well as various state and local law enforcement agencies concerning risk assessment of sexual offenders and the behaviors of offenders and victims of child sexual assault. Reference. Dr. Turner has also authored multiple articles about sex offenders and victims, including grooming and other offense-related behaviors in child molestation cases, and analysis of offenders' self-reported behaviors and beliefs. Dr. Turner has also testified as an expert in over a dozen federal criminal proceedings. Reference. Kelly argues that Dr. Turner does not have sufficient experience or a specialized knowledge to speak to the so-called dynamics of victims of child sexual abuse because he does not apparently treat child abuse victims and has never published or conducted any research in the area of behavior of child abuse victims. Reference. But as described in the August 8, 2002 supplement notice, Dr. Turner has treated and interviewed hundreds of victims of sexual abuse. The Seventh Circuit recognizes that requisite expertise can be acquired through practice, experience, or education. Case law. We have recognized that while extensive academic and practical expertise in an area is certainly sufficient to qualify a potential witness as an expert, Rule 702 specifically contemplates the admission of testimony by experts whose knowledge is based on experience. Case law. The Seventh Circuit of 2002 says that observing that the advisory committee notes to Rule 702 specifically provide that in certain fields, experience is the predominant, if not sole, basis for a great deal of reliable expert testimony. Dr. Turner has also conducted multiple presentations on the impact of sexual abuse on child victims. Dr. Turner, many years of experience, which includes repeated and first-hand observation of both sex offenders and child victims of sex abuse, makes him well qualified to testify as an expert witness in this case. B. Dr. Turner's testimony will be helpful to the jury. Counts 1 through 4 allege that Kelly knowingly employed, used, persuaded, induced, enticed, and coerced minor 1 to engage in sexually explicit conduct to produce a visual depiction of the conduct in violation of Title 18 USC 2251A. Reference. Counts 10 through 13 charge Kelly with using the mail or other means of interstate or foreign commerce to knowingly employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce minors 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to engage in sexual explicit conduct in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. Kelly calculated behavior to prepare a child for future sexual encounters, known as grooming, is relevant to these charges. Reference. What is that? Hold on. Okay. Future sexual encounters, known as grooming, is irrelevant to these charges. Case law. The Seventh Circuit in 2011, it says targets the sexual grooming of minors as well as actual sexual exploitation of them. The statute's focus is on the intended effect of the minor rather than the defendant's intent to engage in sexual activity. The techniques used by a sex offender to influence a child to engage in sex with them is specialized information not within the knowledge of the average juror. Dr. Turner's expert testimony will help the jury to understand the evidence and to determine a fact in issue. Okay, that was a strong set of words right there. The Seventh Circuit in United States versus Dingwall noted that in prosecutions for sexual abuse of minors, courts frequently admit expert evidence about grooming to help the jury understand how sex abusers of children develop an emotional relationship with a minor before initiating sexual activity. Case law. The Ninth Circuit of 2021 states that testimony of the FBI agent on grooming assisted the jury's understanding about how seemingly innocent parental behavior was part of a plan to engage in sexual activity with the child. Case law. 10th Circuit 2010 states that a psychologist's expert testimony on sex offenders using their position as close friends or family to groom their victims to trust them is specialized information. I agree with that. Not within the average juror's general knowledge. Case law. The Fifth Circuit in 2006 stated that psychologists' testimony on the grooming behaviors of sex offenders was admissible expert testimony on the modus operandi of sexual offenders. Case law. The Third Circuit in 2019 stated that expert witnesses' testimony about common behavior of child sexual abuse victims and common techniques of abusers was relevant because it assisted the jury in learning about specialized topics. For example, she explained that the most significant factor in whether a victim comes forward is his relationship to that offender. That that the use of alcohol or drugs can shame the victim into feeling he cannot come forward, and that may offenders ingratiate themselves to child victims by allowing victims to act more grown up around them. Case law. An FBI agent's expert testimony on the trials of preferential sex offenders was permissible because most jurors would have little experience in how child sex offenders operate. Expert testimony about grooming has been regularly admitted in sex trafficking trials in this district involving both minor and adult victims. The courts have found that such testimony was important to inform the jury about the common dynamics between the trafficker and his victims. Case law, a whole bunch of it. The government will also question Dr. Turner about delaying disclosure of sexual abuse by victims. Expert testimony geared towards explaining to the jury victim abuser dynamics, including the delayed disclosure of abuse to the authorities and family members, have also been consistently approved by the courts. Expert testimony about how individuals generally react to sexual abuse, such as not reporting the abuse and not attempting to escape from the abuser helps jurors evaluate the alleged victim's behavior. Case law. Um, Case law. Okay, it says December 19, 2019. The Northern District of Indiana. It stated that discussing government's use of expert at child exploitation trial who testified about the ways in which offenders groom child victims and that delayed disclosure of abuse by child victims is common. Case law. The Fifth Circuit of 2007 stated that approving a district court's decision to admit expert testimony regarding behavior sometimes exhibited by sexual abuse victims in returning to their abusers. Here, Dr. Turner's testimony would be helpful in assisting the jury regarding matters beyond the understanding of the average layperson, to wit, why an alleged child sexual abuse victim might wait years to disclose the alleged criminal act. Case law. Kelly's assertion that expert testimony would not be helpful here because the trial of fact need only decide whether defendant Kelly used the minor to create a visual depiction of sexually explicit conduct reference is both mistaken and unduly narrow. The government, given the charges in the case, must show Kelly's enticement of the minors to engage in sexual activity. Similarly, Kelly's argument that expert testimony is not needed because consent is not at issue is misplaced. Reference. Kelly's conduct as to the minor victims is at issue, even if the minor's consent is not. And expert testimony is to a sex offender's behavior and techniques will be helpful to the jury in assessing the facts in the case and to the credibility of the minor witnesses. Oh, that's a strong point. This is especially so here, where, as noted, much of the minor's conduct will be counterintuitive to a layperson without the basis of information Dr. Turner can provide. Case law says the 10th Circuit in 2019 stated expert testimony on grooming can be admissible to explain the modus operandi of sex offenders. The method sex offenders use are not necessary common knowledge. C. Dr. Turner's testimony is reliable and based on sufficient facts and data. The test of reliability is flexible, and Dauber's list of specific factors neither necessarily or exclusively applies to all experts or in every case. Case law. The Third Circuit of 1999 stated not only must each stage of the expert's testimony be reliable, but each stage must be evaluated practically and flexibly without bright line exclusionary or inclusionary rule. The law grants a district court the same broad latitude when it decides how to determine reliability as it enjoys in respect to the ultimate reliability determination. Case law. Trial courts are entrusted with ensuring the proposed expert possesses genuine expertise in their field and that their testimony adheres to the same standards of intellectual rigor that are demanded in their professional work. Case law. The proposed subjects of Dr. Turner's testimony satisfy these standards. The theories of sexual abuse behavior about which Dr. Turner will testify have been extensively tested and peer-reviewed by the scientific community. Reference. Ooh, okay. Lord, it's a lot. Okay. Dr. Turner has previously testified about the testing, peer review, and scientific consensus of these theories, as well as two variables that contribute to or detract from the existence of such dynamics, and the government has produced to Kelly transcripts of Dr. Turner's prior testimony on these points. Dr. Turner proposed testimony is not just anecdotal in nature, as Kelly claims, but is instead based on Dr. Turner's extensive experience as a clinical and forensic psychologist and research in his field. Reference D. No Dahlberg hearing is necessary. Kelly requests that this court conduct a Dahlberg hearing to determine whether Dr. Turner's testimony is proper. Reference No hearing is required. However, and this court can and should deny Kelly's motion without one. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Kelly's motion without one, meaning should deny his motion without conducting a Dahlberg hearing. The district court need not conduct a Dahlberg hearing where the reliability of an expert methods is properly taken for granted. Case law. As noted, courts have consistently approved the use of expert testimony in child abuse cases to explain concepts such as grooming and delayed disclosure. Dr. Turner is qualified through his experience, and testimony is based on that experience as well as on widely recognized research in his field. Dr. Turner is also testifying to general information and will not render any opinions about Kelly or based on the specific facts in this case. Conclusion: for the foregoing reasons, the government requests that the court deny defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly's motion to exclude the expert testimony of Dr. Daryl Turner and his request for a hearing pursuant to Dahlberg versus Merodal Pharmaceuticals, 509 U.S. 579, 1973. All right, I am not messing with all of these case notes. These footnotes, Lord. Let me see. Unless I find something. That's a lot of footnotes. So let me come on right now with y'all. Okay. That's a lot. What's good with it? The hell, what's good with it? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot going on right there. So this is a change because as you see, let me go and drop this link in case somebody want to say something. As you see, they are challenging damn near everything. And it's kind of uneven because you have 3 defense teams challenging all kinds of stuff, and you got 1 prosecutorial team. So, getting them likes up, honey. Lord have mercy. Where is the like police? Where is the like police? Yes, thank you. So, I dropped the link in case somebody want to say something. I'll keep it open for a few minutes. This is getting good. we thought the New York trial would be, really good, but this is pretty good here. I like to see even fight. I really do. Because you already know, prosecution usually going to have the upper hand as far as going into the into the trial, right? But I always maintain, it's just me, that based on the gimmies and some other things, the defense really has the advantage, right? And I just say that because they have they have statute of limitations, they have double jeopardy, they have other violations, all kinds of stuff. You just can't, you know, violate them, mistreat them, in any kind of way. You got to follow the law when prosecuting. But the fight is getting kind of even, because they're challenging the tapes and they're challenging the experts and they're challenging every goddamn body. Shit. Hey, before you know it, it won't be nobody in the goddamn courtroom but J-Bo. Shit. They challenging everything. Everything. Mm, I don't know, y'all. We got to listen. I don't know when. Okay, they extended it to the 9th, right? For is the response. Hold on, let me see. We got to see what they're gonna say about them damn tapes. Then they extended it to the 9th, to tomorrow.
I do last night.
Good, good.
What's good with it?
What's good with it,
Hey, Angie, did I go to sleep on y'all last night?
girl? Yes, you do, honey. You went sleep, honey. You went to snoring sleep. I had to mute you, baby. I had to mute you. I had to mute you, baby. You were snoring, honey. I'm like, what in the hell is going on?
Wait a minute, I had just got off of work and I've been missing y'all. And I hit that link as soon as I got out the shower and got in the bed and it had this good fan blowing. I now wait a minute, let me back up. I heard you say that it's hot in that big ass house. You got to get you got to get you a bigger central air unit.
Girl,
You
listen,
got to. Hmm.
it's big. Let me tell you, the man showed up. He come out with the pants he got. It won't. It talking about it that big unit would eat it up. So he said he don't know. He got to order the actual unit or a bigger pan to fit the unit. I
No,
don't
you
know.
go.
All I know he need to do something. Cause
No,
girl, this ain't gonna work out.
you gonna have to do like I did. You gonna have to just get the new unit, and they come in tons. I didn't know that until I kept on saying it's too hot. This was about 3 years ago. I said this is too hot. It ain't blowing. It ain't blowing. And so when I had my father he worked at General Electric. He said you might not have a big enough unit. He said I'm gonna have a guy come out there. And so what I had was a 3,000. I had a 1,500. They come in tons. I got me a 3,000 ton. Girl, it gets ice cold in here, like I'm in the mall.
No, I got a big enough units. We got big enough units. The problem is the mount on my side broke.
Oh,
It broke.
oh,
And the man, and I called for somebody to come, anybody to come fix it. I'm just going to find anybody. And he come out here, I guess they have all kinds of whatever in their truck. And he
mm,
talking about he don't have a pan big enough. He said, and it's a special made pan that he got to order, or we're gonna put in a whole unit. So
oh,
I guess they're gonna give whatever. Both I don't know. I told him, man, just do whatever you can do as soon as possible. I started telling him, well, put the little pan in there. He told me because it'll eat. Tell me if I put this little pan in, it's gonna eat it up. I started saying, put the motherfucker in there. I don't give a damn if it blow up back there.
mm.
Long as I'm hot as hell, girl.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I do got I appreciate
hey,
you.
that's nice.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to our channel by Angie. Me and you did, we had some good conversations. And
Yeah.
I still, remember I did call in about a month ago and I expressed my opinion, not my feelings. I think he can beat this case.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why I just want to say that to everybody, you know, that's in support of R. Kelly, the what had me okay, like when what I like the way Daryl McDavid lawyer is coming on through with the boom boom. Cause see, at first I thought that before I was listening to your channel and getting a little bit more educated on the law, because see I deal I was looking at this in my age bracket of knowing what I knew about the 2008 case. Back then we didn't have no internet, but it is some of us, such as myself, that I followed that case through the newspaper. I followed the case. I can remember the day that the goddamn tape hit the streets in Detroit. I can remember that day good. I was just getting off work and it was like a flea market on every goddamn corner. They were slanging tapes out of trunks of cars. They were slanging tapes at the swap meet and everything. So that was one of my questions that I was raising
Mm.
about the authenticity and what word was that you used? You used how many hands?
Validation.
Yeah, and how many
Yeah.
hands that tape went through? Because I know I had two. I'm just joking. I'm just saying, just sense of humor. Because all of us, if anybody in the chat get real, it's a lot of people that didn't see the tape, and it's a lot of people who saw the tape. And
Mm.
everybody had their own opinion back then of when, because a lot of people I see on channels going back to the 2008 trial. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think that when they okay back then in 2008, and then I think I would, from my recollection, not looking at nothing on the internet or anything like that, because like I say, you do have some of us in this sector that remember that case real well. We don't remember it like down to the bone, but we knew it took a long time, and we knew uh then that it was still some of us like myself that supported the way they did that trial in the way that we talk on the street. How did we know who them people was? And anyway, even my opinion is 20 years later from when I be listening to the readings, well, how do we know? I'm just speaking of my opinion, right, Angie? How we
Mm.
don't know how can you and I know we crossed this road before on the team side. How can you come back 20 years later and think that anybody is credible at this point in time? Because the first jury that they had, and if it's anybody that do go back, yeah, they need to dig in the archives of 60 Minutes. It was three jurors that did interviews after that. That they didn't do that like that after this in the New York case, but back then them people was on 60 Minutes. And them people on 60 Minutes was saying how they didn't believe, nobody was credible.
Mm.
So my question to you is, just my opinion. I had a conversation, I think, with you before on based on what he's charged with in the acts, in the ages of them, they still would have to tell me times, dates, to narrow it down on how old these people are. Because in this indictment, it looked like it's given a 3-year window.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm asking you?
Yeah.
Am I asking it right? It,
Yeah.
as far as when you talk about the elements, the motions, the charges, minor number 1, minor number 5, not minor number 6, and actually how many tapes it was back then. Because I was on a panel a long time ago, and somebody did ask me a question, because I do openly, honestly say that I looked at that tape, and that tape that was floating around in 2002, it was 3 sessions on the tape, and
Yeah.
you couldn't tell who the fuck it was. The only person that you can really tell who was on that tape was the first grown ass lady. But I don't never hear nobody get on the no panels and say that they actually saw the tape. I saw the tape. Now I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if it was the tape that's gonna be in this court, but I saw the tape that I bought in 2002. And I don't you can't tell you can't tell who the people. It's blurry, it's real blurry. But the first session, when you put the tape in there, you can tell who that person is. And I think that's the one who literally sued him at that time, because that was in the newspaper too. The first lady on the tape sued R. Kelly, but she was a grown ass woman. This one was in her 20s. So I know
Right.
I did unpack a lot, but my question is, I think that this was a good drop today. Because I've been
Right.
trying to get, I really do. I really, and just my moral and my ethic compass, uh of supporting uh what is right and what is wrong. I think that this is just highway robbery. I really actually think that we can get down to the wire and come to the day. Ain't the court the 15th? They could throw the case out on the 15th, can't they?
Yeah. They can dismiss
Yeah,
this
that's what
now.
I think. That's what
Yeah.
I think. I don't even really think that they even should take this to trial.
I can't remember if I done read a motion to dismiss with regards to this case. I probably have.
Yeah,
I
you did.
probably have. I know. I think I done read that.
You did a while ago. Because
Okay.
you did, because I'm just saying, just because I listen to a lot of people. uh I try and put, because I'm in it, and I try to put myself in the shoes, because I done fell down the goddamn rabbit hole, because this shit been going on for goddamn 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. And it's one man, because Daryl McDavid, he shocked me. He really, because it looked like Daryl McDavid is for R. Kelly to me.
David.
Mm-hmm.
Who is David? Oh,
Daryl
talking about
McDavid.
David. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
cause
Okay.
see, I thought this, because at first I didn't know what to think. I'm thinking, cause I didn't really understand co-defendants, uh,
Yeah.
who could flip and who could turn on who. This sucker is going all the way to the battle to me. And I think this gonna be a real good case. I think this is, set aside all the negativity and all of what's going on, people, partial people, impartial people, biases, all the outside, distractions, with Angelo, because I did see that. I don't have no opinion on that, but I just like to jump in your chat and just let you know I was knocked out. And I appreciate, you giving me an understand, because at first, I for me, at first I was like, well, um, why am I paying attention to this for so long?
Yeah.
You know, I still say that it's big. He was being treated unfair and unjustly. And I do understand the other part of Team Lock 'em Up, but they have not shown me, even if I was a juror and had to go get picked for jury duty, and could I be, I think I could. And I really believe if I listened to everything, you couldn't show me where this man is a pedophile. Now, morally, or whatever his choices was for his age range, that I think that's for a grown man to understand the type of decisions that he made, but it's a thin line to me when it comes to 17 and 18-year-old. And you did bring that to my attention, that a person that's 16 can't consent to sex, but if you look at it, it looks consensual to me. And I
Right.
wouldn't
I
know
get you.
how old a person was, because it seemed like to me, I don't know how old the girl was. I can't voice my opinion. I ain't looked, because them age dates and all that be getting confusing to me. But it sounds like to me that R. Kelly and the girl uh 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 knew each other for a very long time.
Right. What's
Yeah,
up, Jojo?
yeah. Hey Jojo, you in there?
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Yes,
indeed. Greetings,
indeed.
greetings. What's up, Pam?
Yes, indeed.
What's up, Miss Walker?
Hey, what's good with it?
Yeah, yeah. I see you've been overtime. You overtime right now.
Yeah, I
See,
get one. Maybe.
you,
I don't. My head's spinning. I don't know.
you dropping them like Jordans.
Nah, it's lightweight, light work.
Light
Good
work.
with it. Yep.
Shit, I'm still learning. What's up? What's up, people? What's up, chat? Yes, indeed. I had a question.
Yes,
I,
sir.
I heard you read the motion, and you was reading about how the government can come back and challenge the videography. Not only challenge it, even if they throw it out, they can go by the testimonial evidence.
Mm,
Now,
Right.
let me ask you this: if you was a defense attorney, how would you attack that based upon it's just being um, testimonial?
Um, it would be easier at that point to just poke holes in the whole thing. I
right.
would be able to, if anybody that's saying that they were, under the age of, consent, I'll be able to age them. I'll try to age them, as well as calling to question their credibility, their reliability. I also play on that is, the length of time it's been. Hopefully some of them haven't made police reports or spoken to anybody about it, whatever. I'll bring that up,
Mm-hmm.
because you have them trying to introduce the guy that I just read, him coming in as an expert talking about why people don't um come out early to talk about their sexual abuse. I'll go there. I'll go, I definitely will challenge their memory, because
Mm,
we don't have any tapes. We don't have no tapes. You know what I'm saying? I'll
mm,
challenge their memory. What's up, Sir Miguel? I'll challenge. Yeah, it's a lot that you could do.
Well,
And
well,
you can do that with even with the tapes up there. Go ahead.
I'm basing it upon, let's just say they throw the tapes out, and I'm not saying that's what they're going to do, but as you stated, it would be kind of easier. Well, not so much easier because you still have that witness testimony.
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you this from a prosecutional standpoint: when you are faced with that uphill climb, because based upon what they have gathered as far as preparing for, and all of a sudden you get hit with this that you don't have the tapes anymore. And I'm just giving a hypothetical situation right here. You
Mm-hmm.
throw those tapes out, and as a prosecutional standpoint, how do you still present your case based upon there's no tapes to say is that you on the tape versus saying, were you on the tape?
That you until where you're on the table. Okay. Oh, also, since, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they are re, um talking about what happened in 2008 and stuff like that. So I will also, I'm back on the defense right now, but I would also point out that what she is she lying, was she lying then or is she lying now? I also would do some kind of funny business with that. With the prosecution, is what you say, is she on, is that you on the tape?
Oh, okay, go ahead and finish your statement, and I elaborate a little bit.
No, what was your question again? You said about the prosecution.
Okay, like as far as the prosecution,
Uh-huh.
or stating their case and bringing their case to the forefront, given that there's no tapes involved, and I'm just hypothetically speaking, if that came to be, you have no tapes to corroborate your case. So you're going on a testimonial statements, which is evidence. I gather that. I understand that wholeheartedly. So as a prosecution, how do you definitively, without any reasonable doubt, present your case if you're a prosecution?
Okay, so what I would have to do, since I don't have no tapes, I have to cooperate it, hopefully, with other witness testimony. Hopefully that I can get somebody on the stand that knows about, like she told them what happened. I would, because that's not hearsay. Oh, I could also, if I think some of the tapes involve different people in there, like 2 or 3 people in there. If I can get some of them on there, that would be great.
Okay, see,
I would have.
I'm gonna ask you this. So you know me, I'm analytical. Let's take away that you have no one, but what you was banking on is the tape showing the individual without any corroborating witnesses. How do you attack that as a prosecution?
Pretty much how they did it in New York. The ones that didn't have tape to prove what happened, you just have to hopefully that you have a strong enough line of questioning, and the testimony is strong enough to prove that it's definitive that they were taped. It was unconsensual sex in a certain, hopefully, damn, and then you got the time span. That'll be a kind of issue with that. You would just have to make sure you hammer it home, and as well as hold on.
I was going with the timestamp. You already
Also, I would have to ask a line of questions to establish that and this would be a lot of work, but it'd be babies. It'd be like walking a baby. Like, when you would get off, when you would get out of school, when would you see Mr. Kelly?
Yeah.
And then I have to establish time frames and stuff like that. I have to do a lot of work. I have to establish time frames and set up a scenery and all of this. I have to do a lot of work.
Right. And given, see, let me ask you this. Most of these federal cases are already tried. What I mean by that is they already prepped their witnesses on exactly what they're going to be asking based upon the evidence. Would you agree upon that?
Well, yeah. You have an interview. It's called an interview. You have an interview and go over what you're going to go over. Both sides do that. Yeah, and at the state level too. Yeah.
Absolutely. So would you, based upon this time span, that's kind of cramming. We didn't cram for exams before, and we are, given their expertise, they're used to that, and they've been trained for that particularly situation if it comes about. And I'm just saying hypothetically, if that come about. Now, as far as a defense, how would you attack that witness?
Like I said, I would have to make her not credible. I would have to attack her memory. I would have to, if she has some inconsistent statements, I have to do that. I would have to inconsistent statement, memory, credibility. Yeah, I just have to attack her just to
Yeah,
make, because right now at that point, I'm definitely going for the jury. You
Right,
know what I'm saying?
right.
I'm going for the
You
gusto right there.
that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, I
Yeah.
think a lot of people get it misconstrued. Like, they don't understand is when you are dealing with these trials with jury, you have to understand, you have to really get in tune with your jurors. And that's what I stated that when the New York trial started, if y'all can remember that. And I stated that on your channel, if I'm not mistaken. I said, well, man, you probably talked about that behind the scenes. I said, you know what, I would get familiar with the jurors.
Right.
I will get in depth with those jurors.
And if you can remember some of the aspects around the jurors, like they ask certain questions of the jurors, right? Like,
Mhm.
have you ever been whatever? I would definitely give some of those questions to some of those jurors that I think I could get. You know what I'm saying? I'll actually do that
Right,
too.
right.
I have to
And that's
play
what
dirty. You got to play dirty.
excellent trial lawyer would do. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was asking. That's what I was asking because see, it becomes down to a point when you cannot really fight the evidence that's being presented out here. You have to go with a strategy, and I
Right.
don't think a lot of people understand that particular modality. When you fighting something that you know is there, and you really don't have a fighting chance on it, so to speak. And I hate to be grim on that, but I'm giving up the real. You have to attack it in a certain aspect that you're attacking it to your strengths. You attack it in a different form. You're not going to be able to say, "Oh, okay, that's not him. That's not him." If they got definitive evidence showing that, you have to attack it from a different standpoint, and that's what I was trying to get people to understand, but to no avail. And it's amazing how we sit here on different panels. And what I've learned is people allow emotions to get the best of them instead of dealing with emotion from a logical standpoint. So it's a lot of things I've seen being repetitively said, so to speak. And I'm like, wow, anyone really listening? So it's just interesting to see how the twists and turns in this case and this particular presiding is going to be.
mm,
Right. And also, I would also make sure that my client is show some type of, if I have it, I would try to show some type of evidence that my client was not would be unavailable to be on that tape at that time whenever you said it happened. So especially if you said that the tape happened when you was 16 in 2002, um we don't have no tape and this is just your word. I'll try and show some evidence. No, he was he was at that time, he was uh laid up in the hospital getting his tonsil, whatever happened with his throat, getting his throat surgery or whatever.
Well,
So could it be that that maybe that tape happened, that what you're talking about happened 2 years later, or well, it was a year in so 17 is legal in Illinois. It happened when you were 17, a year later, and blah blah blah. Yeah,
well,
that's
that's an interesting strategy, nevertheless. But I think when you're giving like certain time spans like that, like I'm here, that can be corroborated just by records and evidence. So I get that part of it, that aspect of it, but I think from a defense standpoint, they're going to have to attack it a different way.
Well, she already put in a motion that that they gave her like a time span or whatever. So I said that a long time ago. If the prosecution is going to have to button down those time spans to pinpoint to like an actual date or closer to it. You can't say it happened in 98 or 99. I mean, that's a year. A year a person could be of age in a year. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
and anytime it comes to 8 out of 10 times, anytime it's some minor stuff involved, the defense attorney is going to try to age them, just like Canick did. Try to age her. I think she tried to age Geronda and that dude. So yeah, so that you got to do that. Um, that's just almost a given. You're gonna have to try that. But especially when you talk about something happened in 98 or 99, she's already put in a motion that she ain't with that.
But I guess my most important question was, hypothetically speaking, if those tapes was thrown off, because I think if I can give a percentage wise, I think 80% of far as they defense, well, not so much a defense, they evidence based upon what they're going to present was based around 80% of that tape, because see, the tape speaks for itself, and it's up for the defense to kind of combat that. So I guess that is probably the reason why they filed a motion to get extra time, because right now they like Randall Cunningham running around trying to scramble, trying to figure this out, and I get that. So with that having been said, I don't think it's a lack of being prepared. I think it's a lack of not expecting. Because if I can give my humble opinion, I think these people was banking on those attorneys not corroborating together and hitting them across the head.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So this is what you're facing right now. And see, you gotta understand, these people play hardball, and it's a structure and it's a format how they do it. And I'm not going to talk about a lot of things that I've observed, because see, I know they listen. I know for a fact they listen, and I've told y'all that before, and it came to fruition because shit. Hey, Andrew, you are a full witness to that. Yeah.
What's up, Sir Miguel? What's up?
But what's up, Miguel? I think it was an excellent structure.
What's up, Miss Courtney Love?
Hey, now.
From what I can see, I think they're all on the same page, even if they don't appear to be.
I can tell their relationship has improved more now, because you can look at the motions and they're more in sync with each other. It's coming out of different corners. They hitting it there. They hitting it. I mean, they doing their job. I can't believe you got a lady, defender, federal defender, and you got another white guy attorney, and they are they are knocking it out. I'm impressed.
And I want to state it this: there's no such thing as a permanent enemy in politics. It's about permanent interest, and I know that doesn't sound like it's prevalent in this situation. It's about the interest. So based upon the interest, you will get on team, because the interest weighs more than your disposition towards it. If that makes any sense. Because in politics, you have Republicans and Democrats, but when they all get together and sit down and eat with each other, it's about the permanent interest versus what they disagree upon.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And you have that kind of level and involvement in all aspects. You have that at your own company that you're working at now. You have that in all facets of life. It's about the permanent interest versus the permanent enemy. So I think that's what you have witnessed. And you know, it's too late now. You know, you got to scramble like Randall Cunningham right now.
Right. Okay, I know he was a quarterback and played for a team that wore
Well,
purple.
name the team. Name the team.
They wore purple.
No, they ain't wear the. Oh, well,
They
yeah,
did wear purple.
he wore purple. I'm thinking about the team that drafted him. My bad. You're right. He wore
Yeah.
purple. He played with Randy Moss. So you good. You're right.
Okay. See, I remember.
Okay, my
What's up,
bad.
sir?
He was drafted by the Eagles. That's what I was thinking. But you get a A-.
Yeah. Give me something.
I gave you an A-. But what's up, Miguel? What's up, Courtney Love? I didn't mean to come up here and just.
Oh no, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Ask some questions.
What I told you, Miss G, last night. What I told you.
Yeah, you spoke this into existence.
Knew it was coming eventually.
Yes, you surely did. You asked the question and it dropped right down. Like, wait a minute. Sir Miguel is the people, y'all.
hey, Sir Miguel is my in-house representative.
Oh, take that.
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
Representative, my in-house correspondent. That's what it is.
Well, he speaks stuff into existence. Go ahead and speak that I'm gonna win the darn lottery. So I'm gonna buy my ticket. God darn, it dropped right in the middle of the night. They was listening. Yeah.
Look, when the New York trial, I said that's gonna come into question in Chicago. I kept saying it. I said, watch, somebody gonna bring it up. If it wasn't Bonjean, somebody was gonna bring it up.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Brought it right up, and that's crazy. This is off the chain, yeah. But see, I like a little even fight, a little fair fight, Now, they can go a lot of ways with this tape. This man put that thing together. He said they can't even tell him. Now, everything in that paperwork is alleged. It doesn't mean that it will not be without facts. But, a filing is alleged until it gets litigated or deliberated on. So, but, and so they saying that the people, that's why I had to go back to the indictment to try to put it together with the conspiracy. The word copy may save the prosecutors. The word copy. But the defense still has a good fight because they're saying that you showed in them, the grand jury, which got him indicted, that you said that they're supposed to be, well, I ain't gonna say show, but you said that you had copies of video 1, 2, 3, and 4. You said you had copies of it. That means that that's what's supposed to be shown. Now, if the originals don't show up, now you really can't make a claim of that that you could really, really firmly substantiate that it is an exact copy of it. Now you might have gotten this man illegally indicted because you're reporting that what's on the copies is directly what was on the thing. Yeah, like what was on the originals that was missing from his collection. You put that in an indictment. I read it. You put that in, you know what I'm saying? The prosecutor put that in there.
That's interesting you brought that up because I've always stated this, brother. It's always dealing with the language. It's the language. And you just said something very pertinent for as you said copies. What was the prior language prior to them introducing the evidence and the chain of command? You see, that's what I keep telling people about language. These people use words, that they are wordsmiths, and the way they draw these laws up, they understand that. Why? Because they create the laws, they draw up the laws.
Right.
Well, I think I came out a little abrasive when I first established what I was trying to present to people, and I don't think they kind of grasped to what I was saying. But yeah, you are very right. You're very right on that. As far as the language, when you said copies, how was it introduced?
Yeah, it said, I read that, how they have it in indictment now.
Right, I
I
heard
don't know. Yeah, all the extra in the back. Do they? Is it copy somewhere in the files or whatever? I'm pretty sure it is because that's
now.
the same language that the defense is using.
Right.
But my question to y'all, this is, I don't know how many days out, right? Does the jury selection start on the 14th or does it trial?
Well, tentatively, the trial starts on the 19th, right?
Yeah, the jury selection starts Monday.
Okay. Now, are y'all surprised that it is a scramble with these tapes? I mean, the videos and stuff. I mean, you shouldn't be having no issue because you got reciprocal discovery, right? That means that each side have to federally, each side have to exchange discovery, and the tapes are, and oh Lord, there's another issue. The tapes are exculpatory. So, what tapes do you have in the discovery?
Amen.
Like, are y'all surprised that it's
Amen.
an issue about the tapes?
Amen.
I'm
not.
honestly, I'm not surprised. Because if to me it seemed like everything was a rush, right? And then on top of that, if this supposed to came from the state's attorney's office, you see they in the influx right now with people dropping off left and right, right? So there's a lot of confusion at the state's attorney's office with different people leaving and so forth and so on. So it's bound to be some confusion in there somewhere. And if you look at it, everybody's trying to win. But are you really doing the homework to really present your case? Or are you just throwing stuff up there to see if it's going to stick?
Right. But at this juncture, it should be no question that the tape that you showing is either came from the 2000 whatever back in the day situation, as you allege. I mean, you should have that marked off. I mean, this ain't that hard. You have it marked off, and when the defense comes there to view and bring their expert there to view that digital evidence, you should have it ready. You should say, yes, this is what I showed. This is what the state's attorney showed the jury back in whatever. This is a copy of whatever. This is what it is. It should be a definitive description by now. How you don't know? Like what? So that's crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. You have a them people, if we're taking what they said in the paperwork is true, he's saying that them people the government don't have a clue as to what what they're presenting to them, where it came from. They don't know if it's an exact copy of the original. They don't know. Like, huh?
But you know what, Angie? They probably wasn't expecting the defense to bring that up either.
Right.
Well, you know what? You know what? I would think that would be a piss poor prosecution that's not covering all bases like that. I mean, what are they drawing that from to not cover those bases like that?
Well, because typically, where it's supposed to start, your chain of custody with starts from the collection. So maybe they're thinking, all right, I collected these tapes from whomever. I can start right there. All I have to do is during the process, make sure that it maintain a chain of custody. I can document and record who had it, where it been, what we did with all of that, right up to the delivery to the court, right? And that should suffice.
But can
That
they
could
really
be.
do that? But can they really do that? Because
That's what the people's. That's what
because if they could, they shouldn't even have an argument right now.
right, right, and that man is hitting on the points. Is saying, like, you're saying that what you have in custody is supposed to be copies of the original.
Right. So I
So
mean, don't pay me no mind. I'm just playing devil's advocate over.
yeah, and it's a whole bunch of arguments because if you don't have the original, how can you say it's copies of the original?
Bam.
Unless somebody is going to get up there and testify that that they are originals, that this is what happened.
And
But
I think that's what they're scrambling for right now.
yeah, but that could be also weak because what I seen, it was three different. I don't know if this is the same one, but it was um three different segments.
Yeah.
It looks like it happened at separate. It definitely happened at separate different times because with different women, and the scenery was different in each one of them. If I can remember,
I can
Was
too.
so
it?
that right there can indicate that somebody, manipulated and edited and stuff like that. It's a lot of things. It's a lot that
And
defense can
you
do
know what's
with
strange about this, Angie? Nowadays, this is not like 2008. When what is the term they use now? They call it where they manipulate these tapes. Deep fake. Deep fake
yeah.
now is so deeply prevalent. Just for instance, I looked at a picture you had. I said, "Is that you?" It damn sure look like you.
What picture?
And you said, "No, such and such created that picture." If I ain't know that,
Oh yeah. I know
and that's just amateur. You dig? You see what I'm saying? I'm
yeah.
not, I don't mean to put you on the spot like that.
I know that's cool. I know what you're talking about.
I'm just
But
saying.
but you know what? And all those questions that I have, you have, Miguel have, and all those answers that we gave, whatever. You know what that does? It creates reasonable doubt, more reasonable doubt,
Absolutely.
and that's what, and that's a part of the legal fabric, reasonable doubt. So this gonna
And
be
then
interesting.
my question too with the copies, will those copies have any timestamps on them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a lot going on with this.
That's why I was yes, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I was asking as far as the timestamps. How do they bring that into evidence when they're questioning someone, that they was banking on having the videography to give the timestamps? You know what I mean? And damn, I sound like somebody saying that shit. But anyway.
Yeah, but you know what? A couple of years ago, I looked back into the digital uh, evidence and stuff, and now in the book they were saying that they can question and challenge the timestamps now.
Mm.
Yeah, they said they can challenge the timestamps.
You
I
know
was like,
what?
oh wow,
That's what I was, we
yeah.
kind of spoke on that before. But I was saying, that's what I was saying. Like, that's why I was asking you those questions. It's not that I was challenging your expertise. I was
Oh, no,
your pattern. I mean, challenging your history far as in that particular modality. I was just asking because I don't think a lot of people will ask the right pertinent question for as getting an understanding and a grasp. Because when Sir Miguel asked that question, not tonight, I think that was what I think you got. I heard the live today. He asked that question,
this
then you turn
morning,
around and y'all discussing that shit. I'm like, oh wow.
yeah.
That's why he's in house.
Yeah, it came right on. I'm sitting up here. And I was like, "Oh, we got a." I said, "Oh, we got a drop." And I looked, and I said, "Red," and it was like, "She ain't accosted it." Sarah Miguel just said,
Y'all gonna have to buy his contract out if y'all want him over there with y'all, man, full time.
"Yeah, we. I think
That's
I'm
his
gonna be
house,
the
boy.
highest
You
bill.
know,
I don't
Miguel is
know.
his house.
Got to think about this. This and goddamn. What you call it? Oh, goddamn AC. Man, I'm so glad y'all be know this. I don't know nothing about nothing. All I know that man said something about a pan. And he could have said anything. All I know is just get it replaced. Get it fixed. I don't care.
Right. But yeah,
About the
I just wanted to want to ask those questions because I was like drawing blanks from a legal standpoint on how does that work and how would they attack it based upon we're eliminating these tapes. How would the prosecution go about establishing their evidence?
Actually, they need some more time to figure that out because they asked for an extension.
And see, and that's funny. It's funny that they asked for an extension because, like I said, I don't think they was expecting them to even poke holes in the whole thing with the videotape or CD, whatever it is. So that tells me right there somebody fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, somebody fumbled the ball. At this juncture, you will have that stuff labeled and ready to go.
Exactly.
Right now, you should be just working on little stuff, coming up with little last minute things. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
huh? That's just huh?
Yeah, they supposed to be. They should be tweaking stuff a little bit, but no, they have to
Yeah.
they have to go back to the drawing board.
Yes, yes. And just like I heard Miss April say, it was all over Chicago, all on the radio, all about this unethical acts and stuff. I told y'all this was
Wow.
um a whole goddamn strategy to get it out that hey, this thing might not have been prosecuted, not prosecuted, but indicted straight up. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of stuff they called into question. Like you got somebody with a Pied Piper 312, and then somebody who was one of the people referring to the girl as boss baby. Like what is going
Okay,
on?
have y'all attacked that? Because I don't want to get into
Yeah.
that because see, I don't.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
did that the other night. I put them in the book. I put them in the book. Yeah, I did that the other night when
But
that came
Georgia,
out.
I think all this we was attacking in the New York case. This not new to us. That's over here on this side. This ain't new to
But
us.
you know what? I don't think
this
it,
was
in my humble opinion, Miss Love, excuse me for cutting you off, by all due respect, I don't think it's new to anyone. I think people was playing a game in a way, in a sense that they didn't think you was going to recognize it, and it came to fruition, what you were saying. That's my humble opinion.
I concur.
Oh, we got a sealed response. Hold on, we got a seal. I would have to. I won't be able to see.
And I don't think they believed that shit was gonna get stinky like a poop.
Right.
I think they did. I mean, okay. I look at all of the shady stuff that's coming out.
Well, let me remove that. I don't think they was prepared for it.
Huh?
I said I don't think they. Excuse me, I got something in my mouth. I don't think they was prepared for it. They probably thought it might come to fruition or come about, But I don't think they was prepared for it in a sound mind.
They didn't give a damn.
Well, not only that, JoJo and Courtney, I think also, I think they probably undermine not only Bonjean, but I think they also undermine the potential that the federal defender have. That's for McDavid and what's the other guy named Milton Brown, I think it is.
Exactly.
They probably figured, oh, they just gonna come in here and probably ain't gonna do much. These people are thorough in what they do.
Because Brown lawyer shocked me and Angie.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's so, and I wanna, this should be a lesson learned. When these counsels that they consider the like public defender, those are some of the most hungriest counsels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and by the sound of her voice, she sounds like a black woman, and you know she already got something to prove anyway. So she putting it down, and you notice he granted most. You know, she got the most granted.
Yep.
Yeah.
She got the most granted because I was keeping. I told y'all keep score, keep score. Let's see. Yeah, and I was like, yes.
Yeah, I think they underestimated her because ain't she a public defender?
Yeah, they call it federal defender. Yeah.
She worked for Milton Brown.
She put in that work.
Yeah, she
did.
This
is because if you look at it in its full totality, this is your moment.
Yeah.
Right.
What have you put in to your career to making you go to the next level? And that's what you have right now.
There you go.
And not only that, you do have some, some public defenders or federal defenders that will go out and do their best for, for their client. But it's very rare that you have somebody that is thorough as they are to bring out stuff to challenge the prosecution and say, hey, you're not doing this right. It's very rare that happens. But when it happens, this is what you get.
Okay, I see what you're saying, Miguel. I agree.
Exactly.
I agree with that. I agree with
it 110%.
Yeah, she put in work. She put in work.
Straight to slow. And you know me. I don't mean to be facetious, but what does the other side have to say about these motions?
You talking about team lock them up?
Team lock them up.
Whatever they want to call themselves.
Team lock them up.
I don't want to put no name on them because I don't want them saying, "Oh yeah, he was talking about us."
Yeah, you right about that.
I mean, just for us reading, and we're just gonna go there. Just for us reading and their evaluation, I think you came up with some new shit, some letters and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, talking about RBA? Yeah, I had to change it on the RBA. Reading, breaking down, and analysis.
What was their prognosis on that shit? I mean, goddamn. I mean,
Atmos always does a real good job and stuff, but
did he really want to read what he heard?
Yeah, he was trying to tell them, like, look, this could be an issue, and they like, but you know how most of them be like, nah, we don't know, they ain't gonna throw the tape out, they ain't gonna, which it probably will go their way, but
Well, I'm not shaking pom-poms. I just want to get that observation because, typically, when they feel like, and this is no knock on those guys over there, and I don't want them to take that this way. But when they feel like it's in their favor, they will get up and they will fucking throw a parade.
All right.
Good evening, everyone. I think you're right about that. I think to the point to where I think it's tipped to the other side now. For me, it's starting to look like the other side is looking better than the defense.
But let me say this to you, DJ Major. This is the thing I think a lot of people get misconstrued. Come hell or high water, we not going nowhere if this don't even go right. They give him 50 years for this shit. We're not going nowhere.
We ain't going nowhere.
I don't think a lot of people understand that. So hip hop
They
parade doesn't work for us anyway. You know what I'm saying?
They don't understand.
But I think R. Kelly has a better chance in this situation.
I grasp what you're saying, but I think a lot of people base their enjoyment out of other people's misery.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
What they consider to be other people's misery. Because the evidence shows it. I'm not making this up. Just pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
But the real true raw supporters.
JoJo.
Yes, ma'am.
You said something that was real powerful right there for me. 50 years. And this is just my humble opinion. What warrants, I don't know if I'm asking it right, JoJo, but we understand because we battled it out with the law. And that's why we appreciate, the intelligent people, appreciate Angie's channel, for bringing things to the light.
Oh,
but
thank you,
in its whole totality, my question was always, I understood when they hold on, let me hear me out, JoJo.
No, go ahead, man.
When it comes to these sentencing guidelines, but based on what we're reading, what we all going through, this don't warrant no 50 years to me. Am I making sense, JoJo?
You're making a lot of sense, but see, this is why I told people why they're going to have to take their emotions out of it.
Okay.
Because the law is the law.
Right.
I said you attacking this in the wrong aspect, because these people have the luxury of saying, okay, you could say it's wrong, but right here in black and white, we're not worried about you didn't read this and understand this because you never been across this or faced this. But here, we wrote this 40 years ago, 50 years ago. The Mann Act, as we are arguing about it right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know why we're arguing about it right now? Because it's affecting us right now, based upon what? Something that we have a vested interest in. But if we was fighting these laws prior to this happening, which they know and they have already figured out, you know what? These Negroes ain't gonna fight this because it's not affecting them now. We will sit back and hold this because that generation that it affected are passed away and long gone. All they're doing is reading about it. They don't understand the in-depth analysis about it and how we use it to knock one of them their own kind out. So by the time they figure this shit out, we're thinking about something new. This is what they do. So when I get on here and I speak upon that in such a way that I can use a better approach towards it, yes, I've established that within me. Because what I'm doing in my approach towards certain individuals that I think you should know this already, and that is a fallacy on me. That's a fault on me. Because I'm thinking everybody understands this shit from what they're doing. But that is not the truth. And it's not.
So what? I don't mean to cut you off, but what do you believe to be the truth in all of this? And I'm gonna listen to you.
In what aspect?
So this whole ordeal from the beginning to where it is now.
What you know, when you put it in that vein, it's just a learning experience. It's a learning experience from law. I came on here stating this, and I think this went over a lot of people's head. They think it sounded cliche. They control 9 areas of people activity. And I'm not going to keep going over this, but I'm duty bound to say this because you asked the question. They control 9 areas of people activity. Underline people activity. those people activity is something you're going to endeavor in deal in everyday life. Economics, they control that. Entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. They have their hands in that. And you don't see it affecting you till you see it as such. And then you hollering, woe is me. But by that time, they have already did their damage.
But Jojo, I think the reason why the audience, you know, is it is, especially when you speaking to us that's on this side, we get it. I think they don't understand that what I hear you saying is you not gonna know this until this happens to you, or until this happens to your brother, or until this happens to your son. We not advocating for pedophilia.
No measures.
No measures. I think they get that misunderstood on where we stand when it comes in this fight for Robert Sylvester Kelly.
And that is very well put. And to expound on what you just said and what DJ Amazing asked, I think Black folks have did themselves a disservice by allowing themselves to be taught what law is versus understanding what it is. Because see, what we will do I know that right there, that's confusing. But I'm gonna give you the ghetto terminology, what we use. This ain't right. This ain't right. Well, what they will do, and they have the luxury of doing, is coming back and showing you, well, hey, it's in your Constitution. It is in your Constitution. Deal with that. So she had every legal bound to give him 30 years plus. But we don't understand it. Are we looking at it as a group of people understanding it from a street terminology and hood shit, that's not right.
Yeah.
She could have gave him 50 or gave him 30 to life. You got to understand how it is put together. You're doing yourself a disservice by not understanding it from that aspect. Because after all, you could throw darts at me and everything. But that is the constitutional law that is bounded by what they have wrote up and constructed. I don't understand it. I try to tell people how it's put together and how it works. Deal with it on that aspect. Take your emotions out. I asked people this when I first came on. I said, you're going to have to take your emotions out of this. Because based upon what they're putting on his plate, they're coming for him. And I understood it from, if you want to get to me and deal with me on a street terminology, I know where they're coming from. I know that. We can start arguing that point all day. They say, yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, you know, we know because we have did it to your ancestors. We did it to your predecessors. But what are you going to do about it? Because why? You can't do anything about it because you don't have the power. Because we put it in black and white. That's what a lot of us don't understand. They don't deal with emotions. They say when we bring this into a court of law that we have created and we have formulated, it's going to stick because it's our laws. And you Negroes are too busy dealing with emotions, hollering, woe is me. Well, you know what? You can do that all day. This is what they're saying. They don't say it directly like that. They say, what are you going to do about it? You Negroes don't even know how to galvanize and change the laws. And we won't have this. You're too busy focusing on saying it's not right. You don't get it because you don't understand white supremacy. End of story.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, it is a lot.
But some of them on that other side need to go sit down there in some of them courtrooms and see them young boys down there ain't did half of nothing and what them sentencing guidelines just on the state level of what them goddamn charges be carrying.
You know what, Love? If that young lady, I mean, I don't mean to call her a young lady, that was on that bench, that gave him his sentences. Do you know she could have gave him time served if she wanted to?
Yes, she could have.
Do you know she could have did that?
Yes, she could have. Because I looked at, I mean, you know, and then
I'll go figure that out.
Yeah, go figure that out because that's what bandwagon I was on when I first jumped on in here. Because I was on the bandwagon, you know, just to go back to the New York case. And I think I asked somebody this question before, you know, well, how much time does it really truly, now feel me on this, JoJo. Just rock with me for a second.
I'm rocking with you with four flat tires without the spouse. So let's roll.
How much time does how much time do you get if you wrongfully, according to the old ancient New York law, wrongfully didn't disclose your sexual transmitted or whatever your status? Are you HIV positive? Do you have herpes? How much time do you get if I gave somebody herpes and they went and pressed charges on me and took me to court? How much time would I get for that? Would I get 30 years for that?
No, you don't. But see, this is how they play this game. They didn't put it under that guise. They didn't do it state level. They did it
federal.
RICO. You see, they did it federal. You gotta understand this thing. And it's some things I want to say, but I'm not privy to say that I warn people. Look, get the fuck out of here. If you're going to operate under these guys, you need to get out. Listen, I'm saying too much right now. But I will say this. That's why they pushed it to the federal. And people keep calling about some goddamn, this is what I keep hearing. Double jeopardy. It supersedes that, people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah. I saw, because I saw how they
because it's under a new jurisdiction.
Yeah.
It's that simple. But you hear them on here, getting on these goddamn panels, clicking live, go live, and hollering, woe is me. And woe is me is no more than saying this ain't right. They say, these stupid Negroes don't get it. That's why they're going to always be in last place. And this is what they complain about, but they don't understand it. Why? Because we have done an excellent job on keeping them Negroes happy in where they at until it hit their home front. And when it's something that you believe in,
it hit you.
You're hollering on something that you didn't even understand in the first place. That's how it works. And I know I'm speaking in parables right now, but God damn it, I understand it. I'm sorry.
We understand. I had a colleague. She was a social worker. And she said something to me long time ago. She said that what you talking about, you know, like the laws and when it comes to convicting people and putting people away, she used the analogy all the time when it came to issues like that these things are are doing worse than what slavery did. When you seen a mother, a slave woman, give birth to her child, and the master mo came in and took her child, she went out that motherfucking room kicking and screaming with shackles, doing anything she could to save her child. But when it comes to this white supremacy shit, we don't do nothing about you understand the analogy of what I'm trying to give.
I feel exactly what
You
you're saying.
know, crack did worse shit. Crack made us give them goddamn babies to them motherfuckers.
I want you to hold that thought right there. Let me get these people in here, all of you people in here, and I know it's some bush watching. I'm looking at Zoe. You said it's 40 likes and it's 100 and what 30 in here. If y'all believing in what we saying, get the likes up. Or we gonna sit here and let you blank out of here. Get them goddamn likes up. See, I don't normally give a damn about likes because I'm gonna spit this real shit in here tonight. Get the likes up. This is what I'm doing. This ain't my channel. Angie, can I have some liberty in here tonight?
Yeah, you blue, ain't you?
I want the lights up because I'm finna spit this shit to the point where you people will fucking finally get it. Because I'm gonna take it there. I promise you I'm gonna take it there. It's 130 people in here, Zoe. You know, they run around here hollering about likes. I don't give a damn about likes.
I like to play the game. Get the likes up.
Okay,
like
get the likes
up. Like me up.
Yeah, we finna play the game in here. Because I'm finna spit this shit and I'm gonna take y'all somewhere. I promise you I'm gonna take you somewhere.
We roll.
Everything y'all been seeing in your face, I ain't said nothing about it. I was gonna go on my channel and speak on it. Now I'm finna go there. You wanna know what you're really looking at? Get the lights up. And we just gonna sit over here twiddling our thumbs. And I'm gonna give you exactly what you're looking at from A to Z. That means everybody involved. You like that shit, huh? You ain't gotta believe me. All you gotta do is pay attention to what you're looking at. I've been saying that from day one. Yeah, get the fucking lights up. But you brought up an excellent point, Miss Love. And so I think DJ Amazing on mute. I don't know if he can hear me. But I would love for him to come back in here.
DJ.
You know, DJ Amazing be doing these late night ass parties and he coming this motherfucker sleep.
I was in his sleep that night. They said I was calling the hogs.
Yeah, you are. Oh, are you from the South, Courtney Lugger, baby? That's what we say. Calling the hogs, honey.
I was born in a small town, population 6,300.
Oh no, honey. Yes.
I was born in Festus, Missouri. I'm 2 hours from St. Louis and 4 hours from Memphis.
You know, before we get back into it, I'm not saying shit. And you know, I know Sir Miguel ain't gonna say shit. Get the lights up. That's what y'all running around here saying. Get the lights up.
You want me to say something?
No, I want you. Hey, because I already know you gonna speak on that room. Hey,
you want me to break it down for you?
Hey, let them get the lights up. Because they say it's 130 people in there.
Hey, they ain't gotta get the lights up. Because guess what? I'll say it.
Shit. No, we gotta play their game.
Because you know,
when
you learn how to use that,
down out here.
When you learn how to use that pen, you can do a whole lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely and truly.
So
and guess what, JoJo?
I need me about 4 more likes so these guys can break it down.
Yeah,
like us up, give at least
what the lights said? What would the lights be with 4 more?
So they can like us up.
Where would the lights be with 4 more?
Oh, it would be 50. Well, 93 more. Yeah.
50. And
They
you got
spent
130?
now 140 something.
Oh, no. I need
You
to,
would
you
be
say
all
50,
night
no,
trying to get
I
these
need
people
them
to be
80.
locked up.
We're just going to talk some bullshit because that's all they listen to anyway.
Well, let me spit my bullshit on what he. When I
Why you go deep?
They got the 50. They got the 50.
50?
when I document at work, they get mad at me. Why she writing blue ink? Because it can't be duplicated.
Boom.
That's why blue ink. I don't. I carry 5, 6 blue ink pens.
You know, I heard that before.
That's all I write is with blue.
Quit playing.
Really?
Come on, let's spit it.
Keep telling you the power of the pen is something else.
Power the pen and make sure it's in blue. Blue ink. Blue ink holds up in the court of law more than black.
Bingo.
And they teach you to write with black
I absolutely heard that before, and that's interesting.
See, so this for the intelligent people when we jump on these panels.
But I ain't going no farther. We're going to just talk this everyday shit to them. I ain't going no farther.
We'll be all night trying to get these because the standard is usually half. We'll be all night trying to get 25 more.
That's your standard.
No, not well. Some people be asking for way more, for more than that. But most people do.
You got 140 in here, man. Shit, get them up. What it costs? Let me. This is how I would break that down. What it would cost, even if you don't like it. If you don't like it, that means exit the room, and then the ratio will go down to what we're asking for. You see how that works?
Yeah.
Jojo, you know what it is? What the problem is with most people, they rather hear a lie than hear the truth. Yeah. If I lie to you and it sounds good, you're going to keep showing up. But if I tell you the truth, you're not going to show up.
Well, guess what?
They lied. Go ahead, Sir Miguel. Say what you had to say. I want to hear this.
Here's the thing. You can march all you want. That's what they want you to do. They want you to stand out there, march up and down the street, throw rocks and all that other kind of stuff. Because all they're gonna do is rewrite stuff. And matter of fact, they're already 15 years ahead of the game anyway. They're already preparing based on what's going on now for the next 15 years to write new laws and statutes and so forth and so on. And I don't think people really understand that. We behind the 8 ball because we don't read enough, we don't research, we don't study, and we really don't keep the midnight oil burning so we can really see what's going on. Most of us want to hear a lie because it sounds good. But when the truth hits you dead square in your ass, you get mad and be like, oh, that ain't right. No, it's right. You just don't want to hear it. At the end of the day, these people are using the power of the pen to do what's best in their best interest, like JoJo said earlier. It's about interest. And we don't have enough interest to do the right thing in terms of how we need to move, to navigate and move. Everything is science, mathematics, strategy, position, location, and movement. If you don't get those 5 things in order, you will not win this game. Period.
Oh, wow.
And they understand that. They understand that from a scientific aspect. And I've been saying it, but as far as coming on a lot of these panels and a lot of these channels, I be in awe. But I never say nothing. I just go along with the status quo. I say, okay, this is what you're dealing with.
And ask yourself this question. Why is it that only 1% of the people in the world have all the wealth? And the other 99% is divvied up, either poor, middle class, or underclass. It don't take a large number or a group of people to change anything.
That's what I be. You know what? See, that's why I said you got him in here, the illustrator. I call him the illustrator. He's the illustrator. He's gonna tell you exactly what it is.
No different when JoJo used the term 300. And I don't think people really understand that 300 did more damage than 20,000 or
Right.
50,000 or 100,000. That 1% of people that control all the wealth in the world is doing more damage and more harm to the entire planet than the 7 billion that's in it right now.
You
Now
giving
call me
them,
crazy if you want to.
you giving them my secrets, damn it. You giving them my secrets.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense because it's usually that it's. But you know what? You think about it. It's usually a smaller percentage that controls the
Everything.
most. Everything,
Everything.
right? It's a
Exactly.
smaller percentage. Like like even when you test in the 1 percentile, whether IQ, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
you get, especially on a job or whatever, like with federal jobs or whatever, you get like when I got my daughter in, right, her last year of school, I got her in. So she was the only person that came and beat my record, right? She was the only person that beat me. So it's a running joke, right? My record had been there so long, out of that area, I had the highest test score. She came along and beat me by one. But she so when they called her back, they told her that she had to pick up some of the higher tier jobs. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. It wasn't. They didn't. They was like they gave her. It was like a array of jobs she could pick from to come in,
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And
and
see,
and that makes so much sense. And I can equate that what you're saying to a lot of
exactly.
things that go on with life.
That is it.
Exactly.
And I try to equate it, but without saying so much. But I don't think a lot of people kind of understood what I was saying. You know, I already knew it in my head. I just put it out there, and there you have it.
I understood. I understood what you'd be saying.
It's just that simple. It's that simple.
Yeah.
If you look at life and you understand what you're looking at, because you got to understand what you're looking at, because a lot of people don't understand it, and the evidence shows it. It's not me bashing anyone, because I'm not in that projectile to bash anyone. But I will not be disrespected and stepped on and spit on, and you say, shit, that's just rain falling out the air. No, that don't work like that with no umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
So people got to understand how this thing works. And I try to teach in that total aspect. Because you're a teacher. You teach in the modality that you in. However you equate it to your students is how they learn. So
Right.
a lot of people will say, oh, JoJo, you say that shit all the time. I'm saying it so you can understand it. Because just because you got it, in order for you to say, I'm saying it all the time, what about the person that's not getting it? So every time I say it, I try to add something to it. But people ain't paying attention because, see, at this point in life, life is moving fast. This is what I would challenge everybody, and this is going to be the measuring stick. What a light set, because I'm finna give y'all something that's finna blow y'all mind.
Man, we'll be all night. Go ahead and say what
No,
you got to
where
say.
it's at? Where it's at? Because I'm
No,
finna
don't
give
worry
you
about
something.
that.
Okay, check this out. I'm gonna show you how life is moving faster on its axles than you ever understood it to be. You know how they measure time back in the day?
Oh shit.
With the hourglass.
Mm-hmm.
Flip an hourglass, anyone, and I know ain't nobody in here, I will give, no one got an hourglass in here. I'm going to go on record saying that. I won't even do no bet. If you flip an hourglass these days, an hourglass will still be there when an hourglass move an hour on your whatever devices you're using these days, your iPhone or whatever. When that hour is up on your iPhone, because it should be in conjunction, because after all, it's still an hour, what they tell us, because time had to be equated somewhere. And they used to use time from an hourglass. Flip an hourglass over and do an hour on your iPhone or your Android or whatever device you use. And when that hour's up on your iPhone,
Hold on, Larry. I'm sorry, y'all. We got a paperwork dropping. This is a good one. I'm sorry. Could you hold it right there?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a good one. Hold on. So wait a minute. That's y'all keep up with these numbers from it's 260. We got 260, 261, 262.
Top line,
It's all over. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. This is a good one. This is what y'all been wanting to hear. Okay. This is the government's response to motion to compel regarding DOJ/OIG investigation and Larry Mcgee. All right. It says, yeah, the United States of America by its attorney, John R. Losh Jr., United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, respectfully submits the following response to Defendant Kelly's motion to compel regarding materials from a DOJ/OIG investigation and communications with Larry Mcgee. Reference. For the reasons stated below, defendant's motion should be denied. Background. On and about November 22nd, 2019, Federal Bureau of Prisons, BOP, staff at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, MCC, became aware that a YouTube blogger known as Tasha K revealed information relating to Kelly's prison visits and communications with his girlfriends while he was being housed at the MCC. Reference. Agents from the Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, began investigating and searched the internet to obtain further information about what Tasha K disseminated on YouTube and other social media platforms. Reference. OIG learned that between November 7, 2019 and January 12, 2020, Tasha K posted or discussed the following information on social media platforms. 1. A photograph that depicted Kelly's visitation list. 2. Content from a phone call involving Kelly and two women with whom he was in a romantic relationship at the time. And 3. Emails between Kelly and one of those women dated November 11, 2019 and November 14, 2019. OIG also collected materials from BOP, namely BOP TrueView system logs that indicate the date and time that a BOP employee accessed records from the system, as well as the identity of the inmates whose records were accessed. These logs show which inmates' records a BOP employee accessed, but does not provide further specificity regarding which records within the inmate's file were accessed. OIG reviewed system logs for the period from July 15, 2019 through January 8, 2020, and learned that 60 BOP employees accessed Kelly's TrueView records. BOP employee Officer A accessed Kelly's records during that period, but Officer A was not assigned to the MCC and thus was not authorized to access Kelly's records during that period. OIG obtained Officer A's personal file. OIG also reviewed a subset of email communications that Officer A sent or received from Officer A's official BOP email address, which existed on the BOP network. OIG compared the date, time, and content of the information regarding Kelly that Tasha K disclosed with TrueView logs and emails from Officer A's BOP email account and determined that Officer A accessed Kelly's inmate records on or around those same dates and times. On or about February 27, 2020, OIG in connection with the United States Attorney's Office, applied for and obtained a warrant to search Officer A's desktop computer for the material identified in the search warrant attachment. Kelly now requests this court to order the government to disclose to him specified information from the OIG's separate investigation. This information, however, is sensitive and unrelated to the instant case. The requested information includes the following: Officer A's personal file, BOP TrueView system log reflecting access data and employee information of at least 59 BOP employees, none of whom are suspected of disclosing Kelly's information, email communications that Officer A sent or received from Officer A's official BOP email address, and materials resulting from the search of Officer A's BOP computer. Kelly claims without support that all of the materials OIG collected during its investigation likely constitutes Brady information. Kelly does not cite a single supporting case, and he does not identify how this information is relevant to allegations at issue in this case, such as his alleged sexual abuse of minor girls in the 1990s and the alleged cover-up that followed. So remember, y'all, evidence got to be related, relevant, and reliable, right?
Mm.
Kelly's motion, tethered only by Kelly's unsubstantiated speculation to this case, should be denied. Argument: Kelly argues that he is entitled OIG's investigative materials because the information that Tasha K disclosed about him was apparently shared with a supposed government cooperator named Larry Mcgee. Reference: the government has a duty to disclose any information in its possession that is favorable to the defense and material, either to guilt or punishment. And that's what was considered Brady material, right? So whether it's, if especially if it's exculpatory, you have to disclose them. Okay, let's see. It says information favorable to the defense includes evidence which would tend to exculpate the defendant or reduce the penalty, and evidence regarding the reliability or credibility of a government witness. And that's Giglio. It says, but here, Kelly's speculative and deficient claims do not fall within these parameters. Kelly claims that an individual named Larry Mcgee received Kelly's visitation list, phone calls, or emails with his girlfriends, but this is pure conjecture. Kelly fails to provide any confirmation of when or how Mr. Mcgee received any of Kelly's information or what specific information Mr. Mcgee allegedly received. Moreover, even if Mr. Mcgee had received such material, Kelly fails to articulate how Kelly's visitation list or phone calls constitutes Brady material that would tend to exculpate him. But in any event, Kelly knows who visited him and with whom he talked on the phone and telephone. As such, the information is already in his possession. The Seventh Circuit of 2008 stated, suppression of exculpatory or impeaching evidence required to be disclosed to defendant pursuant to Brady does not occur when the defendant could have discovered it himself through reasonable diligence. Kelly speculates that Mr. Mcgee has provided cooperation in the instant case because Kelly claims Mcgee has publicly bragged about providing government assistance, and Mcgee himself had publicly taken credit for turning various witnesses into government witnesses in Kelly's prosecution. Mcgee has not before and is not now cooperating in the instant case. Mr. Mcgee will not be called by the government as a witness in this case. So remember, y'all, when I did that thing and I said, did y'all see Larry's name in the paperwork? Did you see Larry take the stand? Did you see Larry? Da, 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 da. That's what pretty much what they're saying. Okay, it says The prosecution team in the instant case is not privy to whether cooperation Mr. Mcgee had provided in other federal cases in other districts. The screenshot Kelly includes in his motion from what appears to be a social media site does not establish that Mcgee cooperated in the instant case. The screenshot shows a January 2020 email exchange. Mr. Mcgee emailed AUSA Angel Kroll a message which the screenshot does not contain, and Mr. Kroll responded, "Thank you for sending this." The screenshot includes entries from the Green Man Show, probably meant the Grown Man Show. The government is aware of one of the emails from the sender, the Grown Man Show. In Kelly's screenshot, the email is an unsolicited message regarding material that is not relevant or nor at issue in this case. Specifically, in the email, the sender posts screenshots of posts from a Kelly supporter blog discussing how others can support Kelly on social media. The email exchange does not establish that Mr. Mcgee provided substantive information to the prosecution team. Kelly also makes vague references in his motion to Officer A influencing witness testimony, but Kelly does not identify how, where, when, or what government witness in this case Officer A allegedly influenced. Officer A is not a witness in this case. Kelly misstates in his motion the contents of the affidavit submitted in support of the search warrant for Officer A's BOP computer. For example, Kelly purportedly, quoting the affidavit, states in his motion that the OIG investigation was open to investigate the potential crimes of bribery, fraud, theft, narcotics, trafficking, money laundering, ethic violations, and other official misconduct. Reference. But the affidavit language Kelly references in the section describing the affiant's training and experience about the types of case he investigates, not the crimes under investigation by the OIG. Reference. Kelly also states in his motion that the investigation revealed that Officer A sold information to Tasha K. Reference. The affidavit, however, does not conclude, let alone mention, that Officer A sold anything to anyone. Conclusion. Kelly's motion to compel fails to provide credible support for releasing to Kelly all information obtained during a separate OIG investigation about a BOP employee. As noted, the government has reviewed this material and, in keeping with its Brady and Giglio obligations, determined that the material did not contain information subject to production in this case. The government requests that Kelly's motion to compel be denied. I have some, and I forgot to put this on the screen, but I have some footnotes I need to read. Okay, it says the TrueView system is an application that contains information on inmates, including inmate emails, inmate telephone calls, inmate visitation lists, and inmate funds. Okay. Defendant incorrectly claims that the email exchange in January 2020 occurred during the exact time period during which defendant's private communications and telephone calls were stolen by a BOP officer. Reference. However, as noted in the affidavit attached to Kelly's motion, Officer A retired in December 2019, and the investigation revealed that Officer A accessed defendant's record in November and December 2019. Reference. In any event, Kelly fails to provide any facts which show that Officer A communicated with Mr. Mcgee or that either of them had any communications with a witness in this case. Ooh, that's a long one. Number 3, the prosecution team received over time approximately 10 emails from Mr. Mcgee. The emails generally conveyed that Kelly supporters were harassing Mr. Mcgee and or others. The listed recipients on the emails included multiple groups and agencies in addition to prosecution team in the instant case. Number 4, Pursuant to the court's order on June 1st, 2022, reference on June 14th, 2022, the government provided defendant with a response to his first motion for production of investigative materials, reference in its letter to the defendant. In closing the affidavit discussed above, the government stated the following. The government reviewed the materials collected by DOJ /OIG pursuant to its investigation into a matter separate from this case, the investigative materials. The government did not observe any discoverable material within the investigative materials. Specifically, the investigative material did not contain any Rule 16, Giglio, Brady, or Jinx Act, which is 3500 material, related to this case. Further, there is no indication from the investigative materials that one, defendant Kelly's attorney-client communications were provided to a YouTube blogger named Tasha K, or to anyone, or two, that any of defendant Kelly's communications were shared with government witnesses or with any an alleged government informant who was under federal indictment at the time the information was stolen. Reference. The government also stated that as it relates to this case, the government is not aware of any such government informant under federal indictment. Additionally, the government stated that Officer A and Tasha K are not government witnesses in this case. Okay, and that's what I have there. Let me look at something else, just something else. Let me check the other drops. Hold on. Okay, that's a Kelly drop. Y'all ain't take it from me, but there you have it. That is, they pretty much laid out the informant situation type shit.
Well, that pretty much laid out their response to it, but it's still a rule.
Yeah.
But that's typical. That's typical. What you think they're gonna come in there and say? Yeah, he's an informant for us, and this is no knock on anyone, but they're not gonna come in there and kind of give the defense a lead up on it. They're gonna dispute it in such a way. But what you need to do is base it upon. See, and this is when it gets tricky. And this is where you see what I mean by what they control and what they don't control. And basically, don't goes out the window. Just based upon what they said. They can turn around and say, okay, throw that frivolous ass motion out of the window. Or they could say, yes, regardless of what you just put up as a defense saying that this didn't happen. Yeah, it happened. In the streets, no.
Hold on. Let me correct that. Because this is the gut. Now, at this juncture, and all filings are alleged, okay? So this is nothing I'm going back on. But what I also say is that included, I'm back around in front, y'all, included in those filings, they do put the truth in it or what have you, right? There's no way that they're going to come in, and I told you, when someone is an informant, you're on
You
paper.
didn't tell me I already know what a informant is.
Not you. I'm just saying. Hold on for a minute. So when you're on paper for it, and if you turn over evidence and whatever, you get caught up in the chain of custody too. Okay, right. There's a chain of custody with regards to your ass. So what they're saying. So they're not going to come and say, this person is an informant. This person didn't get the any evidence that's relevant, relatable, or reliable to the case that could have affect whatever she was searching for. Listen. They're not going to come back and put those facts in there for the defense to
This
come
is
back
this is
and
what
find out that that's not the truth.
can I interject just a second?
Go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. I keep saying this, man. You know what? I got to get away from this shit. They're going to come back and say exactly what they just said. You know why? Because it's the wording. And if you don't have the black and white to prove it, the wording is going to present it as such. Now, eliminate that shit. You got street court in this motherfucker. Street court,
Well,
no,
we're not
for
going
real.
by, we're not bound by
No,
street
no,
court.
no. Let me
Our
say,
not held by street
I'm just
court.
speaking.
We're held by the court of law.
I just said that. I just stated that with my earlier presentation. I just said this. You're going to have to deal with this in a court of law. You're going to have to take your emotions out of it. This is what I mean, people. When you're dealing with this situation, you're going to have to deal with it black and white. And what they're saying is they don't have no information or proof or anything said he did as such. I'm not knocking the gentleman for what he did and what he didn't do. He knows what he got to live with that shit. That's him. I don't give a fuck. But when you're dealing with it in the aspect of, look, they're going to come back and say this, but we know different. Let's stop fooling ourselves in this goddamn shit, man.
Huh?
Okay. I ain't said nothing.
No, no, at this juncture, and especially with a case on the line and things of that nature, that would definitely, hold on, that would definitely be discoverable if he was some type of informant. I ain't talking about street shit. I'm talking about legal shit. Informant that played a part in the case.
I said the
okay.
black and white
so it's no, it won't be no. They can't hide that, and all of you think they're not finna. Hold on. They're not finna risk not disclosing Larry's position in this. If he had a position in this case, they're not going to risk not disclosing that, and and then risk putting the case on the line. They're not going to do that.
Okay. And I hate to do this shit, but I'm duty bound to do such a thing. I just stated that based upon what? Their laws. Do anybody understand when I say they create these laws and these laws are going to be binded based upon their findings and what they consider to be recognized as breaking the law or doing the law for us? They're going to base it upon their laws. But this is the question I pose to everybody, which I know maybe 70% answers that's going to be put in this chat if they elect to do so. Based upon what you've heard that happened, are you freaking kidding me?
What you talking about? I heard that happened.
I'm
what
talking about the coercion, the participation, and the admitting it. They admitted to doing such a crime. I didn't say it. They said it.
But first of all, it's okay. First of all, you talking YouTube street shit.
I just said that.
Okay, but I'm talking about the court of law. And you're saying, hold on.
I said based upon
hold on.
What you just read, it's not going to work. Meaning what these people have championed and pom-pom and throwing in the air.
I don't give a fuck what they champion and pom-pom, whatever. I'm telling you what is legally sound and binding. I don't give a fuck what
I don't think you listen to anything I'm
people say or whatever. I'm always gonna keep it straight dealing with what it deals with. And I'm talking about the law. I don't give a fuck what these people think, whoever think it. I'm telling you what the people find.
You're not listening. You're
I
not listening.
said that.
I don't think.
I said, hold on. I said that before this even took place. His position and what all of that. I ain't talking about what nobody, call the prosecutors or email the prosecutors and turn over some shit and deal with what he said it out of his mouth. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about what the prosecutors talking about and what the defense talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, not one time did I disagree with you on that, because I said you're
Yes,
going to have
you did, because you said that the
Wait a
people
minute.
was
You
going to
can't put words in my mouth, because what I said
No,
is
you said the people was going to
you're
come
going to
back.
have to deal with this based upon their laws. I think you was listening too slow. I wasn't talking
wasn't
too
listening
fast.
too slow.
Because
I
said,
hold on. You said that what did I expect them to come back and say? Like they're not going to admit his.
No, that's not what I'm sorry you took it that way. That's not what
I ain't take it that way. That's what you said.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
Okay, we can wind this tape and picture me rolling, because I didn't say that.
Okay,
I said you're going to have to deal with this, whether people like it or not. Take your emotions out of it. You're going to have to deal with it on the court of the law. I said that too. I said they control 9 areas of people activity.
That was earlier.
The law. Take your emotions out of it. You're going to have to deal with this in the law. That's what I said.
That's what you said earlier.
That means I'm saying it now.
Anyway, so there y'all have it, folks, as far as what they come back and with regards to their investigation,
Sure.
That's what it they and just to be clear, that doesn't mean that what he said he did, he didn't do. That ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying, and this is as it relates to the case and the legal and what you're on paper, what you're down as, informant and all of this, and what was your role, what was your role with regards to the legal process in the case. That's what Bonjean was, raising questions about. That's what the government answered, and they said based on the investigation that they did to find out what was Larry's connection, what was Tasha K connection, and this officer A, the lady who stole the communications with regards to the stuff. They found that the stuff that they Tasha K was given by that lady, that stuff was not relatable, reliable, or relevant. It consists of his visitations, his phone stuff, and shit like that, his emails and stuff like that. And it is true that if you as the defendant have stuff that's discoverable, you can submit that yourself. Oh, duh, that's almost common sense. If you know about your email, because they're pretty much saying it's an easy task to say, okay, this lady says she stole my emails from 2019 to 2020. I can easily go in my emails, my saved or whatever, or have some, if I've deleted them, I can have them recalled and see from that year what that whole email and all that stuff entail. And I can turn it over to my lawyer, which then they'll put it in discovery, because it's reciprocal discovery in the government. So just to make it clear, I ain't saying what he said he didn't do. I think we all agreed on that. He said he did it. I'm talking about with regards to the law, the labeling, the informant shit, and what was his role? What did it impact any procedure that went on with regards to R. Kelly? See, when they look at this stuff, when she looks at it, whether it be J Bo or whatever, both sides, just say something came about. Then you push that to the second phase. What came about, whether misconduct or whatever, would it have affected the outcome? Does it raise to the level of unethics or prosecutorial misconduct? I think is what she was trying to look at, or anything that violates R. Kelly's rights. So,
Well, the shit sound like it violated his rights to me.
Man, you know what?
violated his
Go ahead. Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
violated his rights as far as his legal process. Did it violate his rights at the BOP? Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Did it violate his rights? And when it comes to his legal proceedings, that is what J-Bo was looking for. That's what she was trying to, But here's the thing, and I told y'all this. This is a part of this strategy. This is the part of she got it out there. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
She's showing that there is some improprieties, some misconduct, that this whole process hasn't been as you would think it would be. You know what I'm saying? As far as protecting somebody's rights, disclosures, all of that type of stuff. Because as a prisoner, just like HIPAA, you can't be out here disclosing people's shit. If you're the doctor's office or whatever. And he is a prisoner. He's in somebody else's custody. They shouldn't be out disclosing his stuff or whatever. So there are some issues at the BOP level. But she's doing exactly what she should be doing. Showing that, hey, her client is meeting is getting violated a whole bunch, different ways. They done took his damn money. All kind of shit is happening.
Mm-hmm.
That can play well with the jury.
Right.
And that's the whole point. You got to take it from the legal standpoint. I ain't got nothing to do, that is what it is. I ain't got shit to do with that. That shit still stands. He said he did it. He did it. That's what it is. But I'm talking about what on the playing field, what they're talking about is the legalities of it and the relevancy of it.
And that's what I was trying to deal with. I said legalities. You have to deal with it, take your emotions out of it, and deal with it from a legal standpoint. The law. I stated this earlier. I don't know why we're getting misconstrued and misdirected at this.
No, we're not.
Because that's what I said.
You said
I said this. I said this, and this miraculously we get misguided based upon what? A reading? I already knew what they was going to do. Wait a minute. Can I speak?
Yeah.
Because I already knew what these people do. Because it's their laws. They're not in it to prove imperfections in their shit. They're in it to prove what they're saying is relevant, reliable, and related. Based upon what? Their laws. I keep saying this, but I don't think people understand. See, I'm in the wrong, you know what? I'm on the wrong planet. I know that. I've been knowing that shit because I just stated this before you even read that motion. I said, these people control these areas of people activity. So, of course, they're not going to come back and say anything based upon it's relevant towards what the defense is saying. No, that's not how it works. Because they're in the business of what? Proving themselves to be right. Because after all, they tell you they're your God. So our laws stand. what you understand to be right and wrong does not have any bearing on what we say. Now put that in your thick skulls and understand what I'm saying. They control this shit. Okay, that's all I was saying. Now,
Right. And
I
so
went back to saying this also because I wasn't finished. Excuse me. Street court is what we're dealing with in this sector. Not saying it's right or wrong, but street court knows what the hell they're looking at. Because after all, when you're dealing with street court, it's no more than a slave been getting his ass whooped for no reason at all and said this ain't right. But the slave master steady whooping his ass and he's still saying it's not right. You hit me for no fucking reason at all. And then you got Uncle Tom saying that ain't right. See, y'all thought I was going somewhere saying Uncle Tom that's defended it. No, it's the Sambos that's sitting back there saying, hit him again.
Yep.
Hit him a fucking again. And we're sitting back, powerless as we are, a pitiful group of people, worthy of pity. That's what pitiful is. Worthy of pity, getting our ass whooped, knowing we don't have any say-so in this shit. So, no disrespect to anyone. When you're coming back reading this shit, I've already anticipating it being read as such. Why? Because no black person of melanated descent had any bearing on what that reading was going to read as such. These people wrote the fucking laws. Get that through your thick skull. I don't know what, you know what? I'm getting a fucking way from this shit.
Oh, Lord.
Because
So let me ask you this.
What it is.
Let me ask you this.
Absolutely.
So, hold on. So you just said that whatever how it came back, it was going to come back. It wasn't going to admit to anything or whatever that would be favorable, and I'm paraphrasing, to the defendant, right?
Well, see, you got to be careful when you say paraphrasing. See, because they're
wordsmiths.
They're wordsmiths. So you're not going to get me caught up in agreeing to what you're saying because, see, that's what they do. So be very specific when you're speaking to me for as
I'm not going to repeat it back to you directly.
I heard exactly what you said. You didn't say anything.
Saying?
You said paraphrasing. Paraphrasing meaning you are cutting out certain elements. You know that word elements because you know you use it all the time. Make sure you be specific when you're speaking to me. See, this is the difference with me and the average civilian.
Okay, is that the gist of what you were saying?
I don't know.
Okay, well, anyway. So like I was saying, so you had said that earlier, so that's what made me say this has something to do with the disclosure from their investigation, which J-Bo, if she finds that there's any problem with it, she don't agree with it, whatever, she can come back and challenge what they say. If she finds that the evidence, the investigation did not uncover what what they just put in that paperwork,
right,
she can come back and state that. She can come back and state it.
Absolutely. All I'm dealing with what is presented. I'm not saying far as the legalities of what her options are. I'm talking about the legalities. I'm talking about what they're stating. I'm not talking about the process in which it's already presented and is at your disposal. I'm talking about the process on what they was going to do based upon it being their laws. I don't know why that's hard for people to understand.
It ain't hard.
Because here's the thing. Just because what you just read doesn't make it the gospel. It's just what they're stating.
Right.
Because after all, that's not a ruling on it. But
Right.
given the system, because see, I go beyond what's being said. I understand the language. Given what's being said, what is the probabilities that they're going to rule in the favor of a melanated person? Dig that part of the game.
But what I'm trying to tell you is this, and what anybody writes on either side is all alleged. So what she wrote was alleged, and what they wrote was alleged, and then you have a determination on it, right? So, but here's the thing: what I'm trying to tell you, that the prosecution, or whom, you know, that made that response, they're not going to fabricate not in my opinion, they're not going to fabricate the results or evidence of what have you, some kind of investigation, and in order for her to come back and discover that that's exactly what they did, and then have that whole 30-year case, that 30 years,
right,
vacated, and now you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
now you got them.
You're dealing with it from they discovery for as investigational wise, right? Far as what they came back to say, you're dealing with it from a investigational wise on what the prosecution came back, and they're determining what they feel it is, right?
No.
Okay,
what I'm saying is, I'm dealing with from.
So how do you think they reach? How do you think they reach what they wrote?
They said they did an investigation.
I just said that. I just said that.
Hold on.
I just stated that.
Hold on.
Huh?
I'm saying, listen, you know words. You know what I'm saying? Words. You know, you don't have to use exact words and all of that. It could mean the same thing. Okay, just wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm dealing with it from a procedure / common sense / legal perspective. I'm dealing with it from that way. They said this is what they come back and found. So they and looked into it. This is what they found. That whatever he sent to them, they said 10 emails, and this is what it contained, and all of that. What that contained, what they're saying is what that contained is 1, not discoverable. Then it's 2, definitely not relatable, reliable, and relevant.
That's exactly what I said. I said
I don't know what you're saying. What I'm
discovery.
trying to say is this. What you're trying to do is argue.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm asking questions within stating my argument. That's what I'm doing, because that's exactly what I said. So what I stated earlier. What?
You want me to quote you exactly?
I said,
you want me to quote you exactly? You ain't said none of that.
Their findings, which is their investigation. That's what I said. Anybody in this chat that was listening to me coherently, that's what I. Okay, don't worry about it.
What's good with it, peoples?
What's good with progress?
What's good, progress?
It is hot. My air conditioner. Listen.
Hey, look here. Let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a beautiful night.
Yes.
I gotta go watch my eyelids. I love y'all. I appreciate you having me on the panel. I appreciate the educational part of it. And more importantly, I think as long as we keep an open mind and we have decent dialogue, we can understand what's going on. And at the end of the day, we all have a purpose to serve. So Angie, I appreciate you, the educational value that you bring to the table. JoJo, as always, I appreciate what you bring to the table. Courtney as well. Progress, you know what it is. Hey, y'all have a beautiful evening. Until next time, God bless. Y'all have a beautiful night. Again, love y'all.
Uh,
Peace.
All right.
all
Thank
Thank
right,
you,
man.
Sir Miguel.
Absolutely, brother.
brother.
Good
All
morning,
right,
man.
He's so
for sure.
calm. Sir Miguel is so calming.
Yeah.
But I got a question though.
Yes, sir.
All right, with the motions and stuff, right? Like with the prosecutors and the defense when they write it, do you think it's half truth or all the way truth, or do you think they take the truth and make it seem more than what it is? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the document itself is alleged, but they do put facts in it. They do put facts in it. Okay, they do. They you know put a lot of factual information in it. You know, um, some of it is a perspective, but you got to think that the document is a persuading argument, a written persuading argument. That's all it is.
Oh, so do you think so? All right. So do you think they stretch it a little bit to make it fit their narrative?
Yeah, I don't know where JoJo went. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they can. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I call it. That's why it's called a persuading argument.
Yeah, that's why I said, when I came, on there, I truly honestly believe, that he could beat this case. I believe that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Because where JoJo go? I
I
hear
don't know.
what JoJo is saying in reference to what you just read, and I hear what Progress is trying to ask you, and I see what the chat is saying, and a snitch is a snitch, and we still know that he that's what it is.
Right, and I get that. I'm not disturbing the street terminology, whether it be YouTube street or street.
Mhm.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just reading the paperwork. That's
Right,
it.
right,
I don't
right,
care how nobody paint nobody. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
right, but Angie, in reference to this paperwork, allegedly or whatever people be saying, shit, he said he did.
Right, that's
Damn.
exactly what I said. He
Yep,
said
you
he
did.
did it. So
He
ain't no
said
way, ain't no way of moonwalking off that. You said
no.
you did it, said not just one time, several times. But I don't have anything to do with that. And I know that there are people, and here's the thing, and I'll put on both sides. There are people that are, pro Larry, that is eager to clean that up. Okay? And I get that. They ain't got nothing to do with me. There are people that are anti Larry that are eager to just say, no, he'll snitch, whatever it is. I ain't got nothing to do with that either.
Right.
I
And,
don't have
Right, but
nothing.
the government ain't gonna say it. You know they ain't gonna. I don't think they would say it. Like when you
But
read it, they ain't gonna say, yeah, okay, we got him
but
to do this and that and third.
but listen, if they don't disclose the truth, that does nothing but open the door for J-Bo to come through and listen. R. Kelly would be what? Looking at a new trial, or they be figuring out something with regards to this, because they cannot sit up there and hold that information from J-Bo. She knows that. She knows that.
and we the
Right,
There's
people
no way around it.
in Progress. I know you gonna agree with me. We the people, it ain't no around that. We want the truth to be known.
right,
That's
Right.
all.
right,
We want the
right.
truth. to be known.
See, that's why I like Miss Andrews because she keep it, she keep
Yeah,
it,
I'm gonna keep
she
it
keep it down the
100.
middle.
Yeah, she down the middle.
You know,
We not we not disputing what be we gonna just like they want to dispute, we want to dispute too.
but like you said though, but damn, the man he came out of his mouth and said it, so he you can't beat that. That
Well, we already know will forever be labeled.
Larry said, "Fuck it,
Yeah,
damn it, I did it."
yeah, that's just the way that's gonna go. He gonna be forever labeled as that.
Shit, it to the point he don't care.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Damn.
And then that be, sometimes, when we be having the civil conversations like this without all the hooping and hollering, that's the argument that we trying to raise on this side.
Hey, Miss Ann, how you feel about the motion you read earlier this yesterday morning about
Oh,
the
talking about the video.
yeah with the videos? How you feel about that?
Oh
What's
man,
your what's your
I
what's
think
your
it's
perspective and opinion on that?
I think that it's a 50-50 toss up with that. It can go a couple ways. I think the defense have a lot of challenges. Not challenges like but they got a lot of. When I say challenges, they got a lot of reasons to challenge them videos, and I believe that the um who that put that in Darren McDavid's attorney found a lot of issues with regards to the. I mean, if what he alleges is correct, let me say that it's factual. Let me say that. Then I believe that he has a lot of reasons to shit
So
challenge all of that
so they,
because
so so they got to come up with that tape. They got to come up with the original one.
no, they got to come up with the original. They got to give a real good goddamn um damn near unpenetratable that saying that the copies that they do have are as copies of the original copies of what I don't know if it has to be copies of what they shown in 2002 or 2008 or whatever it was, because I don't know if that's what was stipulated. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't have the file, so I don't know exactly what was stipulated with regards to the tapes, what was factual and actual about it. But they do have to come up with they got to answer most of those questions, and I think they are fair questions. That if you are accusing a client, my client, of making these tapes and shit like this, and in your charge is for creating a visual depiction. That's your charge.
Right.
So now, then I'm just coming up with shit as I go. Now that's another issue. That's another issue. Now you got, you say you came up with a visual depiction. Well, if that the visual depiction isn't accurate, you know what I'm saying? If that copy isn't accurate, then there's another problem. I just keep coming up with shit. That's how much room the defense got to operate with regards to this video.
Right, because from my understanding, from what you read this morning, yesterday morning, it's like they want like he charged with a certain tape, right? So they want the original tape. They don't want no copies. From my understanding, they don't want no copies. They want the original one from
No,
what
that's not what they
2002.
saying.
That ain't
That's
what
not what they're saying.
they
That's not what they're saying.
that ain't what they
They just trying to verify that whatever the
copy they got.
prosecution has is what they purport it to be, meaning a copy of the original.
Okay.
And they want to verify the chain of custody. Like, well, once you got possession of it, how did you maintain chain of custody? Where did it go? Who had it? Whatever. Right up to presenting it in this trial in 2022. So yeah, that's what they want.
Yeah, cause see, when you put it in that perspective, shit, all of us had it. So which one do you got?
Right.
Cause back then when they did that, I cannot. Cause you asked me a while ago, I can't remember, but I know it. I know I did. The man, the ARA, I don't know them initials. PR man that worked for Sony, he got up on there and said Sony gave him a budget to stand on the streets of Chicago and buy up all of the tapes.
Oh wow.
I'm telling you, that's on wax. I can see this man right now in my face. I can't remember what thing came across my feed, but he said that. Because they were trying to do the damage control. Because back then when we was talking about that, because we was talking about the tape, we a lot of people don't know on some of these some of these channels we were going on early on 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when Avenatti got on there, and the lady on CNN said they had the tape in the CNN newsroom.
Right. Right.
Right. And then
So what we
for,
trying to do progress is to get a understanding for us over here on this side, the chain of command. And to me it sounds like, how many motherfucking hands did that goddamn tape go through?
Right.
How
Well,
many
you
put
know,
their hands
yeah.
on that tape?
but yeah, but then I don't know if I heard it right, but when you was reading it last night, Miss Andrew, didn't you say that they said that they they don't know, how can the witness testify to a tape if they don't know if that's the original tape that she supposed to testify to?
Right. 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 So they're raising all of those um questions. You know what I'm saying? They're raising all those questions.
I heard
Like,
Jim Man got come testify.
yeah, yeah, he got subpoenaed.
Yeah, he got
I don't
subpoenaed.
know what he's coming to testify to.
They call him number 5.
Number five.
Yeah, so he got, so he say he
God,
might well make, say he might well make a damn jersey say, oh,
Y'all like,
the first should say plead, in the back should say 5.
y'all let's
oh
do a
Lord.
moment of silence for the bullshit.
Right.
Cause we finna get
Oh,
it out of here. What's going on, Angie? Hey,
what's going
progress.
on, girl? Hey, girl.
Hey,
What's
Shay.
going on, Sky?
How doing? Now look, I couldn't even take it listening. I said, look, now wait a minute. Okay, now hold on. Okay, now see, this is the thing. Bullshit ain't nothing but chewed up grass. Okay.
Uh,
Now we know good and goddamn well that I don't care about no I mean, they want to say that his rights ain't being violated, but how's his rights not being violated when allegedly, okay, what is being said is that the goddamn communications got to the star witness. Okay, so how was that the star witness of his New York case? So how was that not relevant, reliable, and relatable? Okay, that's a direct connect to the case. Not only that, we just got confirmation from her daddy that he got the goddamn communications from Tasha K. Now let's all not act like we smoking crack.
Do you think he got them goddamn emails and communications and didn't show it to his daughter? Let's just stop the press.
No, what I'm saying is what
Well,
they're
I'll be
saying.
damned.
That's fine. Whatever they've gotten, whatever they disclosed, and they told you about visitation logs and all that type of stuff. That whatever what was in those emails and stuff wasn't relevant, relatable, and reliable
They don't
to
know.
the case.
But first of all, we ain't asked you what you thought about them. We said compelled to see the goddamn papers, the shit. We ain't asked you what you thought about them. Didn't it say compelled to give it up so we can read it ourselves and make our own determination?
To give it up, right?
Yeah.
So
So we don't care
we have
about
to see
your
what
opinion.
yeah, but what they're saying is what was contained in those emails and shit like that wasn't relevant related to the case, to the charges. You always got to think they're talking about, is it relatable, reliable, and relevant to the charges,
And
It was.
to the
It
case.
was. It
How is
was.
it?
it
What
is.
it got to do with sex and all of that?
It is.
Visitation
Because
law.
she said it.
No,
She
no, no.
said. She said it.
No,
I'm.
Who said it?
Okay. I'm not saying in reference to. Okay, I hear what you saying in reference to sex. But she said it when they leaked the phone call. She said she wanted him. I don't know the timeline on that, Sky, but she said Tasha K came out and said he can't handle his women. Then they leaked the call on when she said she wanted him to switch the days out.
Right,
Yeah, but
right.
what
I
they got
remember
to
that
do
shit.
with his
He was still
charges? That's what
all
they
he
got to do with
all he
charges.
else.
and
She
said that she wanted to switch the days out.
what you say, babe?
You saying that's what it came
Okay, look,
out that she
okay.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Okay, hold on, progress. Hold on. So I could put this piece to the puzzle. Cause see, we be watching this. Okay, look.
Right.
Tasha K dropped the thing, had about 10,000 people in there. And I think her hashtag, she came out and said, it looks like to me, y'all, R. Kelly can't handle his bitches. That's the night she dropped and said that she on her live that she had these emails and this court that she had privileged information. Now then on the back end, on this in the same week, they dropped the leak tape of Azriel being disgruntled of wanting R. Kelly to switch the days out. Remember she got mad about that
that was
progress?
in the
Right. Was that the one she said, I hope you
Sure.
you might not
After
make it in
that,
court?
Azriel flipped.
That's the
okay.
same one she said you might not make it in court, right?
She said that after that.
Oh.
But see
She
what
said,
you saying though was referenced in the paperwork. That video was referenced in the paperwork. So what you saying, and I remember that too. And what
right.
it's true. But see, the government, this is the thing, the government is trying to get us to think, and Bojine and everybody that's listening to think that we some goddamn fools to
Fools.
Right,
Yeah, because we ain't no fools.
yeah, it's directly relatable to the case because there's no way on God's green earth, and they don't even have to link to Larry now. It really links to her dad because he said he got the goddamn paperwork.
He
But
did.
you
That
want us to sit
y'all,
up?
you not lit, baby. It's lit up right here. Y'all not listening.
We
There
listening.
ain't no visitation, ain't no arguments between no girls, ain't none of that got anything to do with no charges. Listen, read what they say. Materials resulting from the search of the officer A's BOP computer. Kelly claims without support that all the materials OIG collected during its investigation likely constitutes Brady information. Kelly does not cite a single supporting case, and he does not identify how this information is relevant to the allegations at issue in this case, such as his alleged sexual abuse of minor girls in the 1990s and the alleged cover up that followed. Kelly's motion, tethered only by Kelly's unsubstantiated speculation to this case, should be denied. They telling you.
That's
It's not, it doesn't
bullshit.
Oh
constitute.
shit, they
Wait
gonna say that
a minute.
How's
anyway.
bullshit? Let me tell you how it's bullshit. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me talk to Angie. Okay. Now we have a situation where the star witness is the star witness of the case. Period. Okay. The star witness, her getting the information changed her mindset. Maybe her maybe her I can't find the word. Maybe her decision to even decide if she was gonna stick with the dude or ride on the dude based on the information she got. So it directly relates to the case because because star witness number 5 is in the goddamn case as the star witness. So she was, and he does say in the footnote, he states that he feels that. Okay, let me, because I want to act like I don't seem like I'm yelling with you. You know, I'll be passionate and stuff.
No, go ahead.
Okay. He states in the footnote that there's the only way that he relates it right there in the footnote. He says that some in the case only brought to me some information that they could have only known unless they had got access to my attorney's phone calls. He says that in the footnote. So what are they talking about? He didn't say, he didn't link it to the case.
But wait a minute.
Footnote.
Just because something persuades you to testify does not mean that that is relevant, relatable, reliable, unless you are being pressured, like by the prosecution, threatened, or something like that. Then that falls upon the prosecutorial misconduct. But just because you read something and you decide, you know what, I'm going to burn this nigga down,
but that's
that
what
does not mean that it's relevant,
wait, hold
relatable,
on,
reliable
hold on
to
one
the
second.
charges.
But that's what she still did, though.
But
We understand the paperwork, but that's still what she still did.
And it was
Larry
some,
said,
But it's not.
but
It doesn't constitute a violation of the law. She
it
simply
does. I'm gonna tell you.
how?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because the document itself that she had access to was illegal and was gotten by an illegal means and gain. That makes it all illegal. Fruit from the poisonous tree. The whole process was illegal. The information she got, she shouldn't have had because it was privileged and private and confidential. And then when she got it, that information made her possibly change her man or whether she was going to testify against this man or not. So
At the
it's not
most,
just reading something. She got some illegal privileged information.
but then Larry bribe her.
at the most, at the most, if it's illegal, ill-gotten, or whatever, at the most, that creates an indictment for whomever was involved in that. That has
But
nothing
then
to
that's
do
what
with
we
his
want.
charges.
That's
Nothing.
what we want.
We
But
don't, you know,
then
That's
Larry bribe her.
well, see, that's the thing.
Larry
This is
said,
my
"Look, I'm gonna
problem.
get you this
I see
couch now."
about the charges. I see what you're saying about that, but my thing, the charges might not be the charges if you ain't had no star witness number 5, because had you not had the leaked information, star witness number 5 would not have known that your boyfriend is telling your other girl, the girl in your triangle, something that you ain't think you knew. You see what I'm saying? Or whatever.
But God, that does not constitute a crime if someone persuades you or you get persuaded to testify. That doesn't constitute a crime.
That's a conspiracy. You
No,
got
it's not.
how's it not? Because you got illegal information and you're using it to use it against the defendant in a case.
Scott,
You,
don't even make sense.
how does it not?
It don't make sense because you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm
It has nothing to do with the elements of the case. I don't care that she was motivated by whatever outside entity, whether it be some kind of a person, whether it be any type of emails or whatever. That's something totally different. She just got persuaded, flipped, whatever it was, to come on and be a witness, as probably some other ones. Some of them could have been persuaded to be a witness because they may be could have been facing a charge or whatever, and they were persuaded or motivated and rather than go to jail. that does not constitute a crime. It does not relate
How?
to the charges.
Yes. Tell me when, based on what I
She been
said.
snitching.
Hold on, Progress. Tell me when, based on what I said, when does it become witness tampering? Because that is a clear case of witness tampering. That is a clear case of a federal breaking a federal law. So I don't see how it's not a
Okay,
crime.
witness tampering means somebody is threatening you to what's the name, intimidate you and stuff like that. That's witness tampering.
Okay, so you saying persuading them doesn't fall under the guidelines of tampering?
Scott, let me kind of help you out here. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because see, this is crazy, man. This is getting out of hand. I'm just coming up here to say this. What Scott heard exactly what you just stated, and I asked people this specific question that you asked. If you eliminate an element, meaning that witness number 5, what
She
do you
shouldn't have
have?
never been there.
Wait, hold on. See, they not it. See, because what's going to happen? See, they're going to argue what you're saying. They're not going to argue what you think. Because see, people hear what you're saying. They don't hear what you're thinking. So I'm going to be your mind right now. Just
Okay.
allow me, if I can tap there.
Mm-hmm.
Eliminate that person. This is what I'm asking people. If you eliminate that person from testifying, period, what do you have?
Nothing.
That's all I'm asking, and I think that's what Sky is saying.
Thank you.
You wouldn't.
If
Yeah,
you
that's what
don't,
she's saying.
wait a minute, I
Go
wouldn't
ahead.
finish. For the sake of baby Jesus.
Oh shit. Damn.
You caught on baby Jesus.
Hold on.
If
God
you
damn, I do right.
eliminate that individual, period, versus I heard a lot of people saying what she said up on the stand and all of that. I'm asking people to consciously use your brain for one. Use the part of it that you don't use all the time. Take her away, period.
Okay.
So when you see, this is when it gets tricky. This is the part y'all don't use. Because when you're taking her away, you're taking different aspects of coercion. Who made her get up there and say it in the first place?
That part.
Based upon, see, this is what people don't want to hear. Based upon what they said they did. Not about her being up there. Who championed and patted themselves on the back and took flags, whatever else they gave him to do it, or whoever, she, he, whomever, take that element, and I'm going to do it on a law base. Take that element out of the equation.
The element.
Take the element out, regardless. However you do it, just take it out. What do you have? There go your Rico. There go your. Slow down.
It wouldn't have never been a Rico.
Not only
Nothing.
Rico, there go one of your main minors. There go your man act.
Well, see, nobody looks at it in that vein. What they do, this is what they do. They get so enamored on what she said. But I've asked people, take that out of it, people. And what do you have? Nobody looks at it in that vein. All they do is argue about what she said. Take it away in the first place. And when you take it away in the first place, that starts to open up different Pandora boxes. Meaning, how did she get there? What made her get there?
She been there.
Don't nobody want to answer them kind of questions because, see, when you answer those questions, it opens up a box. How, who, what, and why.
God damn it, it does.
And that's how it works. I deal with shit from a functional level.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, and that's fine. I get all that, and that is street. Okay, and I
That
understand
ain't
that
street. That
that
ain't
is
street.
that's
That's
not
an
legal. That's not
element.
law.
That's an
That's
element.
not
That's
law.
an element. That's an
That's not
element that they
that's the
introduce.
element. What element? And
That's an
and
element of evidence that
But
they
Cap,
introduce.
It's a
no, I'm
whole
talking about when I
witness.
say element, I'm talking about element of a crime. What I'm
Element of
saying
the
is,
crime is someone that's finna testify to present it as being such.
Yeah, that
Because if you
eliminates the whole witness.
come on now,
but
stop playing with me, man.
how is somebody deciding to testify or not based on persuasion? I ain't talking about corrupt persuasion. I'm talking about
it does.
persuasion.
Listen.
Is
Words don't matter.
breaking
I'm
the
talking
law.
about removing
See
it
what?
as a whole. I'm not talking
Okay,
about names that they call it
but
under the.
that's a level of street understanding
It's
and
not
whatever.
about no
Yes,
street
it is.
understanding.
Okay,
It's
then
street
make it legal.
understanding if you
Make it
want to put it
legal.
in that
Make it
vein.
legal. Make it legal.
Okay,
Make it
hold
legal.
on. Let me take another shot.
Listen, it's street if you want to look at it in that vein. But
That's what
all
it
I
is.
ask
So
No,
that's
is
where
that
to
it
remove it.
lies. That ain't got shit to do with the inside the courtroom.
yes, let me say.
If it's not in the courtroom, you're right. It does have nothing to do with it.
let me try this again.
Okay, well that's fine. That still, you got to tell me how does that
Because
deal?
if this is the problem, Angie, because if she didn't have that information, you don't have a star number 5 witness. Okay. So if this star number 5 witness is not linked to the case, I don't know what else how to make it more legal than that.
You know
No,
what? You know
okay,
what?
but
Man,
that's not legal. Listen. Y'all are talking about someone's choice. However they get
No,
there.
no, no,
What?
no, no,
Oh,
no.
yeah,
You
no,
what you're
hold
doing?
on. Wait
What
a
you
minute.
doing right now,
Can I get
Angie?
it out? What I'm doing is telling you the law.
What you doing? What you doing? You giving us the law, which we already understand.
No,
I'm
you
just
don't.
saying.
No, you don't.
No, no, no.
No,
What I'm
you don't.
asking
Y'all
you to
don't
do.
understand shit about what I'm trying to say.
No, no. What I'm asking you to do for my law base. For my law
I
base. Let's
understand
go there
that ain't
with me.
law based. Listen,
Listen,
can you
listen.
listen?
If
I
you
don't. You
didn't
done
have that,
explained it 20
if
times.
you
I
didn't have
get it.
that element, if you didn't
I
have that
get it.
particular
I get
element,
it. I get it.
if
Lord,
you
baby Jesus.
I
if you
get it.
didn't have that particular
I
element,
get it. I got it all. Every time you say it, I got it. What I'm trying to tell you is this. This
Well,
is
I
what
love
you're
this
not
charm.
getting. I don't give a fuck. Not this, maybe y'all understand like
nah,
this.
that's hood. That's nigga shit.
Y'all
I don't give
mother
a fuck
tight.
about who
God
decides.
damn.
Nah,
If
could you
somebody listen, if somebody
can you
hold on,
wait,
agree with me?
wait,
Can you agree
Lord
with me
have
on that
mercy, can
part?
I get it out? Can I
yeah,
get it out?
let her finish. Let her finish, y'all. Come on, damn, we gotta be.
Listen, it don't matter if it's Jane Doe number 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If they decide to testify or if they don't. What makes them testify? What makes them decide not to?
Oh
That
man,
is on all that does is correct. It will hurt the case. That is true.
it's not.
Now
That's
wait,
not
wait,
even.
say
But
That's
that
not my
again.
hold on,
That's
argument
what we
though.
hold on.
saying. Wait,
But
say
that
That's
does
not even my
not mean
argument.
that does not have anything to do with the charges,
That's not my argument
the
though.
elements.
wait, hold on, Joe. Wait. So you said that would affect the case? Is that what you said?
That yeah, I agree with you. That would affect the case. Far as that will weaken the case.
Okay.
Okay, because listen, I can easily say, well, if just because if a person don't testify, that really should, that's against the law. That don't make no sense.
What do you
That's
mean that's
not like
against the
that.
law?
I wait a minute, y'all. I don't think that there's. I don't. I you know.
Are
I
you
don't.
serious?
I don't think.
Yes, I'm doing the reverse.
I don't
It
think
don't
that
make
this was.
sense. It has nothing
What
to
doesn't
do.
make what? Okay, let me ask you this. Since
Lord
you
have
say it
mercy.
don't make sense, somebody inserting themselves in some shit that they have nothing to do with don't make sense.
Yeah, and people do that all the time.
They
That
do it all
doesn't
the
mean
time.
that that
People
doesn't
don't
mean
testify
that
all the time.
it doesn't mean that it's relevant, relatable, and liable to the
I don't
charges.
eat that. That's
To the
intelligent.
charges.
That's
To the
intelligent, but that ain't
charges.
equivalent on what I'm asking you.
None of this is equivalent because y'all don't understand what I'm saying.
Well, I don't think you understanding what we're
No,
saying.
Yes,
I
I do.
understand.
Yes, I do. That's why I know it
Larry
makes no
did that
sense.
shit.
I understand.
Man,
This is what I'm saying. Okay, let me try it again.
I
This
understand what you're saying. I understand. What I am telling you, that what the prosecution just told you, what J-Bo really knows, is that
oh
it
my
does
God.
not
Hey,
matter.
y'all
It's
have
not
y'all have
relevant.
a good night, man.
chow chow
Damn.
chow chow.
Where you going, man?
He slipped
JoJo done
out on
ball.
JoJo the whole ass.
he slipped out on
My
this. Okay, now,
goodness.
maybe
As
this
if
is the
it's
problem.
just like saying on the reversal. Just saying if somebody should be testifying and they don't. That's not illegal either.
But we okay. And you we got it. We got you. What I think what we are saying in this sector is that if it wasn't a Jane, you
I
said it.
get that.
I know you said it weakens the case, but when we go to talking about flipping rats and snitches, I understand your perspective.
Right.
I understand your perspective on that. But what we are saying, due to the elements that we got over here, we know exactly what happened because
And
when
I'm
we
glad
got
you said our elements
yeah
because that's just what it is. It's not the law.
right,
It's
but
your shit. It's y'all
yeah,
shit.
But
And
yeah,
that's why,
it,
and I understand you're
hold on.
saying, let me make sure. I'm gonna tell you how I understand what y'all saying. Y'all saying if it never was for interference from Larry, whatever he did, she wouldn't have testified. If she would never got hold to those emails and stuff, she would have never had testified. Therefore, with her being out of the case, she's being looked at as a star witness. Then the case fall, in y'all opinion, the case will fall flat.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me dirty it up for you. I'm gonna double down on that. Let me clean it up for you. I'm
okay.
saying that the fact alone of the breach of the BOP information is a federal crime within itself. Okay. Two, the fact that that information not only quote unquote possibly got from Larry to the star witness, but also from her father to the star witness. Okay, it is a problem too. You see what I'm saying? And
And
once she got that information, yes, we saying that that information made her decide like now I'm testifying against him, and in my testimony, I'm coming in as a minor. I'm coming in saying that he crossed me across state lines and did nefarious acts with me. It's the you know what I'm saying? It's the information that she's bringing as that star witness. But the whole chain of events from the time the information was leaked is a whole conspiracy to me.
Okay, well let me put this on top of some shit. Let me put this on top of some shit. You do know that you would have to prove that she was influenced by Larry, the emails and all that shit, right? Just say if I go along with this cocky mamie shit, you would
But
have to
how is
prove
it
that.
cocky mamie when you just heard her daddy say he got the information, Angie?
Yeah, he got the. Oh my gosh, y'all ain't getting it. He
I
got
do
the information. I'm trying to tell you, at the most, that only creates maybe an indictment for Tasha K, the daddy, the BOP lady,
but
whatever.
that's what we
Yeah,
want.
that's what we want. Yeah.
Okay, well that's fine. That ain't got shit to do with R. Kelly's charges. That's all I'm trying to
Okay.
say.
Well, okay, we get that it's not affecting the chart. What's he? I'm not. I'm no. Let me take that.
It has nothing to do with
Okay,
what
wait.
he's being charged with.
Let me say this. Let me take it back.
Not relevant.
I have to say that this is why I'm saying it is because, like we said, if you eliminate her, you don't have the strength to what y'all you like you said. You don't have the elements to support all of those charges if you take her out of the case. So she wouldn't even be in that
Right.
case if she didn't have privy to this information.
And
Because
that ain't what she said in the goddamn Gail King interview.
right,
Okay,
She
but
said
what
the
I'm
whole
saying is,
total
I
opposite.
get what you're saying, and
oh,
you
that
saying
was
charge it.
crazy.
I get what you're saying with the charges, but you have to
Lord have
understand.
mercy. Why is this so hard to
This
understand?
is
The
our
people just put it in the paper. You don't even have to take it from me. The people just put it in the paper. I just read it.
She read it.
Yeah, but I don't give a, we don't give a damn what the government
That's
says.
the problem. Y'all don't agree
We
with
don't
the law.
give a damn.
That ain't got
They
shit to
gonna
do
tell
with
you
me.
anything
That
anywhere
got
in the
shit to do with
sky.
my understanding.
What they talking about?
Y'all don't agree with the law. That ain't got shit to do with my understanding. That's
This is
what
what I'm
I'm
saying.
saying.
This is what I'm saying.
That ain't got shit to
I
do
ain't
with
saying
me.
the law.
Y'all don't agree with the motherfucking law.
No, hold on.
Well, I be damn.
Hold on. I ain't say I ain't agree with the law. I said I ain't believe what the government said.
We all
Because
females off the
we
chain,
already
boy.
know that they gonna embellish, they gonna add to, and they gonna spin it. Okay, to make the narrative sound the way they want it to sound. Because
That's
they
a question
know,
I asked earlier.
but
You're
because this one,
talking
I
about
no
how
way.
a particular person would affect the case. It ain't got shit to do with the charges.
Look, this is
People
my
just
thing.
said it.
Derma Davis said you better
R.
come up with them
Kelly
tape.
is the defendant in the trial.
I'm gonna be drinking crack.
But wait, listen.
Drinking
Okay,
crack.
listen, Angie. Listen. R.
Hey, man,
Kelly
how the hell you gonna
is
drink
the
some crack?
defendant. Hold on, Progress. Hold on. R. Kelly is the defendant in the trial. It's his trial.
Yeah.
So you telling me that his information, his attorney conversations about this said trial, his communications, he's in jail for this said trial, and you telling me that is not relevant to the case when he is the case. He's the case.
Oh my God, not relevant to his charges. What are y'all ain't understanding? His charges. They said he was fucking people in 1990. God damn.
It's relevant to the charges because she is the star.
She said she didn't have sex with him when she was 17.
Larry, go ahead.
She's not getting what I'm saying now.
Hey,
What
hold
up?
on,
What
Dennis.
up? What up?
What's
going on?
What's good with it?
What's going on? What's going on? Look, for the record, I never had his emails ever. I did.
Hey, you gotta stop your shit, man.
Hold on. Look,
Hey,
look.
you going around here trying to find anybody that's open.
He done came up on the channel. Hold on now. Okay, let me
Hey, look. Hey, I'm keeping it a buck. I never had the nigga emails.
Get him, Sky.
You said that.
Okay,
We know
and then on top of that, hold on, I hear something in the background.
What the hell is that?
Somebody background.
No, cut that off. Go ahead.
All right, and then on top
I
of
was
that,
muted.
I
How
don't
y'all
know
gonna
that.
blame me for that? Shit.
I just muted you. That was you. Go ahead.
I was muted.
Okay, go ahead.
You wasn't muted, JoJo. I muted you. Go ahead.
I don't know them people up there at the fucking police station and shit. I don't know them. I really don't. I never talked to the BOP lady. I never Tosh K had changed her number by the time all that shit was going on. I wasn't talking to her either. I really wasn't worried about this shit. I just wouldn't.
Didn't nobody say you was talking to them. I guess in question is did you get the emails or whatever and give it to the star witness? That's what.
No, I didn't do that.
Right. I remember you said that. That's what I said. You said that.
I didn't do that.
That's what is obviously in question, because if they saying you got them and then they saying Low got them, you know.
Well, Tasha K say on the video who she gave it to. She didn't say she gave them to me. Then I would have been sitting around this motherfucker worried.
Who she would have? She gave them to.
She say she gave them to the parents. She say she gave them to both sets of the parents.
Did you buy her a couch to flip?
So what now?
Did you buy her a couch to flip?
Man, listen, man. I bought her a couch 6 months after that about some other shit.
Progress being messy. Wait.
No. That's a good question.
I thought he said, yeah.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Cause Angelo said, what type of nigga would give his daughter some money but would not let him know?
Well, I ain't no broke ass nigga. I give money out all the time.
When you say let him get a cut, that's what it was.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But why y'all compare?
That's what I'm saying. He want to know why he didn't get his 20%.
You
he didn't get a damn.
Can I ask Wait, so what's the purpose? I don't get what's the couch. You just the
No,
problem is
no,
you
no,
lost
no,
a
no,
couch.
no. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. She young, she outside, she got some friends. She fucking made a bad decision. She was getting ready to make a bad decision, and she was hell bent on making it. And I wasn't in no position to buy her no couch. I was getting ready to go to prison. Actually, I ain't even have $3,100, but I did have my credit cards. So I hooked my credit card up and I sent her $1,000 in increments so she can go and pay for the shit and not do nothing stupid. That's what I did.
Let me say something. Hold on, people. Man, who gives a fuck about what you purchase? A couch, any bread that's involved in this shit, man. We getting down to the real shit, man. You know me. You know how I do it, man. I don't play these little fucking softball ass questions.
Hold on, JoJo. Now wait, now JoJo. Come on, man. Let's be cool. Let's be
I ain't
No,
lying.
I am.
Me and Scott knows in there. We
No,
want
no.
all the
Let me
juice.
tell you something, because I don't give a damn about who purchased a couch, who purchased a car, who purchased any of that bullshit.
Be cool, JoJo.
I am very cool, man. And Larry know what it is with me.
What's going on with it, man? What's going on? What's happening?
Shit, real talk. What's good with it, man?
Man, nah, shit, man. Chilling, man. Working.
I mean, I think a lot of people are scared to ask these real goddamn questions, man.
No, go ahead. I answer all the questions.
Well, I'm gonna ask them, whether you answer them or not.
I'm gonna answer them.
Okay.
I ain't ducking nothing.
Involvement, man. Involvement. Because see, I don't think a lot of people understand involvement. What's your involvement in this shit? If you elect to say so, if you don't, I get it, and I'm cool with that.
Okay, the emails that they were showing in this case right here, the emails that she posted in that indictment was about bloggers attacking, driving by my house, my police report.
Well. See, I wasn't asking emails. I'm asking about
I don't
as
have any. I don't. Okay,
wait. Let me
yeah, go
ask the
ahead.
question before
Go ahead.
you even before you answer, brother. Hold on, calm down, don't jump my back. I'm just gonna ask the question. Your involvement with this shit from day one.
From day one,
Yeah,
I
far
run.
as
I run.
when and let
Okay,
me be
okay.
more specific with it. From dealing with Azrael and getting her to get up on that stand. That's I'm talking about. I ain't
Okay.
all
Now
this
let
extra
me
shit.
answer. You asked me a question. Let me answer. Man, did you watch the Bass interview? Did you watch Precedence?
I
Did you
seen
watch?
bits and
Did you?
pieces.
Oh,
I
okay.
never seen I never seen Surviving R. Kelly. No, to answer your question,
Hold on.
no.
No, I'm finna answer. I'm answering the question. Let
No,
me
but you
answer it.
asked me a question. No, I didn't watch it in its entirety. No.
Okay,
That's
okay.
there you go.
Okay. Well, let me elaborate on it. If you watch Precedence, right? When Azriel left my house, did she go to the police station? Did she go to the fence? She got her hair done. She met Shabazz to record. She was in Chicago for a whole day by herself. This happened the day after. She left my house and went to California to visit her friend. She didn't leave my house and go to the FBI. She left my house on the way to the FBI. No, she went to California and spent some time with her friend. And then she flew to Chicago and she was there for a couple of days until Joycelyn showed up with that girl when Shabazz was there, and they got into a fight. And out of the anger of the fight, you hear her in the video say what she's going to do. And then you hear her at the hospital talking to people on the phone. You don't hear me,
You know what's
and you don't
interesting?
see me.
You know what's interesting about
Go
that?
ahead. Go ahead.
What's interesting about that? Of course, they're not gonna show the whole entire what she did from 1 o'clock all the way to 10 o'clock that night. So that's interesting with how you put that.
Well, Shabazz is
Nevertheless,
pretty frequent.
what you
Shabazz is
pretty
pretty
much
frequent
saying
on here.
what you pretty
Okay.
much saying is what's been documented
No,
and
no, no,
shown.
no, no, no. That's not what I'm saying.
But
You
that's what's
have
being
somebody.
shown.
No, no, no. Okay, well, you have that. The question it shouldn't be for me then. It was somebody that was with
That's
her
not
from.
what I asked you. I asked you your involved. I'm not talking about a documentary. I'm
Oh, okay,
talking.
let me sum it up. I don't have an involvement. I don't have an involvement. This is what happened because a lot of people don't ask me what happened. How
I
Azriel
just
got to
asked
stay.
you that
Oh,
shit.
okay. This is how Azriel got to stay at my house in the first place. Angelo was in Vegas with Azriel looking for houses. He was getting ready to move out here. She was telling him all day that she did not want to move with him. And so for her to just block everything, she said she wanted a house in Arizona that was like $28,000 a month. He got mad. It was a golden rule. He had already told us when she come out here, do not mention R. Kelly. My whole family did that. We was cooking, playing jokes, watching TV with no shit about no R. Kelly. When he got frustrated about her not wanting to move with him and getting that motherfucking house, he bought up R. Kelly and she cussed his motherfucking ass out. Worse than I ever seen any child cuss out a parent in America and in my lifetime. After she cussed him out,
wait. Why was she cursing him out like that?
but she cussed him out because he started talking about R. Kelly and talking about how nasty and dirty he was, and there was like 7 people at my house.
Okay.
And she felt embarrassed and she cussed his ass out. The text message that I put up is what the fuck he was texting me when I dropped him off at the airport. She went and she asked my daughter, because she stayed out here for 2 weeks. She said that her household was toxic, and they came and asked us, and I asked him, is it okay? When he left, she said, I'm in a fucking situation. And she just said that I want to sit here on this fucking couch and I just want to cry. You don't know what the fuck I've been through. And that's it. The rest of this story, she gonna have to tell it to you because it's her story.
I got you.
You see what
Wait,
I'm saying? All my family did was hug that little girl, and my wife and my daughter sat on the couch and cried with her. Matter of fact, while he blaming me, saying some shit about me, I wasn't even down here.
Okay, let me ask you.
no, my turn, JoJo. Since we
Let
right
me.
here.
I got 2 more. I got 2 more.
Yeah, come
No,
on.
cause see, y'all ask softball ass question. I've already
No, we
established that.
don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
y'all ask softball. That's just my
Larry,
opinion.
don't
That's
get
my
until I
opinion.
ask my
And let
questions.
well,
Okay.
no, I'm gonna let no. All due respect, Sky. You know I'm gonna let you get yours in. I'm just
Okay, go ahead.
me and Larry just conversing right now. Where does this video that's in this motion fits in, and what is the validity to it, and why did you say it, and what did you actually mean by it?
Can I answer that?
I just asked you a question.
It ain't but 2 motherfuckers on YouTube that get fucked up, and that's me and that's you. And I was up at 2:00 in the morning. I was up at 2:00. I was
Man.
fucked up. Hold on. I was fucked up and I was talking shit. And they took that shit and gave it to this motherfucking lawyer. And now he said he
Man,
got
you ain't
this
shit.
person.
You ain't shit, dude.
It ain't but 2 motherfuckers that get fucked up like that. And it's me and it's you. And I was talking shit. Listen, if I talk to somebody on my channel and
And
they
I've heard
tell me,
that before, but go ahead.
hold on, if I talk to somebody on my channel and they tell me that, oh man, I seen all the girls, they was tied up, they was this and that, I'm going to ask them, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why you ain't called the police? What are you doing about it? Damn the interview. If you come on there to see, I ain't like them. They got all R. Kelly friends that sat around and watched all this shit, and they could have helped him. They could have went down there and got him some treatment. They could have talked him out of some shit. They could have told the little bitches, take your ass home. They didn't do that.
Man,
They partied
goddamn.
with the nigga. They had chicken and Hennessy, and they was turning up and Kels and singing his songs and backyard party. No. When somebody came on my channel and they told me that shit, I asked them, what the fuck are you doing about it? You a dirty
You
motherfucker.
you
You ain't
you
doing
you
about it.
you know what? You good. You good. I'm gonna give you that.
No,
But
it's the
you
truth.
know no. But you know they say a drunk speaks a sober mind. But you good. I'm gonna give you that.
Hey man, it's the truth. It's the truth. It's
I
the
have
truth.
no further questioning, man. I'm gonna let Scott. You know that's fuck you, dude.
Hey, I got a question
Oh,
out the sky.
go ahead, Progress. Go ahead. Cause JoJo kind of stole, man. But go ahead.
Hold
Yeah,
on. I want to answer a question. Can I answer a question first?
of
When
course.
Azriel was in Chicago, her father wasn't there. I didn't know Shabazz. I had never talked to him on the phone. Azriel was calling me. She was calling me. She was calling me. Her daddy, I woke him up. He was asleep when she was fighting. I have the text message, dude, wake the fuck up. When her phone was under the sink, wake up. I told you should have never let her go up there by herself. Because I told him to get a room. I have those texts. Because when she first got there with nobody at the trunk, he had
Shabazz say
moved.
you told on him, man.
How the fuck? Who the fuck is he to tell on?
Shabazz
Man,
said you
listen,
called
man.
on peoples on
Listen.
him.
Man, listen, man.
That's what I'm
Shabazz
saying.
live in a box. You
That's
know
what
what?
I'm
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. And I don't want to talk about
I'm
niggas
nosy.
while
I'm
he in here.
nosy. I want to know.
Shabazz was trying to record. He was trying to get her to the double tree to keep recording her. He was working for the fucking lawyers, bro. He was trying to get her to record. He was getting paid to do this shit. He wasn't
Dang,
doing this shit out the kindness of his heart. He was working for the attorneys
He
to
said,
record.
y'all. He said he was in the damn in the car,
He was, and she called me.
he heard you get on the phone and say, "Hey, but put them peoples on him. Hey, get out of
Oh,
there."
so how that works? So you explain that. So you
I
explain
don't know.
that
That
to
what
me.
he said. That what he said.
Hold on. I want you to explain that to me. I'm on the phone with Azriel, right?
Right.
Azriel is telling me like where you at because I don't want to leave and go somewhere I don't know where I'm going with this man. I don't want to leave with him. I tell him stay at the fucking hospital. Somebody's coming to get her. He said, fuck you. I'm cool with her daddy. I'm holding her down. I'm taking her with me. And he took her to a fucking hotel room at the Doubletree and started recording her. Who the fuck is he? That nigga probably have $50. Who is he to put the feds on? Who the fuck is he?
Oh, that what he said, man. He said you called them people on him, man.
That's a nigga that got fired from Don Diva. You know
Damn.
what I mean? And fucking y'all gotta go watch the Cavario interview. I ain't thinking about him. He live in a
I do
box.
got
Tell
my
him to show
question.
his apartment.
I'm ready. I'm
Go
ready.
ahead, Sky.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, I'm trying to understand what you want us to believe. Okay. Now,
What
you
I
say,
want, hold on, time out. What I want you to believe, I'm just telling you like it is. I don't want you to believe anything.
right,
You can
right. But
believe what you want.
well, let me say what you're saying. So you're saying
Okay?
that when Azriel was there, that
Right.
you didn't bring up Kels because her father said don't bring him up. That's what you're saying?
Listen, Azriel had been to my house one other time before, and I didn't bring him up. When Azriel was at my house, I ain't even go live. Check out the dates.
I'm not saying
When she was here, I didn't go live. We didn't talk about no R. Kelly, and then it was more than one time when she was here.
right, but I'm not
And then listen, after she was motherfucking and went and talked to all that shit happened in Chicago, and she met with the government. She came here 2 more times, and we didn't talk about R. Kelly.
but see that's what I'm saying. I don't think I believe that because
Well, it doesn't matter if you believe it. If you pull her phone records, you will see that I only talked to Azriel 4 times in her life.
I'm not
I
saying
don't have correspondence with her.
on
She's a
phone.
kid.
I'm just saying over there, I believe what you were saying when you said that your wife talked to her, that your daughter talked to her. I believe that. That's what I believe. You see what
First of all, my daughter don't know nothing about this R. Kelly shit, and my wife hate it. She hate that I got a YouTube channel. She never comes on it. Nobody is interested in this house and this shit but me, and they tired of me. You
Damn.
get what I'm saying?
I'm
They tired of this. Yeah,
I
I'm
believe
being
that too.
honest with you.
But
Damn.
I'm just saying,
They hate that nigga Angelo for talking shit about them and the kids and all of that shit. All that shit. They ready for this shit to be over with. And
I'm
you
just
know what I mean?
what I'm saying, Larry. I'm saying
Dig.
Keeping this shit 100.
basic human behavior makes sense for her to at the time she's hot, she's fresh off the drill, okay, to be there and to not even say y'all talking to her, but she is releasing and she's talking and she's unloading what she has been through. You see what I'm saying? So that makes it hard because that's a natural human behavior, and for me to think she didn't do that while y'all was there, I just can't believe it. You see
So let me ask you a question, Sky. So why didn't she leave here and fly to New York?
what's in New York?
The fucking case that she's in. If she was talking to the government when she was at my house and I told her to do this and do that, Why did she leave here and go to New
I
York?
say
Why
she
did she
was
go
over
to
there.
Chicago and stay there? Why did she go to California to hang out, go to Chicago? You see what I'm saying? Why didn't she just go to fucking New York? I don't
Man,
get it.
Say she was talking to the
this
government.
is.
I said she was
Go
talking
ahead. I'm
to you.
sorry.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I feel like y'all had a conversation because that's the natural progress and that's the natural behavior that will happen after coming off a quote
Well,
unquote
it's
traumatic.
no law. It's no law for me. It's no law against me talking to her about what she went through. It's no law for her to be in my house. It's no law for any of that. You
Okay.
see what I'm saying? But
That,
the notion that I'm some kind of way telling her, hey, you're gonna talk to the feds, you're gonna go to the feds, you're gonna talk to the feds. No, that didn't happen.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
because of the video. That's where that's
Yeah, but I get it. But I get it. At the end of the day, she is a human. She is a human. Do you
mhm.
think that I treated that man daughter unhuman?
Uh,
No, I don't.
let,
Go ahead.
let me ask you this, man. Because I'm gonna shoot fair across the board. I'm not gonna say Rob, who I support 110%, didn't do anything wrong. But let me ask you something. Do y'all think y'all did anything wrong to support why you didn't have to support? To be a factor in some shit that you didn't have shit to do with?
Hold on. Say what now? Say that again so I can understand it.
I'm not saying my bro didn't do anything wrong, but do y'all think y'all stuck y'all nose somewhere? This goes for any of y'all that involved, y'all fucking circle.
Who you talking about? What are you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
about whoever your circle is.
No, I'm talking about what else you talking about. Do we think we stuck our nose in what?
Stuck y'all nose in involvement into this case. This
Okay,
case.
let me
Wait a
answer
minute,
that.
I wouldn't.
Let me
Oh,
you ask me
okay.
a question. Let me answer. Now, it's 39 other channels for R. Kelly. It's only like four for us, and we
Well,
the
I'm talking
smallest.
about the four.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is that we the smallest. So us
I'd be
talking about
damn.
hold on. So us talking about the case,
Oh,
which is naturally gonna be in line with the victims. It's a problem. But
oh,
you got wait a minute, but you got people out
That
here
wasn't
that talk.
me.
Hold a minute, you got people out here that talk to R. Kelly all the time.
That's not. And Larry, I'm asking you something between me and you. I'm not
Okay.
speaking
So
for
let me
these
ask
other
you.
people,
Okay, so
man.
let
I'm
me
talking
ask you
about
one.
me
So
because
you to ask me. Hold
I
on. You
just,
asked me four
I
questions.
just
Now
said
let me
something.
ask you one. You to ask me
Absolutely.
four questions. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that what has done more damage to his case, my side or your side?
Your side.
Your
How?
side, nigga.
Cause
Wait,
your
wait a
That's what
mind,
we
minute.
talking
How?
because you
about.
got
How
witnesses
you
to
figure?
Wait a
flip.
minute.
How you
Because
think?
you got the
Man, I ain't
Fuck
West
got
type
Virginia
of
no.
question is
line.
that?
I
Because
ain't
you
got
got
hey, you
nobody
know what I
no
just
damn
remembered?
flip
Wait a
phone.
Hey,
minute. You know what?
hey,
Let me
The
answer that
fuck?
you
question.
know
Let
what
me
I
answer
just
Y'all
that.
think you
remembered?
know? Look.
Y'all
Do
do
you
know
know?
that
Look,
Look,
yeah.
hold
look.
on,
Let me
This
hold
is
on,
explain
not.
to
This
you.
ain't
Let me
ain't
explain
nothing
to you. Let me
laughing
hold on.
about
explain to you
this,
what
y'all. I'm
getting
serious.
somebody to flip mean.
Ain't nothing laughing
This
about
what
that. I
getting
want to answer
somebody.
your question. I want to
Okay.
answer your
Hey, let me
question.
What
say
the
Okay.
something real
fuck?
quick. Let me say
Okay.
something real quick. Y'all do
Uh-huh.
know that Az was in the paperwork before she even testified. Before she
Oh, she been a
That
They
that.
don't
snitch.
Oh
understand
my
that
God,
though.
I don't know where that's coming from, but
no,
okay,
I'm telling you where it's coming from. That's the truth. She was
okay,
already
that's fine. That's fine.
yeah,
That's
I
okay.
got
fine.
a question.
That's
I got a
fine.
question.
Wait,
Uh-huh.
let me answer this
So
question,
let me
son.
so let's have a rundown right quick. Cause y'all done
I'm
got the
gonna
man
answer
of
your. Okay,
y'all done
go
got
ahead.
the man of sequester jury. Y'all done got his ass whooped.
No,
Y'all done got
I
his
don't think
lawyers
I don't.
fired. Hold
Wait,
on, let me
wait, wait.
finish. Let me
That,
finish. Let me finish. Y'all done got his lawyers fired and got his ass whooped, sequester
wait.
jury.
Well,
He
All
Larry,
his
you.
ass
that
whooped.
you
He
done spent
fired his
money.
Man,
You
you
lawyers
done
know
on his
put
what?
own.
you done
All
spent
of that
money
shit
on
you
all the
saying is
nigga books for the
subjective right now,
victims.
man. You're not. You
I'm
asked me
just
a
saying.
question, and I'm trying to answer it.
Go ahead.
Without all this extra rigmarole. I think collectively as a whole, when you're dealing with this from a standpoint from how the system works, they sit back and let each other work against each other. And they come up with these factors without a unbeknownst to our understanding. They allow us to work against ourselves and we don't even know it. Now, this has nothing to do with a side. It has something to do with how the system is set up. And I don't think, and I keep saying this, to see, I'm gonna get away from you sorry Negroes. Because you Negroes don't understand how this shit works collectively. And I don't mean that just individually wise. I'm talking about just period. So to answer your question, I think collectively, both sides had something to do with him getting a sequestered jury.
Explain that, y'all. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take it. But I mean, that's not true at all. You know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
your that's your
We didn't
opinion.
go.
That you
We
asked me a
haven't.
question, and that's just my answer on it, whether you
I get it.
believe in it or
I
not.
get it. I get it. That's your answer. I respect your. I respect your. I respect your answer.
Because see, so if I wanted to expound on that, why you said you don't believe that. So let me ask you this: you don't think your side did fuck shit?
Towards who? To him?
Yeah, towards him
Of course, we
or towards
reported y'all ass.
anybody.
Yeah, we reported y'all ass when y'all did some crazy, stupid ass shit.
No,
We
no, no.
reported y'all. That's what we did.
Here's the thing,
I'm
man.
just saying. I'm
Hey,
just keeping it a buck with you.
I
That's
got a
what it was
question.
about. When you got motherfuckers going up in the courtroom talking about attacking motherfuckers when they get off the elevator and recording in the building, or you got motherfuckers storming the building, or putting a federal agent's real actual house on fucking line, bro, it just was coming every fucking day.
Okay, so what did y'all do that didn't get reported?
We didn't do any fucking thing.
That's
Nigga,
bullshit.
you in the motion. You
For
did
a
something.
lie,
Well,
and the
I'm
motion
not
gonna
I'm
get
not gonna
that.
even
The
go so
fuck
The
you
much.
talking
government
about?
look. The government didn't put me in the motion.
Wait
The
for just for a
lawyer did
second.
based on
I'm not
false
I'm not going
information.
so far of that. I'm asking you something that I
The
know you can answer this if you elect to do so. What fuck shit y'all done that haven't been reported? And you know y'all done
What
fuck
the
shit.
fuck? No, we ain't. No, we ain't done no
Okay,
fuck
whatever. So
shit.
y'all just over there some church
We
Voice,
mouse.
just
that
been
lets you know
reading the
right there.
documents and shit,
That pitch
man.
in the voice lets you know right there what time it is.
You know
Let
Man,
that's
me
some
look,
fuck
man.
let
shit,
me ask
Look,
man.
a
You
we
can't
ain't
question.
done
fool
no
me.
fuck shit.
Hold
Hey,
on. Let me
I
ask a
want to
question.
explain something. Can I explain something real quick?
Okay.
Because the only thing that bothers me about all this shit, I already do. I ain't had a nigga emails and all that shit. It's one thing that bothers me. This I got people to lie shit. Let me explain it.
You said
You
it,
can
nigga.
wait a minute. You can take it how you want to. Okay. When I was on Instagram and I didn't have an indictment, I got a call, right? And said that, you know what? Just go ahead and keep going. Go ahead. Go to the next question.
All right, I got a question.
Go to the next question. Go
No,
ahead.
it's my turn.
Angelo,
It's my
Angelo
turn.
said that you
Oh,
told him and vented to him that you bought your wife some BBLTs and some
some of my wife.
yeah, though he said though
Man, my wife, man, hey, man, my
he said
wife
you
go,
told him
hey,
he bought
look,
her some
no, no,
titties
no,
and
no,
some
no.
ass.
But see, let me explain to you like this right here. What kind of nigga sit around talk? Why he keep talking about that nigga like my motherfucking wife or something? He keep talking my wife like every other. Listen, let me tell you something. My
He said he
wife
paid for
can.
your
Oh
wedding.
no, man. Listen, the shit was $1,200. I bought his wife $2,500 worth of Samsung shit the same day, and bought his daughter a couch. This nigga gave me $2,000 and won't let it go. And I gave him about $7,000. Shut the fuck up.
Let me ask you this question.
No, JoJo, y'all
Oh,
not
my
finna
fault. Go
force
ahead.
me.
I'm
Let
sorry. I'm
I
God
ain't
sorry.
answer
trying
I'm
to.
sorry.
question. Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry. I'm
I'm
sorry. Damn, I said I'm sorry.
Look, get the shotgun. Back up, back up. Okay, hold on. All right, Larry. I need to ask you a question about
Go
the
ahead.
picture. Is that okay?
You can ask me a question.
Okay, I ain't trying to
I
be
ain't ducking nothing. I don't be ducking.
want to know.
I
Okay.
ain't stuttering. I ain't ducking. I ain't finna stop you.
Because you know I ain't had no problems with you, none of that. But prior,
No, we good. We
okay.
good.
All right. I'm trying to understand. In the paperwork, it said about the 5K1.
The
Okay.
5K1.
Okay, now in the
Let me let
5K.
me explain the 5K1.
Okay.
Okay. I get indicted. The first person I call is my co-defendant. He tell me, hold on, I'm gonna call you back. He don't call me back for 4 hours. At the time, I don't know nothing about pacing, right? So my wife goes upstairs with her computer because we were around here freaking out, looking out the fucking windows. We go on Pacer and we discover that this nigga has a paid attorney already. He done turned himself in and bonded himself out. So when I call him back, we have another discussion because he owed me some money. I need to get an attorney, turn myself in, all of that, me and him good. I'm just thinking he's stressing. So he tell me, I got your money, but I got to go take my wife's car up to CarMax. They going to cut me a check, but the check ain't going to clear to the next day. He in LA. I'm in Vegas, right? But I ain't turned myself in yet. So I ain't trying to get on the road and be on the road driving over there. But I eventually have to do that. Come to find out, his whole family police officers, he moved to Buffalo, right? And then when I get over there, the neighbors tell me that Suffolk County, New York, has went and raided his house 2 weeks before then, and he was already planning to move, right? So me and him got a mutual friend that live in Nebraska. Their wife a TSA agent, and he contacted me because he's the one. It's a lot of niggas that know my co-defendant. Basically, he a white man that deal with niggas in the hood about certain shit like trade lines and shit like that.
Adam.
Right. Yeah. So you would know what I'm talking about. One person on here. I ain't gonna say who. Oh, you see what I'm saying? So he is the nigga in South Florida to go to. The biggest, right? So I had already been prerequisite and been warned about what I could possibly be facing if I get into a situation with him. But he is a fucking unicorn. So I gambled and I dealt with him. And then the time that I dealt with him, he was having a lot of major problems out of South Florida. That's why he left. And he didn't like to pay people their money. So it just escalated from there. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, if you go and you really look at the proper work, the updated proper work, it tells you that he proffered, and it tells you the date. It tells you the day before I took any agreement that he proffered with the government, right? 3 different times. And I knew that because of our mutual friend that he was talking to. So my decisions on the decisions that I made in my case, while it might be unethical to a drug dealer, when you're dealing with white collar crimes and you're dealing with white people in a case and you hustling, you got to think differently. And I had to motherfucking move some shit around to ensure that I didn't go to a trial. See, my whole case was about going to a trial. He wanted to go to trial because my 6 co-defendants in my case knew him. They didn't know me. In the beginning, I didn't even understand how I got indicted because I didn't know any of the unindicted co-defendants. But he knew them all, and he knew that they were lying. So he wanted us to go to trial. So you ain't finna Daryl McDavid me. You ain't finna put me in no situation the way I gotta go to no motherfucking trial. You ain't finna do that. So I had to stand in the middle of that shit. And that's what it is.
Okay, now this I understand
All
that,
right.
and this is my question. I'm trying to figure out with the Kels case because it said it's alleging that it says something like you had a good amount of 5K1 something, but I know you don't have paperwork as an informant on the Kels case,
I don't.
right?
I've never met with prosecutors. I don't have an agreement. None of that. I don't know the nigga. My commentary is just that good on my fucking channel. That's all
Larry,
this shit is about.
Basically,
Larry,
this I guess this is
Larry,
my question.
That's
In
all this
your
shit is about.
case,
Larry,
you get
That's all this shit
Larry.
is about, bro.
did you get any
Hey,
time
Larry.
knocked off your case for giving witness information?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No, I did not.
Larry, let me
Shit.
ask you something.
Go ahead.
Let's quantum leap back into time. You
Go
remember
ahead.
you remember having a conversation with me, and you told me if the nigga would have just gave y'all 250,000, the nigga would have been all right.
What? Fuck the fuck? No, I ain't told you that. I ain't even
Yeah, that
need
You
nigga
know
said,
two.
I remember that
wait,
shit.
Bro,
wait.
bro,
Slow
look,
down.
bro, look. I ain't even, bro, look. I'm gonna
Wait.
keep it a buck with you. I ain't even need $250,000 when this shit
Listen,
first
listen,
popped
brother.
off.
If you don't remember, okay.
Man, I
That's
ain't
all I
told you that
ask.
nigga don't. The nigga didn't
I
have
just
250.
listen,
Look,
listen,
look. I'm gonna
brother.
tell you. I'm gonna tell
I
you why I
asked
got.
you
I'm
a
gonna tell
question.
you. No,
Okay.
no, no. Let me. I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna answer it. You want to know how I
If you don't
first got
remember,
into
if
this?
you don't remember having that conversation with me, we're gonna leave it alone. What's known don't need to be
You
explained.
trying to tell me? You trying to tell me that motherfucking? I told you if he would have gave us 250,000. Are you
Listen, bro,
fucking
I
kidding me? No,
said we
that's not
quantum
true.
leaping back in the time. You think I'm just gonna make some shit up? But I'll say if you don't remember it, okay.
Jojo, that nigga was drunk
Man,
that night.
listen, man, listen, man. I ain't never asked that nigga for no money. I ain't never asked him for no money. Matter of fact,
I said I didn't say you asked him. I said, do you remember saying that to me? So
no,
you probably didn't ask him that,
no, I didn't ask
but
that nigga no shit
I
like
asked
that.
you. I didn't say. I said, do you remember saying that to me?
No, I don't remember
Okay,
saying that to you
all right,
because I ain't
all
never
right,
said it to him. Yeah, no,
okay.
that's
I
crazy.
mean that's how that works. We ain't
I
got to
wouldn't
go
get
into
no
all
nigga.
that.
Look, nigga, hey, nigga, listen. I listen. I was heartfelt and I wanted nigga to get his daughter back, but nigga, I got my own kids and that got student loans, all kind of shit. What the
I'm
fuck
not
I'm gonna give
talking
another
about no
nigga
Angelo.
$250,000 for? I
Wait,
ain't no
wait, wait,
fool.
wait, wait. I think you. Wait,
You in the
wait. Hold on. I think you.
you in the
Can
matrix.
you hear me?
Who me?
Yeah, you
No, I'm here.
cutting in and
No,
out.
Jojo.
Okay, I would talking about Angelo. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Angelo. I said, and maybe you can kind of recollect this. I said, do you remember saying if Rob would have gave y'all $250,000, because that was a going rate as I could see.
No, 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 no. You misunderstanding it. What I said was if we would have paid, not we, if them people, his people, the people that had his kids, would have paid his studio for $167,000, would he have let the girls go then? I was just brainstorming because when this shit first popped off, I called niggas in Chicago that had a lot of money, and some of was in the NFL and NBA. And I asked them, like, what the fuck? Like, y'all be with this nigga all the time and be around this nigga. Like, hey, what the fuck? Like, I got a parent here trying to get their daughter back. Niggas told me to leave that shit alone. And I was like, surely it's something that y'all can work out with this nigga to give him some money. He behind on his child support and all this other shit. Ain't nobody asked no nigga that's in the news that can't pay his child support losing his studio about no motherfucking getting no money
Okay,
from
all
him.
right.
I
That's
ain't asked that
interesting. You
nigga
know
about
what?
that
That's
shit. Do you
interesting.
remember? Do you remember when I first came online and you seen me with two brand new Benzes and shit like?
I
I
don't
ain't
remember
need
none of
no
that because you
motherfucking
swear
money
up
from
and
him.
down. I used to watch your channel. I never
I
watched
ain't
your
need no
channel.
bread from him. I ain't
I
need no
never
bread
watched
from
your
him. I
channel.
wasn't working no more. I wasn't working no job. I didn't need no money from him. I didn't have a
Well, I
job.
never watched your channel. That's one
Well,
thing.
I didn't need no job.
Well, now I just interesting. I just asked you a
I
question
didn't know what I'm saying. I didn't need no
because
money. Is what I'm saying. I ain't need none of his money.
I don't know
Let
where I'm getting that from. I'm just pulling that
And
shit out of my ass.
and
But
you
okay.
gotta understand. I know a lot of motherfuckers that's in the music business too, and he ain't had no motherfucking money. Talking about no
Okay.
motherfucker two hundred fifty
He,
thousand dollars.
okay.
he got some money
All right.
somewhere. He got Bo Jean.
Larry, can I say let me talk to Larry real quick.
Go
Okay, 'cause
ahead.
I had a chance to talk to you. I think this is the problem that, like you saying, the streets will have with the paperwork, the 5K. You are considered like street. You know what I'm saying?
No, 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 no. See, that's what y'all missing.
Wait, wait, let me
I'm not
finish. Let me finish.
but I'm not street though.
Right,
I don't
right.
sell
But
drug. I don't sell drugs. I'm a
right, I know that. But what, let me just finish. Let me just
go
finish.
ahead.
I'm just saying, when knowing your prior affiliations, you see what I'm saying? People kind of looked at you like that. You know what I'm saying? But like you
No, come on. You know some of the same people I know. I just ain't told you who they is. You East Side crazy. I know some of the yeah, yeah. Like I know some of the same people you know. I know some of the same people you know. You know, I'm the person, I was the person that they want to sit down and talk to when they want to get into something else, when they want to rehab or when they want to do something else. You see what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
I had to come from Northridge or somewhere down into the city to fucking go sit down and down and have dinner and or lunch or whatever, like that. Like I wasn't in the hood. I start.
No, I know you wasn't, but let me finish what I'm saying. I'm just saying this because I don't know if anybody ever said this to you. Nobody can blame you for you doing what you had to do to protect your family and put yourself in the best situation.
Well,
Okay.
he played chess with me
Man,
first. I would have kept the shit a buck. It ain't no drug shit though. I'm not dealing with some of my friends that's out of Chicago that know him too, or Miami or Atlanta. I'm dealing with something different. And then when the motherfucking shit popped off, this motherfucker ran into his corner of, and you know what I mean? He ran to his family and all of that shit, and he started playing chess with me.
Right.
He started calling me saying weird shit. At first, he told me, my lawyer told me it ain't a good idea if I talk to you on the phone no more. I'm like, okay. And I'm sitting there at the house, you owe me money, you done hired Suge Knight lawyer, and I'm sitting on the couch, and you got my money, and I'm looking around at my motherfucking kids. You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I ain't hired no motherfucking lawyer, and the case all the way in fucking up north. What the fuck, bro? No. Then I got niggas calling me from all over the country that you didn't deal with. It ain't like he did this shit and shut the fuck up. He
Right.
did this shit and started calling motherfuckers. Like,
Okay.
yeah, this nigga, this and this and this and this and this. I'm like, man, I don't even know the motherfuckers that I'm talking about, the 6 people that's in the case that I don't even know. And then you got to understand, I ain't have no discovery. All I know is this shit say $1.7 million. First thing I'm thinking about is, nigga, you played with the money. Because I ain't never seen nowhere near none of that.
Okay.
So now I got beat out the money. I done got beat out the money you owe me. You done told me don't call you. And now I'm starting to hear shit from mutual friends. Man, get the fuck out of here. I'm not, what the fuck?
Right.
And
And
then
with an
you
indictment facing you. Yeah. I understand.
yeah.
now you proffering. Now you going down here proffering. Like, I get it. And I'm gonna take the criticism that come along with it. But nigga, I just love my little girl too much. And I handle my business on my own. The business part of it ain't had nothing to do with me.
Right.
All I did was use my accounts and fucking gave him the money back. I ain't have no people in my shit. All my shit was about the bank. Ain't have nothing to do with no identities or none of that shit. Just the bank.
I get.
So everything else and how I got set up and the doctors and all of that, man, them folks from Florida. I only went down there to get my money.
I see what you're saying. Well, and I just wanted to say that to you because I don't know if anybody had the, you know what I'm saying, had a conversation with you about that. But this is my main question. What was the agreement between Angelo and Kels in regards to Azriel being there? Because it wasn't no contract.
Well,
Wasn't
well,
no,
well, 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 y'all gonna hear more about that coming from me up here fairly soon, because I'm starting to figure this shit out. I'm starting to figure it all out, and it's gonna be ugly.
was it a
Because
white
because
thread?
because on one channel you said he ran out the back door of the hotel. On another network, you said that you went to the hotel. She came downstairs. Under oath, you said that she said that she never went down there. And on another channel, you said that your
Under
wife
oath.
had that your wife had her ID and she's the one that gave it to her. So what, she had 2 IDs, 2 phones, and if R. Kelly ran, who the fuck was chasing him and where he run to? None of this shit's making sense to me right about now. None of it.
So who set Rob up?
Well, I ain't put it all the way together yet, but I'm leaning and I'm telling, I ain't put it all the way together yet. I just don't understand. I don't understand that if you chase the man out the hotel, how the fuck she leave and go all the way to California in 9 days? Like, I ain't really feeling that. And I ain't saying that because I'm mad at him or no shit. I just never looked at him because he was so close to me. I
Right.
never looked at him. So
But
now that I'm looking without the thing of him being my friend or some shit, and it's just not adding up. And then I'm looking at his interviews and explaining this shit. I'm not trying to use my words and my opinion to dictate this. I'm going to try to use his words and dictate it
But he
because
said
but wait,
he
wait, wait.
said He
Well, he
said you
didn't say
wasn't.
he didn't. Well, he didn't say nothing. Him
He
talking
said
about
you wasn't
me.
his friend. He,
Him talking about me is irrelevant because I wasn't back then. See, when you get to talking about these text messages and you get to talking about him or whatever role he played in this, he gets to attacking you, talking about your wife, your kids, how you run your house, your family, what you might have lied about, whatever. But I don't want to talk about that. That's irrelevant. I already came out and told people on my channel that I'm not perfect. I done said that, nigga. I'm not perfect. And I'm going to continue to make mistakes probably until I die. And if you want to be truthful, all of us are. So fuck all that shit. If my wife got titties and ass, and if my
he,
wife can go out of town, and you want to name my sister, my home girl, you want to say she my side chick and all that other shit,
he
that
said
shit
Adam was your
don't matter.
friend.
None of that shit matters. None
He
Well,
of it.
said
let me
he's
clarify my question.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So we know how Chicago, niggas are. 9 times out of 10, they ain't taking no short. Okay.
Right. Niggas ain't taking no shots.
So Azriel is now presented to Kels. She's living with him. What was the agreement between Kels and Angelo? Because in the paperwork, Az said that that he got a brick for her.
That's what she that's what she told me when she was out here. That's what she said. But it was so far fetched to me, and I was so caught up in this shit. Ask him. Let's see if he'll answer that truthfully. Cause I called him and I made him get Mason on the phone to fucking ask the question.
Well, I
I
couldn't
ain't
ask
on no
that.
I ain't on no slick shit. I did. That came up. I said, why don't you trust your parents? Like what the fuck was told? Why don't you trust that conversation came up? And she said that R. Kelly said that Mason hit him with some bricks. That's what she said. I don't believe that. I didn't believe that at that time. It's far
Oh,
fetched.
Mason hit him with the bricks.
That's what she said.
Oh,
She said that in the court documents too.
okay,
That's in the court documents. That's in her testimony. She said that.
okay, okay. All right. We
But you gotta understand, that's what she was told.
okay.
Mason said he didn't do that. I mean, and Angelo to reiterated probably about 50 or 100 times, like, you ain't gonna find no transaction at no bank that Kels is gonna give me some money. He's drilled that into your heads and into mine.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not. It has to be something because
Well, I don't want to be out here. I don't want to be out here accusing Angelo of things that he didn't do.
no. You already
I'm
answered
only giving my
in
opinion. He
general. Yeah,
accused me of things that I didn't do, but I don't want to do that to him.
yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not. You answered the question. I'm just trying to. I'm just talking right now, trying to figure out if because there was no contract saying she gonna do a song. I mean, you gonna do a song. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna
Why
give
don't
it.
you just ask me what I think,
Well,
and
okay.
I'll tell you.
What do you think?
This is what I think. I think that there was a plan, and I think that Azriel deviated from the plan once she got with him. And I think that they were asking for shit and they was trying to get shit. But at the same time, I think that her romance and her thing with him was growing. And then I think that it turned into something abusive and she turned 18. And I think that everything got away from them and she was gone. But I think at the same time that you see, me and him had one conversation and he talked about me for 48 hours straight. Did he come out and do this to this nigga? Did you hear about him before Tim Savage came out and did that press conference? He was quiet for 3 years. He
Right.
didn't say anything.
Correct.
And now it's coming out that they set up the thing at the hotel. They knew about it. They didn't go up there. The whole surviving was a lie. All of this stuff is starting to come out. And now you're starting to understand. Was it an agreement or was it not? That's what the lies should be about. Because I wasn't there. I don't know.
Because
I
that's the
don't know.
question. Like, that's the main question that I still haven't been able to get an answer to. But thank you for, uh,
No. That's a question if he comes on a panel. If he comes to talk and let you talk without cursing you out, this and that. He don't like to be disagreed with. So if he's able to come and he's able to talk, because it's not adding up, and the text messages are real. Him saying that you was on Dana's channel when he said that R. Kelly had their phones and put the shit in the phones. Well, how the hell did he put shit in her phone all the way from Stockton, California? How?
Yeah, no, we know that the text.
Yeah, we know that was some
We,
bullshit.
but no,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is like, I ain't saying that to be mean, but answer the question. I mean, we was out here screaming and hollering. We was the truth for all that time. You know what I mean? Like, answer the question. I ain't
Shit.
I ain't getting to this. Listen, I ain't getting this to hide nobody's secrets. I ain't getting this to cover for nobody. You know what I mean? If I'm cool with you and I find out in this shit that you lying or you this and you that, like, I get called out all the time about my people. They'll be like, nah, we checked that shit out that you said. That's not true. You need to go on there and say that you need to fix that. So I don't know what the agreement was or what was said or what was did, this and that. All I know was when Tim Savage was trying to put Mason ass in jail, he wasn't with that shit.
Right. Mm-hmm.
He wasn't with none of that shit.
No.
Tim, your man, your dog, you're fighting with him every day. His daughter with your daughter. Y'all on TV conference, TV shows, news conference, wives each other, award shows. Not one motherfucking shit. Huh.
But that guy say he was right there in Las Vegas, and he said it was plenty of restaurants open.
Yeah, he said that with Dunn. He said that with everybody else. That's what he said. Nobody think about that shit. He come around and want
Let me
Damn.
But this is what I don't get. Now you want to kill me because I'm asking questions. You say that you are open book. Just answer the questions. It's that simple.
He said you were writing a book.
I'm writing a book.
Is that what he said?
I'm gonna write 5
Oh,
books.
you
What
already
are
done
you
wrote
talking
one.
about? Why is he so worried about? This is what I don't get. Why the fuck is he so worried about what I'm doing? I know what he doing. Tired driving the motherfucking trucks. Why you worried about what I'm doing?
He said you coming out with a book, man. You coming out with a book, Larry. What's
Man,
the name?
I'm coming out with a book with
What's the
Cash
name of the
Jones on
damn
the
book,
front of that
man?
bitch naked. I'm coming out with a book with him on there with that big ass booty right in the front of that bitch. That's what I'm coming out with.
Father Jesus help me.
My
Well, I'll
book
be
ain't gonna
damned.
have nothing on the cover but his booty.
Wait, what? Man, you gotta take that motherfucker and take that bitch back to goddamn to the Fed. Let them get the motherfucker.
My book ain't gonna have nothing on the cover. Ain't
Man,
gonna have
nobody
no
buying that
words or
shit.
nothing. Nigga. my
Y'all
book, my
bad.
book ain't have nothing on the cover, nigga. No words, nothing.
Hey, Sky, you gonna buy that shit?
Hell no.
Hell no, I ain't buying no
I go
motherfucker.
so
What the
far.
fuck? What
Man,
name
y'all
your book
better
gonna
go
be?
get my
Ass.
motherfucking book, nigga.
What this shit gonna be? What the name of that book gonna be?
It
Ass.
ain't gonna be called nothing. It's just gonna be a cover. It's not
Well,
the
I be
whole
damn.
cover, the front and the back.
Man, nobody buying that shit,
It's
man.
gonna be called Hips on the Side, nigga. That's what the book gonna be called, nigga.
Just like Ezra songs. Ain't nobody buying that shit.
Okay, wait. I had another question, but I had to
I
go.
don't got no problem. Look, I don't got no issue with I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Somebody asked that in the chat. I don't know what's going on with DJ, man. I don't know.
Oh Lord.
Dang,
I don't know.
hold on. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. It was a good one too. There's so much going on in this case, man.
Hey man, listen, man. Hey,
Pimp
so
Low said. Pimp Low said that
Practice,
yeah,
y'all.
you wouldn't got that phone, but you got yours for free.
I went and got my phone, but I got mine for free. What phone? What
Yeah,
you
he
talking
said
about?
you better not put that damn receipt up there now.
What you talking about? Like I
Though
already
he
put
said,
the receipt.
though he
I
said,
paid cash. You didn't see at the bottom where I paid cash. I paid cash. Why
I'm
is
just.
he snitching on me? This is what I don't get. This is what I don't get. Now I'm labeled a snitch, right? Why is all these motherfuckers is snitching on me? Why I don't get it? This
He said
motherfucker
you got
sit
to.
on here and tell on me all day. Yeah, you won't do this. Yeah. What the fuck?
He said you better explain how he set R. Kelly up now. He said you better explain that shit.
How the fuck I set
He
him up and
said
I ain't even know him in 2015? He
nah
fucking set him up. I ain't
yeah,
set
though
up shit.
he said you better explain how he set R. Kelly up. Basically
I better
he's
explain. Oh,
saying the
I
shit
am.
that you've
I
been
am.
saying for the last 3 years was a lie. He said you got to explain that shit.
Yeah, cause listening to him, yes, listening to him, yeah. Everything that I said, don't none of that shit add up with them text messages. Don't none of them add up with them court records. And I'm going by the court records. I ain't going by what the fuck he said no more. I'm going by court records.
Right. And
He
that
can't
nigga
get
said
mad. He can't get mad at me for that. I'm going by the court records.
and that
And the
nigga
court
said
records suggest that motherfucking they fucking prepped a child and sent her up there and told R. Kelly that they was 18 years old and they let her leave in 9 days. And she was gone with him for about 9 motherfucking months. And then she was gone with him a total of 3 years and didn't nobody say shit. If you watch that interview with the Tampa police, she says that they called the FBI. She said that.
did they write that letter though?
I'm not lying on him. That's what
Did,
she said in the interview.
did they write that letter though?
Right,
The
what letter?
that letter of consent. That letter. You know
Man,
what I'm talking
yes,
about,
they
Sky?
wrote the letter, but the problem is that nobody signed the letter
That's
and Valerie
bullshit.
Payton
Right.
wasn't in the trial.
No signature. I mean, it was torn out from.
No, this is what you gotta look for. This is what you gotta look for in the letter. Why did they put the date in the letter 4 fucking times? When the last time you wrote a letter and you put the date on there 4 times?
Yeah, but it, like you said, it had no signature. It was torn out. This is my thing. If this is a contract between a company and a family, it's gonna be on letterhead paper. Okay, it's gonna be typed up and it's gonna look professional. It's not gonna be a piece of paper torn out of a notebook given.
Oh, those are parents.
Why
Those
is
are
the
parents.
letter?
That ain't
Look,
nobody with no letterhead and all of that.
you can't even bring up the letter. The letter
That's some
wasn't even in
ghetto
the
ass shit on.
listen. The man could come out and call me a liar right now if he put out the text messages between him and the so-called lady at Sony. That's easy. iPhone don't delete messages. You can just go back and pull up the lady text messages to show that you had correspondence with the lady from Sony about your daughter. Because if you demand that it got to be somebody from the label with your daughter, surely you sent her a text message. Surely you got one message from Valerie Payton. Surely you got that.
Right. He said you and your side piece over there lying.
No,
Me
hold
and
on.
my side.
Press they
Man, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you something. Let me
one.
tell you something. Hold on, no, hold on. Let me tell you
That's
something
what he
about
said, man.
the women that I roll with. They
I'm just
loyal.
going out what he told me. I heard him say.
Man, I don't cheat on my motherfucking, like, listen, man, that girl got a whole motherfucking dude. I ain't never met her. I never been out of town. I haven't been nowhere in the same vicinity. Like, I ain't finna sit up and explain that shit when a whole
That nigga said
motherfucking, come on, Progress. Shit.
Wait,
that nigga
progress. Wait, my
that
turn.
Damn,
nigga said
Come on,
when you
Progress.
go
Wait,
out of
Come
town,
on, Progress. Come on now.
my time.
I,
You
I'm
whooping
gonna
me.
tell you what he said now.
You
Shit.
whooping me. I
I
don't care that
already
nigga
know
said.
that. Lord have mercy.
Hold on. I told look,
Damn.
he keeping the flame going
I don't
between.
care what that
Oh,
motherfucker said. I
God
don't care what he
okay.
said.
damn.
Now my question is this, and you might not be able
Go
to
ahead.
answer. Trying to understand with Tim
Go ahead.
Savage,
Uh-huh.
why nobody on y'all side is telling him to finesse the situation? He wants to have communication with his daughter because you're
Listen, man.
waiting
Listen,
on him.
man.
You
No,
not be in communication. And what is that background noise?
is
What is
that my
that?
phone?
Yeah.
Whose phone is that?
Yes, yo, got to be your phone, Larry.
Damn, man, y'all in the woods.
Oh, he got kicked out. He may
Man,
be.
that nigga out in the damn woods, man. I thought I was in the country.
Let's see if he come back.
That Sky. Why he drilling that man like that? Y'all
That
stop
is you.
That's you. You keeping the flame going. I'm trying to get
What
questions
is
it.
out
that?
of you trying to ask
What the
questions
hell?
about him and Angela.
I'm no nose and shit.
Look, he made me forget my damn question. That's why it's like, let me hurry up and ask it. I sure forgot it.
Well, we got some juice tonight, then.
Yeah, because
We
I'm
got
just trying to. I want to know what he gonna say. Because Polar Tim, he just don't get it. You can't keep on berating her quote unquote fiance and think you're gonna have a conversation with that girl. I mean, come on.
Tim say he trying to get his million.
You said who?
Tim, remember what Tim said? I'm trying to get my million.
Yeah,
They trying to do get shit. That nigga said, I'm trying to get my million. Shit.
you can't, you know, isolate your daughter in the process.
Yeah, he got the right last name. Damn savage.
Because I ain't in support of none of that. You know what I'm saying? I believe
Right.
need to be in communication with her parents. I mean, they might have some flaws, but it's not a situation that's that, you know what I'm saying, bad where you need to cut all contact. I'm not in support of that at all.
Right. There's something else behind that shit. I don't think I can go without talking to my mom.
I'm just saying,
It's something deeper
I'm,
than that.
I'm finna finesse. I'm finna put my feelings aside, and I'm gonna do whatever I got to do to make that conversation. That's just me, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Unless it's some really fucked up
Yeah,
shit.
really. Yeah, you got to be really bad, like really bad. Other than that, no, no. It needs to be.
This nigga trying too hard. He trying too hard.
He's not even trying. It's like he's still fighting Kales.
For nothing.
Why you fight
God damn.
Kales instead of trying to make amends with your daughter? That's two separate things to me. You know what I'm saying? To me,
How you say this guy ain't no damn body having? What the hell?
ain't nobody happy. Nobody's happy. And that's the irony and the worst thing of this whole situation. Nobody won. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no winners. Everybody
Right.
lost. So
Damn.
it's just messed up from beginning to end.
I had some more questions for that nigga, boy. I was gonna ask him, Angelo dropping the bombs that other night, but I said, oh shit.
Hey,
Progress. Please, God, no. You just gonna have to go back and
yeah, let me
play
get
Dana's live.
you
Okay.
right. Incite the riot. Okay, you remember the
You
way
didn't know,
man,
you didn't know he don't like me and I don't like him. That's cool. He was at my house for about 3 weekends. He didn't stay here the whole time. To assess my entire life based upon 3 or 4 weekends is crazy. I've seen the background at his house. I would never go there. I would never take my kids there. So that's why he had to come to my house. And as you've seen the video, he was taking showers in my showers and shitting on my toilets. I'm good on that. You know what I mean? He talks shit about my wife, my kids, my special needs son, everything. Like, what the fuck you so mad for, homie? If I'm lying, why you so mad?
He said you fake that, man.
I fake what?
The PC, we call them folk to come out there and check on the kids and shit.
no answer
Man,
in there.
listen, man.
Yeah,
Listen,
he said you fake the hell
listen,
out of that, man.
listen,
He said,
man. I
damn.
don't play no motherfucking game. I got the police report. I got the CPS lady recorded when she came to my house. I got the
He,
lady fucking card. I got pictures of me at the CPS place. I ain't finna be sitting around here proving all of this shit. Like,
he said you did that shit in one day.
I did what in one day?
That whole situation right there. He said you
How
did it
many
in
days
one.
you think it lasts?
He said you did that shit in one day.
Yeah, they called us. My
Hey
kids
Sky,
had
you remember he said that shit? He
no,
said that shit was fake,
look,
didn't
look, bro.
He
Look.
said,
Look, bro. They called us. They called my wife, right? And
he?
they
I think
told
you and
us,
Angelo need to go in the backyard. How Dana say? Knock nigga TV
uh,
off.
nah, I caught the conditions of my parole. I can't get into any fights or
Man, shit.
uh,
Me and that nigga be rolling the dirt right about now.
for what?
hey, wait, my
For
turn.
what? I look. At the end of the day, no matter how you chop it up, I came to help him. He ain't what the fuck? I came to help him. He did nice shit for me. I did even nicer shit for him. I came to help him.
Okay, let me
Like
ask you that
he
since
don't appreciate this shit that we were doing for his family. He doesn't.
Oh, word.
So that's why so many people are angry with him.
Let me ask you this, since you right there. Did you like use him to get the information to help your case out? Like,
Listen, man. The shit that he knew in the beginning. Let me ask you a question. The man didn't know where his daughter was when I first met him. He didn't even know she lived in the trunk.
okay.
How am I gonna use some information he gave me to get out of my case? I was online for a whole fucking year before I was indicted.
Okay.
All the information I got about this case came from y'all, to be honest with you. Listening and participating on lives. And his people coming on lives telling everything, like Kip and other people that was around.
Oh, word.
Yeah, the
'Cause
savages had way more information. They had emails and text messages and everything. They had corresponded with these people about their daughter. Like they took this shit very fucking serious.
Okay, so let's piggyback into that. Why y'all ain't just telling him to just be like, just finesse it a little bit just to have a conversation with his daughter?
Because a lot of y'all don't understand how this shit work. A lot of y'all don't understand like how deep this shit is when it comes to how thick he laid on. Like you got to understand, Tim has been recorded. He has been recorded. You see what I'm saying? Like all of that shit has. It's almost like what they say. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Yeah.
Like
mm-hmm.
everything you say and everything you do, like between Dunn and everybody else, you know that stuff was used against him. You know what I mean? Putting out there that she got herpes and putting out there that you know uh she having threesomes or sleeping with girls and a lot of stuff and then a lot of other stuff.
But
You
wait,
know, so
but that's
yeah.
just stuff that was said. I'm talking about now, currently today. He is still talking in negativity against Kels. And just me, my opinion, if he stops fighting against Kels, her quote unquote fiance, and works on just establishing a conversation with her, fighting Kels and having a relationship with her,
doesn't
to me, are two different things.
it doesn't really work that way. You got to understand that if it's text messages that came out between Azriel and her mother, do you think that you think for a second that he didn't have access to those text messages? If I can make you put a sweatsuit on, I can get your phone and go through your messages between you and your mama. Do you think that she told him she was 18 and she didn't tell them that, hey, they the ones that did this and set this up and they had access to that? Don't you think that they showed that to them to just be like, look, this is what your parents did and all of that shit? If you know, and I'm being alleged. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a case coming up, you know? But you gotta understand, it's not as easy, simple, and dry as you might think it to be. It's not that easy.
I just don't see the value in him still trying to berate Kels. I understand he's mad, he's angry, and everything else, but if he wants to establish a relationship with his daughter and he knows that she is in love with this man, you know, this is some juvenile shit. You tell your kid don't talk to somebody, we gonna make sure we talk to him and we gonna make sure we do it more because you told us not to do it. Why is he still talking in that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand that. I understand exactly what you're saying, but you have to understand this.
Oh shit.
He got knocked off.
No. They tired.
Okay.
Who
They're
got knocked
tired.
off? I ain't get knocked off.
Oh,
No. They're tired. They're
Okay.
real tired. You know, it's not fresh for them. This has been going on for 5, 6 years.
Yeah, and I'd like them to have a conversation with her. Like,
But you know, like it's it'll come, it'll happen. Like
but
it'll
my thing is that why he still treat her like she damn like she 14 or 15 years old.
because he don't know her since she left for school. He don't know the woman she is now. It's 6 years later, damn near. He don't know the woman she is now. When she left to go off to school, he probably was paying for her to wash her clothes. She was a year out of high school. She don't. He was whooping her. He probably gave her a whooping. You do something wrong, get a whooping. She did. Probably get popped in your mouth or something. Like this ain't the same woman.
Cause he was like, yo, what type of man would sit there and give their child some money without him telling her.
Let me tell you the difference. And that's
That
why
nigga grown, eh?
no, let me ask you this. That's why it's authentic. Because you see him do that. He hate him genuinely. You see what I'm saying? He don't got no remorse, no back down. That's how you know it's genuine. That's how you know it's real.
I totally get that, but
You see what I'm saying?
he would just finesse it for a second, just to have that conversation, just to break that ice. Because as long as she's hearing him, and I know she's hearing what he's saying, that motherfucker did this, and he keeping her from having. You see what I'm saying? That's not getting her to the stores, man. That's just
well. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this right here. What good is it gonna do?
Nothing, cause that lady she dead weak now.
It's not gonna do any good. It's not gonna do any good. You know, it's just not gonna do any good. It's just not.
He said you dragging her back in the case again.
I'm telling you, I would be holding back my anger and my hate for his guts, and I would be trying to get to my daughter. I would be saying that, just come home, it's cool. We'll have a conversation. We'll worry about that nigga later. You see what I'm saying?
She'll eventually come home.
I don't know,
she'll eventually go home, because once he get into the system, he ain't gonna be able to use the phone and all that shit he do now. He gonna be in transit. He gonna be in lockdown. He gonna be in prison. He gonna be behind the wall, like way worse than the wall now. Like, regardless if he get an appeal or not, he's gonna be behind the wall, and he ain't gonna be nowhere close. And then that money, here come the lawsuits and all of that shit. You see how they just took that $28,000? They did that to me when I was in there. I had a couple of dollars on my books. They turn into American Express up in that motherfucker. They call you in the office, and they go from a counselor to American Express, nigga. And they take all your shit. A lot of people's mad, like, they took his money. At least they gave him a court proceeding to take his money. Normally
After
they
the
call
fact.
you in there, man, look, normally they call you in there and they say, hey, we took this, you got this, sign right here. You owe this. I owed $1 million and some dollars. I have $3,600 on my books. They called me in there and gave me the same amount. Like, we're taking all this, here go $500. And you gotta pay $150 every month, or your first step back, or your bunk, all that shit.
Rooming and boarding.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can
You
take
got
all
to pay
that
for
shit.
all that shit.
They can send you to a low. Like, if you at a low facility prison and you got FRP and you don't pay that shit was like a bill in my household. Sometimes after they took my money, I couldn't go to the store. I had to choose between going to the store or paying the $150, because if I ain't paid the $150, it could have fucked up my time of getting out early on my FSA credits. Yeah.
I knew they was gonna take his money, because I had called, but I knew that it was supposed to be by legal means. You know what I'm saying? That they have to have a legal process to do it. Because I called down there when I was telling people send the money directly to his books. You see what I'm saying? Because they were like, they gonna take it, they gonna do this, that with it, and
They gonna definitely take it.
Do it, but it has to go through the legal process.
Right.
Well, let me say this. They normally don't take the money until you get to prison. They normally don't. But since he's been convicted on that case, I think anytime after you get convicted, 0 to 6 months, they come for your money. They damn sure call me in there. They don't come tell you like, hey, we taking your money on Monday. They take your shit and then call you in there, and then you just be fucked up.
I thought I thought his lawyer said that they can't take his money if he on appeal.
Nah, they taking your money, your ass in jail. This is something else that a lot of people don't understand. The government, the judge, and the BOP and the Department of Justice are different entities. The Department of Justice is the people that hold the BOP accountable. When you go to court, The judge sentenced you to the BOP. So he is in, because he convicted, he's in possession of the BOP. He has nothing to do with New York anymore. He's in the possession of the BOP. They are their own entity. So wherever they want to move him, however they want to treat him, until he get out, he got to deal with them. And they difficult to deal with. But it's like the army. Everything has codes. They have to follow rules too. He's gonna be telling y'all in the future about those rules. Like it's easier to get out of prison once you finally get in prison because it's rules and codes and you learn about writing motions on your own stuff that's way better than what you see lawyers write. Because it's dudes that been in there 20 and 30 years and they go to the law library every day and you learn stuff. You know, they'll ask you, they're like, what you in here for? You trying to get out of here early? Why don't you go and do this and you go and do that? That's part of the reason why I got out of there early. I got First Step Act credits. I didn't know shit about First Step Act. When I got in there, an old head been in there 21 years, pulled me to the side and was like, look, take this and read all of this. And he didn't know that I was a reader. So I came back in 2 hours, like, okay, I read it, but I really don't understand it because you explained to me because it's a lot of information. It was like, look, if you enroll in all them classes that's up there on that board and you take all them classes and just go to class all day, then in 6 months from now, you're going to get a whole bunch of credits to reduce your sentence. You can damn near get a year off jail. And I did that. And damn if I didn't get out hella early. You know, so it's different things that you could do when you get in there, this and that. He'll catch a break somewhere, you know. He'll catch a break somewhere, but it won't be in the I don't know if he'll catch a break. I don't know. You know what I mean? I just don't know. I don't got a jail and I ain't the judge. So I gotta
You're
start.
right, but the appeal.
These people is like motherfucking. He said it. He bragged on his channel. Like, oh my god, gotta watch what I drink.
Yeah, that's the video, man.
Hey man, listen.
It's the video.
Hey man, listen. They can like I mean I would I mean shit. You don't want. Of course you don't want to see your name in court documents and all that old goofy shit. But at the same time, it's like, damn man, really? Oh,
Hey, Larry, come on, man. Be 100, man. You said that shit.
Man, I was drunk. Yeah, I said.
Man, don't blame it. It said a drunk man speak a sober mind.
Hey man.
And I'm from the deep country. That was no old folk told me, say, hey, you
The
won't
country
get
from, man. I'm from the country too, man. I'm a country boy, man. From
if
out.
you want to get something out of somebody, get them drunk. They're gonna tell you their whole life story. They're gonna tell you everything.
Hey man. Got this video up here, got me out here calling me everything on the name of God. Like it's cool that you're doing your job, but dang man, you're doing it like that.
Oh, you can get drugged, man.
Well,
Oh, you can get drugged through these damn YouTube street boys like a damn rag dog.
did you know that? Okay, so his daughter was already with Kels, correct?
Right.
So, did you know how long though she had been there at the time?
What do you mean? Which girl?
Asriel. Did you know that Asriel was already with Kels at the time you met up with Angelo?
I watched Surviving R. Kelly. I called him 2 days after Surviving. I called him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know nothing about this shit. I was a bigger Kels fan than all of y'all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Larry, how you say it, Larry? How you say it? R. Kelly, we say Surviving R. Kelly went off. We kept this shit going. I'm just fucking with you, man.
No. I mean that's a fair assessment. Like when I watched that shit, and a lot of people call me like
Hey, Larry, we say
mad at
y'all
that.
niggas sleep, we up, we working.
Hey man. Hey.
Well, you tough, man.
Man, you wouldn't hear Dolores. You should have been on here earlier. I explained that. When I said that I got people to lie, I took my channels down. I took my channels off Instagram. You know what I mean? Somebody told me they got people to lie, but ain't nobody go down. How I'm gonna get somebody to go down there?
Oh no, man. You
No,
said it.
I'm just saying, keep it a buck, man. I don't know none of. Wait a minute. I don't know Cheryl Mack. I don't know Diana Copeland. I don't know Suzette Mayweather. I don't know Lewis. I don't know Alex. I don't know
But that's the thing, though.
everybody that testified in that case.
What you
I
say?
do not fucking know them. So how the fuck did I get somebody to go down there and lie?
Hey, Larry, think about what you said, though. You said out your own mouth. You said, when y'all sleep, we up working. Nigga, you was up working, man. Come on, man.
Listen.
You is not gonna get past that damn video, man.
Hold on, progress. When I say that I was up working,
You said we up working.
We was. Let me tell you why. Because we were reading, so we wasn't putting out fault. You gotta understand, it was 30 channels putting out bad information, talking about the setup is real. Every day it was something different. So we was reading old articles and reference and shit and finding out shit and fucking Lipstick Alley and old WGN and Chicago Sun Times, and yeah, we was everywhere. We was finding people in chats and people that knew him that was telling us a story to piece it together. The parents do not live in Chicago. They live in other states. So their information was valuable. But if you really wanted to know about R. Kelly, you had to go to people channels and shit that worked for him and look at their conversations around that time on different groups.
So basically, you telling me that you had a hand in getting this man locked up like that? You just telling me that?
Locked up. This was after that, brother. How the hell I get a hand in?
I'm talking about before that, man.
Look, I ain't in no possession of no videotapes. I don't know none of his co-defendants. I've never met them people. I haven't been to Chicago in 6 years. How the fuck did I get them locked up? What they got to do with me? The man got locked up for the charges that he charged with. I don't know. I ain't know none of them people when he got them charges. I didn't know Asriel when he got them charges. I wasn't around them people in 2015. And I definitely wasn't around them in 1990. But I know y'all always looking for somebody to blame, though.
I ain't blame you. You did it.
You always looking for somebody to blame.
Nigga, you did it.
Let me ask this question, because I've been wanting to know this. What is the fallout between you, the Savages, and Angelo? It's like a triangle. Everybody mad at each other. I understand you.
Savage's not mad at me. I talk to Savages every day. I talk to all of the other. I talk to people. I talk to them all the time.
But they mad at Angelo because they was in the.
Ain't nobody really mad at Angelo. I don't think a lot of people mad at Angelo.
I'm saying
I don't think a lot of people mad at Angelo.
Like she was getting down on him when he was on.
No, man, no. Listen, Angelo used to never let you talk. Angelo used to say that he got the truth. Angelo wanted his daughter to be number one. Angelo thought the other parents was shit. Angelo said that they was the star parents in the case. Their daughter was there, the one that slept in the bed and all of that. Motherfuckers got tired of that shit over a period of time. And then his truth started coming out. He was calling around, talking to various girls and hating and doing all kind of backdoor shit. And all these people got together and talked to each other. And we end up here. I never did anything to him. I mean, I'm talking shit now, but I never did anything to him. I never did anything to him. You can't get him on a channel and ask him what I did to him. He didn't say it the other night when he was over there on that channel.
Yeah, he said that you basically had a conversation with Debo, and you knew that this guy had a great disdain for him and his family, and basically you broke the loyalty code by talking to him behind his.
Right.
Okay, and this is what
I didn't mean cut y'all Sky, but you right.
Hold on. And this is what I have to say. You dummy. The best thing you can do if somebody is sitting around talking shit about your daughter every day is to have a conversation with them. I also had a conversation with Sharon Winbush. It didn't stop him from going over there, reaching out, saying it's time for them to have a conversation, did it? I met Dana through him. I met Levi through that. This is what I'm getting at. You can't say that you're mad about something because it's convenient to you, but he had a conversation with Tyson. I didn't know who Tyson was. You did a 2-hour interview with him. He's talked to every
What's wrong
fucking
with your
body.
device, top line? I'm sorry. Your device not connected. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like he had a conversation with all of these people, and I didn't have anything to say about it. I think the interview he did with Tyson was dumb. I think the interview he did with Choke was dumb. I think the interview he did with a lot of people was dumb. You see what I'm saying? But he did them. So can't nobody tell me like who the fuck this nigga think he is. He ain't my daddy. Don't tell me who to talk to. You
He
mad about
said
that, nigga? You just mad. The fuck?
he said you called him up one day, right? He said you called him up one day, right?
Uh-huh.
It said that you were watching Dana Live and shit. And he was like, oh shit, this how they do it. Okay. I'm about to jump on this goddamn go on this live on the YouTube shit and get this money.
That's true. That's true. Cause I was on Instagram for a whole year, and then I got indicted, and my house burned up, and I was forced to take a house that cost $3,000 more than what I was used to paying, and it got difficult. So if I was gonna continue this shit and to be online, I was gonna need to get monetized for being online. But I worked for my money. I did 5 lives a day, and I took the money and put it into my channel. Now you see all of these people with Macs and the Ecamm program and better cameras and better graphics. Okay, so like I don't understand between my wife and me making money. Damn, nigga, that seemed like a whole bunch of hate to me because I don't be on my channel. I advertise and say, hey, if you want to donate to my channel, then here's the link, here's the Cash App, or here's the thing. I don't have what the fuck? I don't demand people do that shit. Like what the fuck? You know?
Well, see, this is
Say, huh?
that irks me with the thing because YouTube can be a business if you want it to be, and people want to make it out like people are just up there trying to bank
Begging and stuff, yeah.
creating money by putting up a cash app. But what they don't understand is YouTube is making it a business, so they getting a cut off every live, every super chat, every super thanks, and throwing ads on your channel to get paid. So what's
Exactly.
bad with
And,
the goddamn blogger getting
and
paid?
haven't you seen me? Haven't you seen me donate to every single last subscriber that I have? Haven't you seen me
Yeah, I
help
have seen you
people
do
out
that.
of situations like when the snowstorm came to Texas? Haven't you seen me? You haven't. Somebody that's criticizing me about some money. I've given money to all his kids on their birthday. I have those Cash App receipts. I've given money to victims on their birthday. See, this the problem I have with people. You'll sit up and you'll talk about what another person has done. When I'm able to do it, when I'm fortunate enough to do it, I'm gonna do it to death. But I ain't finna sit up here and lie to y'all and tell y'all that I can do it all the time, cause I can't. You see what I'm saying? And that's the difference between me and them.
But
That's
see, but my thing is though, Sky and Angie, they don't ask for nothing.
Yes,
They
I do. I
just
got my cash app up there. Yes, I do.
I ain't catch it.
how much money you seen me donate to Dana channel? How much money you seen me donate to Spin 5 channel? How many dumb money you seen me donate to Blockbender channel? How much money you seen me donate to these channels? And these people hate me.
Yeah, Dana
You
said
get
you
what I'm
had me him
saying?
in the backyard, man.
You get what I'm saying? How many times you seen me donate to Pap Chat or Hollywood channel? All these channels. I've donated to all the channels. Even when my
Not
even
not
when
mine.
even when
Not
my
mine.
people
Not mine. Not mine.
ain't donate to your channel, ain't
No,
Look,
not
I
mine.
ain't donate to your channel, ain't
No, not mine.
I'm
look,
gonna donate to your channel,
been
ain't
20.
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
I'm
even
just
hardly
saying,
see Angie
I'm
cash
just
up
saying,
from
I'm just
nowhere.
saying, I'm just
No, I
saying.
don't.
How
I
many
don't.
times you seen this nigga donate to his own people channels or anybody else channels? All he do is criticize what us YouTubers do. All he do is criticize what us YouTubers do. When he calling us dummies, don't think he ain't talking about y'all too. You know what I mean? But we was the people that's the people that brought attention, whether it was negative or positive to the situation. You know what I mean? Like I don't get it. I just don't
He
get it.
said he said you sat in your back room on the computer all day.
I'm a fucking blogger. When I was on house arrest, what the fuck this nigga want me to do?
Though he
What do you
said,
want me
man.
to do? Go sell crack like him and get 1 million years in jail or drive truck? Man, I'm on fucking bond. I'm on bond. What do you want me to do? What the
He
fuck
said
you
you
want
sit
me to
back
do?
there. He said you sit
Yeah.
back there that damn back room. That's all
Hell
you do.
yeah. My rent was $5,000 a month.
Type over the
Lights,
damn
water,
computer.
gas, insurance, telephone. You damn right. I'm sitting in front of the computer. I gotta bring the best show possible. Did he tell you that he can't work a computer? And when I met him, he had a $139 Dell computer. Fuck out of here.
What the hell?
Do at his fucking house with dogs walking around. You talking to him, dog going this way, taking a shit. Fuck out
When
of here.
he said dog taking a shit where on the
He
in the
wasn't saying
living
that
room.
shit with his big booty ass in my house taking a shower. He wasn't talking about what I was doing in the back room then.
That nigga said,
bro.
"Hey, lad, that nigga said you got all your friends from Goodwill, nigga."
What? Man, ain't a piece of furniture in my house that ain't brand new. Go to his old videos, look at that old shit his house.
He said you got your shit for Goodwill, man.
It ain't a piece. When I tell you, I'm the kind of person I can take you around my house, cut every light on this motherfucker right now. Everything in my house brand new.
He said you got your shit for Family Tree.
Man, go on with that shit, Progress. He ain't even.
I ain't bullshit. Go back and watch the live. He said it.
Man, listen, man. This nigga live in a dog house. His wife called it the dog house, nigga. That's why she stopped coming home. This nigga gonna tell me she cheating and she got cancer. She going over her friend house, laying on the couch because the house smell like dog.
But my thing is though, I'm trying to figure out how he set Kels up, man. Come on, man, drop the juice, man.
Man, I wasn't around.
We here for it. We here for it.
Man, that shit 2015, brother.
Y'all personal. Saying the
huh?
That's 2015.
Y'all got
2015.
Yeah, that's when this shit happened back then. Ain't know them damn people. I ain't come around to 2019 at the day after surviving. R. Kelly had been in motherfucking finesse them and didn't buy him no truck and all kind of shit by then.
He said he helped your daughter fix her Jeep Cherokee.
So what now? What? My daughter
got you don't ask every question from the goddamn interview.
Hey,
5 hours.
Hey, Miss Angela, I'm very know, look, listen, observe.
No.
I'm nosy as hell.
No. Progress. What did he say about my daughter?
He said, "Oh, he helped y'all get that Jeep Cherokee."
He helped who get it? We ain't got no fucking Jeep Cherokee.
That we said, man, shit. I'm going on what he said.
Man, we don't got no fucking Jeep Cherokee. We don't got no Jeep Cherokee. We don't. Nobody in this house got a Jeep Cherokee. Everybody in this house got a brand new car.
He said, let me stop this shit, man.
Yeah, everybody in this house got a 2022.
Let me stop, man.
Yeah, you
Miss Angela, I apologize.
Hey, you do shit.
But I'm very reluctant. Hey,
it's funny though, man. Hey, look.
Hey, don't forget about the Gucci shoes now, the Gucci sandals now.
Oh, Gucci sandals. What are you talking about?
He said he bought some Gucci sandals and gave them to his daughter to give to your daughter for a birthday present.
Man, that nigga wasn't even down here. His daughter tricked him for some money and she went to Gucci and bought my daughter some Gucci sandals. My daughter got about fucking 6 Gucci sandals and about 20 bags.
Angelo said he bought them shit.
Nigga ain't buy shit around here.
Hey, all right. Hey, y'all, I got somebody on the line.
He ain't got no Gucci sandals.
Okay, I got you. I got you coming through my TV. Okay. All right.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you. I got you coming to my TV. It's almost like you done click the link.
Okay, yeah, I tried to come through the panel, but I'm not tech savvy at all. But thank you anyway for giving me the number. I'm just sitting here and I'm listening, and I'm getting like really, really hot because I don't understand some of the questions that they ask them, and it's like some of the questions are just irrelevant to what's going on with this dude right here. Are y'all gonna really sit here and let this dude spin y'all the way he spins everybody? Because what y'all seem to forget is that Larry is a scammer, so he's good with words. He's a black Trump. That's who he is. He knows how to do things well.
Juicy.
Larry, you're gonna sit there for real and tell these people that you never tampered with no evidence ever? You
Never.
had
I
no
don't
hand in
know
this
these people.
before?
I'm all the way in Las Vegas and I've been
You
on bond half the time.
everything?
People, what evidence would it be? The only evidence in this case is
Okay,
for
let's
tape.
get started.
Fuck
Let's forget about
evidence.
that.
What's
I got
Sky
you.
at? I know she ain't going to sleep.
Progress, be quiet.
Let's
Oh
forget
my
about,
God. Mute. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
please, Pop. Let's forget about you saying that you had the females in your family. Tell Azriel over and over for a whole weekend that R. Kelly was a bad dude. That this was
Let me hold on. Let me answer that. You asked me a question. No, let me ask you let me answer the question. You asked me a question. No one was here.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
you'll never wait a minute. Let me did you come to argue? You came to ask me a question. You said you the one that got the real questions, right?
Go ahead, but you're not going to continue.
You said that is it true that I had women in my house that questioned her about R. Kelly all weekend? First of all, if you know me, I don't let people come to my house. Since I've been on YouTube, you may have seen 3 people at my house. The only people that was around Azriel, because she was so sensitive around here, was my wife and my daughter. And they don't know shit about this fucking case to this day. They don't read up on it. They don't know about it. They got other shit going on. You got kids? Do you have children?
That's how the women are.
My wife don't have time. She got to get up at 5 o'clock. She don't have time to do fucking worry about R. Kelly.
If you're going to answer it right. Because I said women, because that's the words you used when you first said it on your channel. You said, I had the women in my house, in this family, telling her over and over that this is a bad dude.
You are a liar. I never said I got women in my. I said so. You telling me that I said I got the women that you're a liar? That is a lie. That's not true. I told you that I had women. How many times? How many times you seen me go live? Have you ever heard any women in my house? My sister lived right here in Las Vegas. She only been to my house maybe 5 times. No one comes to my house. This is where I live.
All right, but this is what you said, Harry, and I'm not the only one that heard it. But
have you ever seen me have company? Have you ever seen me have company? Sidbo been in my house. Angelo been in my house, and Khalid been in my house. Have you ever seen anybody else come here?
Can I finish?
Besides Azriel, my daughter's friends. Go ahead.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Thank you. You sat on your live, and when I first started coming to YouTube was about 3.5 years ago, maybe about 2.5 years ago. You sat up there around 3 in the morning. You used to do this a lot.
I probably was drunk.
You started getting drunk, and you started showing texts from a girl that you said was the young lady who was supposedly the girl that R. Kelly made molest her niece. You said you pulled out the text and you put it to the screen, and you said, "Yeah, I called homegirl." And and you started acting like you was Godfather. You said, like, "Yeah, I was doing it like Godfather." Like,
say that again. Say that again. Say that again. No. Say it again. Say it again. I did not hear.
About people if they talk over you because they don't want the truth out.
Say it again so I can hear you. I'm just trying to understand. That's all. I'm just trying to understand. Sweetheart. That's it.
One late night, maybe, should I talk louder or should I talk slower?
You should talk slower.
Should I talk louder or should I talk
slower so I can understand.
Okay. One late night, it's about 3 in the morning. You usually used to wait up till you thought everybody was, except for your group, was up. You thought everybody else was asleep.
Oh, really?
And you started talking about the young lady that R. Kelly supposedly made molest her daughter, her niece, right? And you said that you somehow got.
Hold on. Let me think. Hold on. Stop. R. Kelly made molest her niece. You talking about V? You talking about V from Atlanta? Okay. Let me stop you right there. I've never had a conversation with V. I've never had a telephone number. I tried to follow her on Instagram. She blocked me. That's it. The only girl in it,
and you said you think I'm telling y'all, look, y'all, I got this girl. I was acting like the Godfather. I told her I got the tape. If you don't come talk to me, I'm gonna send these tapes over to the DA. I swear on everything that I love, may the Father God take my breath out my life. You said that. You said
I don't
I'm
understand.
sending these tapes in. I'm sending. If y'all don't believe me, you took the phone and you put the text on the phone to the screen, and I don't know exactly what the text said, but you said, look, I told her. If y'all don't believe me, look right here. And then you put the phone down. You said, I even got R. Kelly's number. You showed us a number. Whether it was R. Kelly's or not, I don't know, but that's what you said. You told everybody that you told that girl to come talk to you, or you was gonna send her shit over.
And that's great. That's called great commentary. What can I tell you?
So you
Yeah. It's called great commentary. It was theatrical. Look how I got you. Look at how you are right now. You ready? You about to jump out the window.
So, are you lying then or you lying now?
I don't know. That's the suspense of it. What do you think?
I think this is a game.
What do you think?
The way y'all is passionate about
what do you? No. I've been answering your questions. What do you
That's another thing I want to get at too. Y'all always quick to talk about how we don't know him. How we know him more than your fans. Your fans know the victim. You know the victim because you had it over at your house.
Oh,
but
man,
we know more. Maybe not personally, but more better than y'all know for victim.
You done took all the fun out of it. Oh man, I don't know what I said 3 years ago. I was drunk.
It's real shit that they don't know.
You ain't never been drunk before. Do you drink? Do you drink? Do you got some alcohol over there right now? Take a shot with it.
I don't play games.
Oh man,
I don't play games. I'm not a comedian. I'm not here to make people laugh. I don't give a fuck if you are Kelly's cousin. I don't care about who's sister. I don't care if your wife got ass, fake ass and titties. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Wife got fake ass.
Matters.
Oh man, damn! Always the wife, huh?
I'm not saying they let you slide with a lot of bullshit. Then you just said, what was it that you just last said? Yeah. You just said something that you lied again. You said you didn't when you said when it took if he would have paid this $200,000, this all could have been over. You flipped it and said something about a studio. That's a lie. That's not what you said. You said nothing about a studio when you was recorded saying that.
I don't even understand what you're saying. You screaming, you hollering, you ain't on the computer thing, you on the phone. Like what you want me to do? What you want me to what you want me to do? What do you want from me? What you want from me? What you want? What you want, huh? What you want? What do you want? What do you want from me? What do you want?
You see my name? I want you to stop doing that. I want you to be real because just answer me this. Are you innocent? Are you never done anything?
Me? No, I'm a blogger. What the fuck you think I could do? I don't know him and I wasn't around. I don't know him and I wasn't around. What the fuck you think I was holding the dick or something? Like what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know him. I wasn't there. What do y'all fucking you live in a fantasy world? I wasn't there and I don't know him. He's not charged with a crime before 2019. Do you understand it? I don't have a grown little boy time machine. He's not charged with a crime before 2019. I told you I called Angelo the day after surviving R. Kelly. What do you want me to do? I don't have a grown little boy time machine. I don't know this motherfucker.
I don't know.
What do you mean what I do? What are you talking about?
You can't play with me, Larry. You can't.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying. I don't know him personally.
That's why you making it into a joke.
What do you want? No, I'm just asking, like, what do you want? I don't have a time machine. The only way I could be involved in this case if I was around the time that his charges, his shit. I don't know him. His charges is before 2019. I wasn't around. I'm sorry. Look, listen. I know. Listen. I know you gotta have somebody to blame, but I wasn't around. I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Sorry. I mean, but let me say this because we all have, Well, I know I have asked relevant questions, and he answered the relevant questions that we asked that were directly related to the case. So he's not spinning anybody. See, people have to understand that when he's answering questions, I'm intaking the information and I'm analyzing it based on what I already understand the case to be. So there is no spinning that's going on. I have questions that I want to know and Ben wanted to know, and he answered those questions.
Listen, somebody said that you
Larry, do you
played
remember
ball
that
with him.
day
I
when you
probably
called
was
you,
17.
you
I'm
when you called me
45.
excuse
Damn.
me, can I talk? Do you
Go
remember
ahead.
that day when you called in from Dana's Live? We just happened to call in and he asked you, didn't you and Angela offer me money? And I told y'all no. Tell him how much it was, Larry. And everybody was like, for what? And y'all said 5,000. He offered me that. They offered me 5,000 if I give information about R. Kelly. You remember that conversation when you
Yeah,
had
I
that
do.
on
I
live?
remember
On
that. I
Facebook?
remember that. I remember that. That was great.
Huh? You do
I
remember that,
remember
right?
that.
And
That was
welcome
great.
back.
I remember that. That was great. Let me ask you a question. Do you watch Love and Hip Hop?
What were y'all offering him money for if you wasn't tampering with evidence? What was you offering him money for?
Tampered evidence. We on YouTube, lady. We on YouTube. What are you talking about? Tamper with evidence? I'm on Dana's channel. What are you talking about? We're on YouTube.
I'm
If
saying,
I'm talking today, I'm gonna
that's
call Dana. I'm gonna call Dana
it's
tomorrow, and I'm gonna ask Dana,
a
"Can I buy the horse that's in his
a
backyard?"
madness.
What the
You
fuck?
acted, you offering money. There's a method to your madness. What was the end result?
Man,
Why
listen,
offer him money for what?
man, listen, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I gave Dana $1,000 for a bet that we made a bet on. That's it. If you listening to these channels and you over there about to kill yourself, I feel so sorry for you. I do.
You don't gotta feel sorry for me.
I
You don't gotta
really
feel sorry.
do.
I just
You
know
too
that
mad. Listen,
I
listen,
already
listen.
knew you was
You're
a liar.
too angry with me.
That
You're
you
too
ducking and
angry.
dodging and
You're
you
talking
laughing.
about
I
something that
know
happened.
who
You're
you
talking about
are.
something that
I know who
happened
you
on
are.
Dana's channel.
I've
Like
seen
I
you
don't know what to
before.
tell you.
I know who you are.
Deflecting how? Explain that to me. Like I'm practical. If you think that I'm lying,
You gave him
you
a
think
thousand.
that
You gave him 1,000. I remember that bet. But that had nothing to do with that $5,000 he said you and Angela owed him. Offered him.
no, he actually said Angelo. He didn't say me because I never told him I owed him no $5,000. It had nothing to do with me. Go back and look at it. It had nothing to do with me. It had nothing to do with me. It was a bet between him and somebody else. The bet that I made with him, I lost and I paid him. It was between somebody else. Go and look at it. And for the people
Okay,
that
so I'm
say
just
that I'm
asking
deflecting,
one last thing, and
come on with
I'm
it. Look,
why
I'm
did
he-
Dana have a secret meeting with the prosecutor? Because you're the one who brought that out too.
hold on. Say what now?
I said I'm gonna ask you this one last question, and I'm out of here. Why did Dana? Because you're the one who brought it to the forefront. Why did he have a secret meeting and only told you with the prosecutor?
I don't motherfucking know. If Dana met with the prosecutors, he met with the prosecutors. Dana tell y'all something different every motherfucking day. What you gonna ask me?
Why would he only tell
I
you
don't
though?
motherfucking know.
You're on
Listen,
the other side. Why would he only reach out to you and tell you and then get on the phone with you? Let us hear the tape. He said, I'm on live. And you said, nah. You said, don't say nothing. He said, don't say nothing. I'm meeting with the prosecutors right now. We having lunch at CGIF.
but he lied to y'all. He really didn't meet with the prosecutors. We was going to meet Batman. We was going to meet Batman and Superman. No, listen, I'm trying to tell you. Listen, he never met. Listen, he never met with prosecutors. We went to go meet Batman and Superman, and Wonder Woman.
Okay.
What the fuck? Come on, man. If Dana tell y'all he meet with prosecutors, man, they don't got nothing to do with me.
I get it. You don't want that shit out there.
No. I'm just telling you. You're trying to listen. You trying to argue with me about what somebody else said, but I'm right here. You're asking me about another man. You're asking me. Listen.
You let us hear the tape.
Listen. You're asking me about another man and what he said on his channel. You have to ask him that. I don't know everything. Like I'm not in control of Dana. He is his own man. If he said he met with prosecutors, it's up for you to believe it or not. It has nothing to do with me at all. Period. Any more questions? I'm gonna answer all your questions. Whatever question you got. Whatever question.
She done hung up.
Damn, man. Like, I mean, look, I'm here for it all. God damn it. You got the questions. Come ask the motherfuckers. Like, I don't gotta be lied on. I ain't scared of none of you motherfuckers. You got questions, let's get it on. About any of this shit. What the fuck? We on YouTube. I don't look. I ain't finna deflect. I'm just telling you, I don't know what the fuck Dana be doing. If he told y'all he went to go hang out in Pakistan, the fuck you come asking me for? He said he going to Pakistan. I guess he went. If he ain't been on YouTube in that amount of days. Well, he told you because y'all cool. Man, the nigga ain't tell me he was going to Pakistan. He just left. How about that?
Okay, let's get back to the question.
I know, man. It got cussed out.
I
Blood pressure high.
And this, yeah, I don't know. I just come from a different angle. I don't believe in attacking people. I mean, ask the question, let them answer it. If they spin it or whatever, deflect, that's your opportunity to do that. I mean, that's your option to do that. We just take the
That
information,
lady almost gave me a
analyze
stroke.
it, move it on. But my
Screaming
question
at me, it's too
is,
late in the motherfucking night.
I just want to know. So, how do you feel about Kale's getting this 30 years? Do you think it's justified?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. It depends on what kind of mood I am. If DJ making a video about me, I want him to get 200 years. If he ain't making a video about me, then I probably 10 years will do. It just depends on how mean y'all be that day. Shit. I'm not being honest. I'm just telling you the fucking truth. If a motherfucker is fucking with me and calling me a snitch all day, yeah, 200 years. But if everybody leaving me alone and everything all good, then they 10. What the fuck? What you want me to do? Shit. I don't know.
Well, I be damned.
I'm just saying progress. I'm just saying. When motherfuckers leave you alone and you having sensible conversations, you tend to have compassion for both sides. But when people is steady fuck with you about dumb shit and cussing you out, you be like, you know what? Life. Just telling you. That's how this
But
shit go.
you got to think about it, Larry. You put yourself out here for that shit.
I know, man. It was trying to help a motherfucker. Y'all always
Man, shit.
black, man.
You got to check the
Y'all always
consequences coming
screaming
out.
about but I'm just saying, y'all always screaming about the black man. You know what I mean? You know?
Nigga said the black man.
Okay, well, let me ask this too. Now,
Go ahead.
I'm saying that y'all side is saying that Angelo is a bad parent. But what I'm trying to understand is what is the point of the saying that he's sleeping with supporters and all the extra, attacking him.
Let me explain. Let me explain that. I don't want to be saying all of those things about him. I don't even want to be arguing with him. He made it this way. And he talks about my wife, my special niece son, and my daughter. What am I supposed to do? That's out of character and it's embarrassing. And it's being led down in the gutter. He is offending the women that's over here because they came out and supported his black ass when he didn't have no fucking support and came and watched all his lives and did all of the traveled and all kind of shit. And he just an ungrateful piece of shit for that. And I don't think that them women need to be treated that way. And then guess what? If you call yourself the truth or whatever and you say things was a certain way, and people want to fucking hold you accountable if they find you lying or fucking supporters and you double down on calling them bitches and hoes, like, okay. Like nobody wants to be in the middle of this shit with this nigga. Like nobody.
But
Nobody wants to be in the middle of this shit. He
but
just
Right.
take
but
criticism.
this is
But how you feel about they
hold on,
all cuss that girl out?
hold on, progress. Hold on. Why he right there? Okay, now this is the thing. Okay, we all know. I don't care what arena, what situation it is. Anybody with an agenda, okay, people should know that they have the opportunity to get played. Because when a person has an agenda, they doing what's best for them and the people around them.
I
Okay,
get that.
so
I can understand that.
but you get it. But I don't know if the women get that. You see what I'm saying? You
They
have to
get it. They
understand.
get it. They think for themselves. They think for themselves. Like they be who they want to be. They talk. They do what they. I don't look. I'm not in control. We friends. Those are my friends.
Yeah, but I just don't think that they understand that.
It's not for me to make
Don't
them.
be
It's
having
not for me to make them. And see this was the issue I be having. It's not for me to make anybody understand. Angie used to tell me all the time, stay out of her shit. I can handle myself. Don't get in my shit. Took me a minute to understand that. I don't get in her shit. If she beefing, if they beefing, if motherfucker don't like you, if they feel like getting in your ass, or if they feel like whatever it is, you know what I mean? It's what the fuck. You know, I don't be
I'm
trying to
strong.
take care of
I
shit.
don't need no backup. I ain't
You
finna
know what I mean?
cry
I don't need.
online, and I don't need a set of weak motherfuckers and all this. That's okay. I wear your ass out by myself. Ain't no problem. I don't need no help.
Well, like I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm a little different.
it's when it comes to being in this situation with him, I don't know, man. I don't give a fuck. It's over with. And he lost. I already told him how I feel. I don't gotta do it every day. That's how I feel. And it's over with.
I just wish that
You
they
know?
understood. Well, you saying they understand, but I mean, just to say it again, if anybody comes in the door with an agenda, I don't care who it is, everybody needs to understand that they gonna do what's best for them, and regardless of anybody else that's on that playing field, they're gonna execute their plan. It might hurt you, it might knock you down, but they gonna work to achieve their goal. And I just want everybody to know that in the future, watch people with agendas. That's
But you
it.
gotta understand this. I see somebody just put in the chat like Nicole because he literally set out to meet Angelo. I didn't know the nigga till he was on Surviving R. Kelly. Like, what the fuck? And then I called him. I didn't know he was in motherfucking Las Vegas doing a concrete job. You think I just know niggas that do concrete? The nigga came over my house. Did I get in my car and drive over there? No, he came over. We talked. It was all good. You know what I mean? And I want
Well,
y'all,
I be damned.
I need y'all to understand, like, I haven't done anything to him. I haven't done anything to him.
Well,
So
he's saying that you basically broke
I
his
ain't did.
loyalty.
No, that's bullshit.
So,
That ain't what the fuck. It's things that happened within the group well before then. Like the nigga was hating on me 2 years ago before I went to jail. You know what I mean? I just didn't say anything.
oh, okay.
But how you feel about your
I've
people's
already said
making that lady
that on
cry?
here 3 times. To stop lying, lady. I already said that on here 3 times. I called him the day after surviving. Came
I'm
over
talking about.
my house that week. What do you want, lady? God damn. Go ahead.
I'm talking about how you feel about your people's making that lady cry on the live.
What lady cry?
What was her name, Sky?
Y'all beat up Whitney. Y'all made Whitney cry over there.
They
Ain't
ain't,
lying, but
they
you
ain't
say Angelo
yeah, they
talk
ain't
shit
going.
about the whole.
Yeah, they
They
ain't
made that lady cry, man.
like I don't, that's how they handle their business. That's what they own, and that's what they own. The fuck,
Aren't you the leader?
huh?
Aren't you the
Leader?
leader?
Hell no, ain't no leader.
You is. You the
And,
Ain't my leader.
you the
Man,
king.
you
no,
come on.
You the only
Angelo,
DOP.
man, you cause you took on his
Man,
shit.
yeah, he wanted to be the leader. You see what happened to him then?
He called y'all COVID over there now.
That's what he called.
He said y'all the COVID crew.
He ain't got no team. Everybody left. He don't got no homeboys and homegirls. They left. And
Will I be there?
the ones he do got, he putting them cheeks on them, hips in the front.
Oh Lord have.
When you say skin in the back, he say skin in the back.
When the last time y'all seen the female with hips in the front? The 80s.
I cannot.
Luke,
He said
gotta go watch
if he was doing that, he was getting cash.
front. Man, then he got hips in the front.
He said he was doing all that. He said he would get cash because cash look halfway decent.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that shit like that. Nigga, like, man, you got a whole man. It's like,
I'm gonna tell y'all something, man.
I don't know.
Y'all niggas on that side, be honest. I'm gonna tell you, God, don't you? Don't go to bed. Y'all niggas on with Old Coat and Team True, y'all ain't shit. I'm gonna keep it
Progress. That's
100.
how you feel.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
feel 100%.
we'll take it.
Y'all ain't shit.
We'll take it. But we winning though.
Nah,
How
you ain't
y'all
won yet.
nobody win?
30-0. About
Y'all the
30-0.
Nigga, you
ain't
don't
y'all.
goddamn
30.
30.
Y'all can't win no motions, get no charges dropped, none of that shit.
I mean,
Y'all hard.
Nigga, you in the motion.
Shit.
you
Fuck you
know that
mean?
And
you
you see
know to
what
take
just
it.
dropped the you see that just dropped tonight. I'm Gucci.
Nigga, you call your people.
You
Told them to
know
help
to
you
take
out.
then. You know R. Kelly didn't get a fair trial, and you know he ain't gonna get no fair trial.
Yes.
What's fair?
Good
What do you mean?
morning,
He had
Frankie.
lawyers.
This is
He
Phoenix
showed
Rock.
up every day. They gave
Hey,
him a
Miss
lawyer.
Phoenix.
Not having
What the
a different
fuck?
Good
jury.
morning to you
What's
guys.
fair is not
Hey,
having a lot
Miss
of
Phoenix got to ask you a question. She on the phone.
Hey, Miss Phoenix, how you doing, Miss
We
Phoenix?
about to get cussed out again. What the?
Oh, I'm not. Miss
I'm
Phoenix
doing
love
okay.
me. She been cussing
I
me out.
have a question. What makes you always refer to these ladies as little girls? I was a 17-year-old little girl, and I liked older men myself. What makes you think that they weren't willing participants and that they can be as cunning and manipulative as grown women?
Can I answer that?
Because, let me just add this in. One of the ladies said, we were running around trying to be grown. And when you're a young woman and you are dealing with older men, you're going to play their game. But they were willing participants. So what do you think about that?
Okay, let me answer your question. If it was one girl in regardless wherever she was, and it was a one occurrence thing, the problem comes in that when you get to moving girls across state lines and keeping from their parents and beating them and not allowing them to eat and jogging suits and you can't look at men and you can't
Man,
hold on,
Progress.
hold on,
Damn.
hold on, hold on. It's plenty of guys that I know that had young girls in the hood or talked to younger girls. Plenty of them. Plenty. But ain't none of them not let them go home when them street lights come on. Your little ass gotta be in the house. Now, if one of them niggas would have took them little girls to Nashville or Chicago, this and that, then they would have had the police on their ass too. It's a lot of girls and little boys that do things in the neighborhood, this and that, yada yada yada. In the city, it's a little bit more lenient because you got trains and it's the cost of living is high. But everybody, you know what I mean, mess around and do some shit when they younger. The problem wasn't that. Even though that's a problem, the problem wasn't that. If you want to take a female and then take them around the country and then say, cut off your life. Don't talk to nobody you know. I don't care if somebody die. And be with me forever and don't talk to nobody, your friends, your mama, he did this to himself. He did it to himself. I understand exactly what you're saying, but he did this to himself. Do you think he'll be in this case right now? If when he even if when he found out that ass wasn't 18, he sent her home. Why he let her come back? If he would have just had sex with Joy with either one of them girls and told them like, hey, y'all going to the house, it's plenty of females that I've talked to that he did do that to, and they wasn't around. They went on home. You know what I mean? They didn't end up in this situation. You see what I'm saying?
Now wait, let's get to
Yes.
the facts now, Larry. Hold
No, no,
on.
no. I'm being honest with you.
Okay, but hold on. Let's get to the facts. Now we know good and goddamn well
You
that those
yourself, you yourself have told me a story and told me something that you went through on a live. I won't repeat it if you won't. But yes, that's the case.
what I say?
You said that you slept with older guys when you was younger.
I didn't say
But
I slept with no older guys. I said I ran the streets.
oh, my bad, my bad. Hey, I don't
Yeah,
want to lie on
I,
you. I'm
and
not.
I
Yeah,
don't like
my bad.
old men. Okay, I said I ran the streets, but this is
Okay,
what I'm telling you. We
okay.
gotta stick to the facts. Okay, these women went home. came back multiple times. Okay.
Months later, though.
But wait.
Later.
Asriel, by her own admission, said that Kels told her to call her father and communicate. She said she wasn't doing it. You see what I'm saying? These women had the opportunity to leave when they wanted to. When she went out of town with Kels, she said she wanted to go. These women wanted to go with him. Let's not make it like he kidnapped them and took them against their will and they means they wanted to go with him. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
I
let's
don't
not
like.
paint the
Okay,
picture.
let's do this. Let's do this right here. What did the jury think?
The jury was tampered.
I was in jail. How was the jury
The
tampered?
jury was tampered because they saw the documentary. So they believed that everything that was in that documentary was true.
Well,
They
okay. Let me
believed
ask you.
all that.
Let me ask you a question. Who responsibility was that?
His attorneys.
And who got rid of his main attorneys?
He had to get rid of them eventually.
It's
The bottom
fucking
line is we
fans.
already know he had
It's
ineffective.
fans. The people that's in this chat. That's
Right,
who got rid of his attorneys.
but check this out. We already know
And
he
got
had
a bunch of
ineffective
substitute
counsel.
teachers
Right, but let's stick to the
and
point. We
selected
already
the
know
jury
he
members.
had ineffective counsel. These women wanted to be with him. They went with him, and if they feel they got more than they could bargain for, then let's just say that. But let's not act like they didn't want to be there and engage in the activities they was
First
engaged
of
in.
all, let me tell you that minors cannot consent.
We
They
ain't talking
can't
about
by
that
law.
consent. We saying they
Well,
went
in a week, you're gonna have
willingly.
a major issue with that. You know that, right?
You said what?
In 1 week and 7 days, you're gonna have a major issue with minors not being able to consent.
They still wanted to be there.
But
That's
here's
the
the thing,
point.
It
can I
doesn't
say
matter what they
something?
want. It doesn't matter. They
It,
cannot consent.
it does matter
They
what they want
parents can't consent and they can't consent. No, it's don't. They can't consent by law.
by
Not about
law.
what you think, not
That's
about
not
what's
what she asked
cool.
you.
Yeah,
We
I'm by
said,
law.
did they
By
want to
law,
be there? See,
they
that's the
cannot
difference
consent.
in
It
between
doesn't matter. It doesn't
coercing,
matter. It doesn't
enticing,
matter. She can walk around butt
kidnapping,
ass naked. Her ass can be. It don't
calling him a
matter.
predator. All that is not that
Yeah,
that doesn't
she
apply. You
cannot
all made
consent
that
by law.
initiative
Well,
up.
yeah. In some people's minds in the world, yeah, but by law, you can't consent, and the parents can't
But
consent for it.
But the
Scott,
So
bottom
you
you
got
know
a
what?
you got a
And
major
and
problem this week.
and let me chime in real quick because I think that's a lot of the issues around here. Why a lot of people don't understand that he's been held by the court of the law, not by the court of what y'all think and what y'all think is right and what this is whatever. And that's what I was trying to explain earlier, which I still don't understand why it was such a huge disconnect. It's not what y'all think. How would this would have happened? Well, what about this here? But what if this didn't happen? Whatever. Ain't got nothing to do with none of that. They talking about what happened with regards to those charges and how evidence. There's a rule. When you see that federal rule of evidence, when you see that, there is procedures, right? That's what you call primary law, right? Which is how the rules of evidence gets let in and as ruled in as admissible, inadmissible, whatever. Okay, so then you have the elements, what the prosecution say happened, and what they must convict you by, and that is standard from when you get the indictment through to when the judge get that jury charge. She's gonna give those same instructions with regards to the relevancy to those goddamn indict and those elements. It's not gonna have anything to do with if somebody talked to somebody or persuaded them to flip, got some emails and all that type of stuff, whatever. Like I said, even if anything that was in there was no, I ain't gonna say that because if there was anything in there that was relevant to the elements, the charges, and all of that type of stuff that went in, then perhaps they would say something. Maybe say, well, the trial was tainted or whatever. But then it gets rolled up to another step because they're gonna say, well, was it so tainted to the point that it would have changed the outcome? So that's you got to overcome that. So it's a lot. These are stages. So I know what y'all, what the street thing is. Don't think that don't understand what you mean by that, because I definitely understand by that. What I'm trying to say, and the people, y'all ignore what the people say in the paperwork, that wasn't relevant to those charges. That's the whole point. It got nothing to do with no emails and no BOP officer and no Tasha K and no Larry and Angelo got anything to do with no charges by nobody fucking excuse me in 1990 whatever about no whatever that one line, even if you go with the coercion and all of that, they talking about with regards to that charge. Not don't have nothing to do with no external factors. And
Okay.
that's what y'all pretty much dealing with. External factors. I know what you mean. If she wasn't in the case, then whatever, but you gotta think about it. She was in the case before she actually started cooperating. They had a line about her before she even actually started cooperating. So that tells you is she really, and then the United States, they bring charges on behalf of the United States, not on behalf of any victim witness. So that whatever, the flipping and whatever was said, whatever, those are external factors that has something to do with, whether somebody, that's just like no different than me. I'm telling my child, listen, you shouldn't deal with that boy. And let me tell you why. I'm giving her a persuaded argument. Why you shouldn't or whatever. Then it's gonna be up to her to either do it or not. And
Well,
even if I hold her if I hold her, I say, no, you can't do it.
let
Still, that has nothing to do with the charges.
okay, let
That's
me
what I'm trying to
say this,
show.
because he trying to get away from the meat of the situation. Okay, the
Come on
two
now.
in the case, Azriel was what, 17 and 3 months prior to being 18. Uh,
No, that's why we have to.
uh,
That's why we have to. That's why we have to read.
no, that's what her father said.
Yeah, that's a lie. Azriel met R. Kelly on April 18th at the concert. She went 2 days later to the hotel. Then she left to go to California on April 28th. That's when Sharon Mack booked the ticket for her to go to California. So when you watch these interviews, especially the one where his wife is in Tampa, she said that she met R. Kelly with 3 months ago. She turned 18 in 3 months. But that's not the truth. The court documents suggest that it is 6 months that they're not talking about, whereas no permission slip, where she was flying around this motherfucker with no parental guidance, no parental guidance. And that's what I have a problem with.
Okay, but you can't have a problem with it, because this is what I'm trying to get you to understand, you and everybody else, especially in the New York case.
Her
These
birthday is in
lied
December.
about their
Birthday is not.
ages. Okay, so
Yeah,
if they lied about their age, Kels is under the understanding that they are 18 at the time of all of this engagement.
I agree
So
with you.
the whole point of trying to make it to
Yeah,
be like a minor issue,
I
they
agree with you. I'm
okay.
not
That's
in.
Yeah,
I'm
what.
now
not.
that's
I'm
the
not
Well,
in.
well,
problem.
wait a minute.
I'm not in. I'm not in.
Let's go
I'm
to
not in
Faith.
disagreement.
Faith was of age. The other girl was of age. So what about they promiscuous activities and wanting to be there? You see what I'm saying? You all want to make it like, as a grown man, he can't have
I
sex
mean,
when he
Faith is
wants to
not
have sex.
charged with any sexual. She's charged with other things. The
They.
charges.
So you saying they didn't
Hold
want
on.
to go with this man to
This,
these concerts
listen,
all around
listen,
the world? Is
listen.
that what you saying?
You're talking about things that's not what he's charged with.
He is
That's
charged with
why.
the man act.
Listen,
That's
that's
part of what.
why they
That's a
charge
charge.
him. They didn't charge Faith with the Mann Act.
I didn't say
That's
faith. I'm talking about
underage.
all of them holistically.
Because the charges in scope, they charged and convicted him in scope of what they say he did, and they had evidence of that y'all try to ignore. You're talking about concerts and different shit. They're not talking about that, and that's not what his charges are.
You said traveling them across state lines. Man act. That's the charge. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
that's
You
what I'm
said
talking.
minors. I'm
Yes,
talking about
yes,
minors
yes.
lying about their
So
age.
let me ask you a question.
They lied. So he was under the understanding they was 18. And you all want to try and deflect and act like that didn't happen.
I'm not trying to deflect anything. I'm not. But this is what I'm gonna get you to understand is that his manager booked her ticket that Saturday with her ID. That tell you that she's 17. the parents had contact with R. Kelly up until she went to the Dolphin Hotel. Then it was no more contact. It's only
Lock the
so much.
parents up there.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. There's only so much blame you can place on the parents.
How you figure that?
But she wasn't under.
Because it's the truth.
She wasn't under lock and key. If
It's
she
not
wanted to
like
leave, Larry, she could have left.
every victim is not under lock and key. Look at Keith Raniere. Did he
No,
lock on
we talking about the Kells case only. Don't
No,
go
listen.
there.
You
We
don't
talking
have to
about
be.
these
So
women
you're not
in the
abused. So a
Kells
man
case.
haven't abused you without being.
These women
You
went
tell me
home. If they were so abused, why did they go home and go back?
I
And let
get it.
me make this
Listen,
point
man.
to you too
I
that you
get
all don't want. Wait,
I
let me
get it,
finish.
man.
I'm gonna let you talk. Just let me finish.
No. I have to go to work. Be
Okay.
honest with you, I gotta get off here in a minute.
Okay, let me just say this one last thing. Let's say it was 6 months prior to her being 18. What about all the promiscuous activity that she was doing them 5 years after she was 18? Speak for that. You see what I'm saying?
That ain't the law. What do you mean? You
What
speak
you mean
Driving
that's
that
not the
man
law?
car.
law.
That what do you mean?
He's charged. I'm talking about his charges. You're talking about her personal life. I'm talking about the charges.
That's what I'm talking about. The charges.
No, she don't have charges that happen when she went in her personal life. The things that she do right now, 5 years later, has nothing to do with
No,
it.
I'm talking about the time she was with Kels. If she was in such under lock and key and Stockholm syndrome, everything y'all say was happening.
No,
she was of age and of right man and stayed.
This is
That's
not
my
been
point.
this has not been a y'all be listening to Angie. She be reading this shit. She read the documents. She read the court papers. I'm not gonna sit up here and have a conversation with you about some hypothetical shit that ain't in the paperwork.
That ain't no hypothetical.
It's not in the everything you just said is not in the paperwork.
She didn't go home after she turned 18.
It's not in the direct and it's not in the cross.
Did she
Everything
go home?
you just said is not in
Did
it.
she go home when she turned 18? Azriel, did she go home when she turned 18?
No.
Thank you. My point in case.
So
was she driving that man car down on Chicago?
Stayed there, engaged in all the nefarious acts, enjoyed it,
he should be
benefited from it. But okay.
She said she like it in the butt.
On that note.
Yes, she did. She said she like it in. She said she like it in the butt, man.
Hey, Angie, thanks for having me on.
Did she, Larry?
Hey,
did she say that?
Nah, I don't know nothing about that, brother.
Yeah, she said she like it in the butt, man.
Yeah, we'll talk again. Thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. All right, y'all.
All right.
All right.
No. I just want people to stop acting like they was 18 for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years they was there. They was only minors for a very small, short, and some of them weren't minors at all. You see what I'm saying? But the ones that was there as minors, they wasn't there for the whole time. They wasn't minors the whole time they was there. So what about that behavior? Nobody wants to talk about that behavior after the fact, after the age of 18. That's the part that gets me. They had the opportunity to go home. There was no locking. There was no chains found in the case. There was no handcuffs. None of that. I'm just tired of the bad narrative. They act like they was minors for 10 years. Like Dominique, they act like she was a minor for the whole time she was there. Stop it. Let's stick to the facts. That's all I'm saying.
JP jumping over fences. She need to advertise them jump man.
Another thing, the one girl, what was her name? Cunningham. How in the hell's your parents letting you travel across the world and you saying that you 14? What about the accountability of that? Everybody want to blame Chaos for everything, but what about her parents not and saying what the hell are you doing? I wish I would have stayed out. I couldn't even spend the night when I went to college. Okay, I still had a curfew when I came home on the weekends. It wasn't no me being grown. My mother, please, her rules still stood when I was in college coming home. There was never a time until I graduated that I could.
His lawyers failed him, Sky.
Huh?
I think his lawyers failed him.
Yeah, they failed him. That's
They
not
they
even the
fed him
question.
bad
Yeah.
because if Bojeen was on this shit from the start, I don't think that man be locked up right now.
Chi-Town OG. They were only minors a short period of time, and at the same time, they were still willing participants, like the lady said.
And
There was
lying by the age.
they were not he didn't have a gun and put it up to their head and said, "You going with me?" They went to him. They met Kels at his concerts or wherever else the hell they met him. He didn't go after them. So what about that time when they was minors? They minors too young to consent to sex, but at the same time they smart enough to lie about their age. Come on, talk to me and make it make sense.
Oh no, what happened to Miss Phoenix and Larry? Lord have mercy, y'all. I'm
Now
sorry.
he had to go to work. He had to go to work.
Oh, okay. Miss what happened to Miss Phoenix? But Sky, so that you let me tell you, so let's draw parallel what you're talking about. So you're saying you see all that stuff you're saying, right? Okay, now if you know that didn't matter, do you think some texts, some emails and shit like that would matter?
It should. This is my thing with text messages and G. Listen to me
No,
with
I ain't
this.
talking about the text message. I'm talking about the
Oh,
emails and the flipping and all of that. That's what I'm talking about, not the text message.
you
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
the
all that stuff
BOP?
you said about the girls came to him and
No, no,
all
no,
of
no.
that.
That's just talk. The BOP information is an actual federal violation. Okay. So to me, everything attached to that should stand with that federal violation because there's no way you could tell me that this man being the actual defendant in the case and they're alleging that the actual star witness got this information in the case and it was illegal and the information shouldn't have been leaked at all. It was privileged information. How was that not part of that illegal federal
Because
act?
that may be a BOP violation. Has nothing to do with the case. I don't understand what you don't
I
doesn't
did.
have anything to do with sexual
Okay,
abuse.
let me explain this
Answer
to you.
that.
The reason
Does
why it has.
emails
Go ahead.
does emails and the people passing out his information, the visitation log and all his shit, his information about his calls and stuff, does that have anything to do with the sexual abuse? The man.
Yes.
Ooh,
No,
Yes.
it
You know,
don't.
wait, let me explain it. Let me explain my understanding why it does. Because the star witness, okay, who they said he got charged for Mann Act, traveling her across state lines, and for her being a minor at the time. Okay, she is the one that got the information. So with this information that she allegedly got, could have changed her whole testimony of this goddamn trial. Because if she wasn't there, you don't have none of that goddamn testimony. You see what I'm
But
saying?
okay, yeah, okay. How about this? Let's take it back a step. How about if she wasn't there, period, it wouldn't have
Exactly.
been no charges. Take a step back. Not that she flipped or whatever. Just say she wouldn't have been in that situation, period.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Let's
No,
say she wasn't there at all, because she might not have been there hadn't she got that information. That's what we
no,
trying to say.
what I mean, if she wasn't involved with R. Kelly, had she
Right,
not been involved with R. Kelly,
right,
so now you're going to take me to causation and the but for test. If she had not been involved with R. Kelly, then she wouldn't have been available to testify or not.
correct.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're going y'all are using what you think is fair, what you think is right, what you see as a violation or whatever on one end, and maybe that. Does it have anything to do with his charges? You're not listening to what I'm
Yes.
saying. His charges. His charges ain't got nothing to do with no email. If
No,
he
no,
had
it
charges,
has to do
hold on.
with her because she might not, like you're saying. Let's say if she didn't read or got particular recordings that Kels is saying, she might not have even, like you saying, been there to testify at all. Do you see what I'm saying? Now he
No,
might
that's
not.
not what I said. I said if she wasn't involved with R. Kelly, I'm taking it further than you taking it. You're saying that if she wouldn't have got the emails and stuff, the whatever she got, she wouldn't have. She might not have been want to flip on whatever. I'm saying if she wasn't involved with R. Kelly, period, she
Okay,
wouldn't have been there.
correct.
So that has nothing to do. So I'm just trying to say, That has nothing to do with the emails and stuff like that. And on top of that, you would have to prove that that was a cause for her flipping if you're trying to make it relevant to his charges. You're
And
not
that's
listening.
what we want to
His
happen.
charges,
That's
not
what we want to happen.
what she's going to testify to. I'm talking about what he's been charged with.
Okay, but
His
this is what I'm
charges.
saying. This is what I'm saying.
She
He
was
He
charged.
might have had some charges, but he wouldn't have had no charges connected
She
to
was
her.
already, yes, she was. They had already indicted him for her before she was still with him. They had already indicted him for her.
But was she going to testify the way?
It ain't got shit to do with it. It's the charges. What y'all don't get?
You can have a charge,
Charges.
but if you don't have a witness to back them up and corroborate it, you ain't got shit.
No, because guess what? They can still go through the rules of evidence and still enter in her whatever she's been charged, whatever he got charged with regards to her, and still would go forth without her. It's just good in those type of charges to have a victim witness. I just sat here and said that the United States government bring charges on behalf of the United States government, not on behalf of the victim witness.
But that's
But
fine.
it's good that when you have some, that's just a plus.
You could, that's what I'm saying. But the plus help them. You got her sitting up there saying he beat me with a shoe.
So she was an informant from the start.
He made me eat doodle. All you had, so basically what you would have had was charges with nobody add no spice to it. That's a whole different story than having a girl up there saying all type of stuff that she might not have had to say or wanted to say. That's different than just having some charges to have to fight.
And you can say that all day and tomorrow, and that's fine. That has nothing to do with what he was charged with. These are two separate things. His charges is not predicated on whether or not she testifies or not.
But like you said, it's a plus. We taking the plus off of that.
Okay, well, we ain't dealing with pluses. I'm dealing with the charges.
But you just said it was a plus if she testified.
It's a plus, but I'm saying it's not needed. It's not needed.
But this is what I'm saying.
I'm saying you what he was charged with.
You can have the charges, okay?
Them did. No kind of flipping or none of that was relevant to his charges. Listen what I'm saying. The law, the charges. I ain't talking about relevant to his case, whether it affected it or not. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about.
I know what you're saying, but you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yes, I am. That's how I know that what you are thinking is incorrect.
No, you are saying the charges. I'm saying, let's say the charges stood, okay? But now you got these charges, okay? But you don't have nobody, a witness to come up here and co-sign the charge. So that makes it harder for you to push it on the jury.
Go away, Sky. It does not mean the charges go away.
I didn't say it makes them go away.
Okay.
I'm saying it puts less stank on it, and you don't have no juror here, nobody up there saying he did do that. He did, and then he also did this too. And then you see what I'm saying? That's a whole difference of because you can charge
all of that.
Okay,
I understand all of that, but what I'm saying is what the prosecutor just said. That whatever about the BOP has no relevance to what he was charged with and the issues with regards to the case. It has what that happened with the emails and stuff. It ain't have no impact on no. Well, let me change that. It had no relevance on no goddamn 19 whatever charges, 1998 whatever.
I'm just respectfully disagree. Okay,
you can, but you're dead wrong.
But I'm just saying, I think I'm right. And
no, you are. Trust me. You when I tell you are dead, you are out. And I don't speak in absolute. You are 110% wrong. They just told you the prosecution. That's all.
I don't care, but that's what I'm saying. Don't nobody care.
I know you don't care because you don't understanding.
But see, the prosecution gonna say what they have to say. But when you look at this thing, you can't say that the witness getting some information ain't got nothing to do with the goddamn case and the charges.
Ain't no, no, it don't have nothing to do with the charges. Well,
That's what
could
I'm saying.
it affect the case as far as with people testifying or whatever? Yeah, of course. That's not what the issue is. It has to be relevant, relatable, and reliable to the charge. That's what it does.
Okay, but
ain't no way around that.
But why the whole thing
That's
is
the
if
law.
they didn't bring the information, so we don't even know the answer to that. They didn't compare, they compelled it, but they come back with a written response. Why you ain't provide the information to Bojin so they can look at it and see exactly what went on? We don't know
That's
what
what
type
they
of leaks
doing,
went on.
Scott. That's what they doing. That's what they doing. They
But that's what
turned
I'm
that over
saying.
to
That's
us.
all I'm saying. Because I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
trying
what
to
they
say the
doing.
prosecution ain't making a good, they not saying a legal stance. Of course they gonna say what they gotta say, but I'm saying provide the information so we can know if there were other violations that actually took place. We don't know what to say because we ain't got Bojin ain't got the information. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
I
she does,
understand that.
Scott. If
Huh?
they gave it to us in that emotion, they gave it to her. It's going in discovery. It'll be in discovery.
You saying they gonna give it to her?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what that's for. Yeah, that's as the results of what what happened. It's going to go into discovery. It's up to her if it's. And here's the thing, based on whatever they discover, whatever with regards to that, if it's admissible, it could play maybe to her defense, one of her defenses, or I don't know. It's not going to be admissible with regards to a charge because it has nothing to do with a charge. The judge ain't gonna let it in anyway.
I'm just saying it just appears to be too early to say because we don't know what was leaked. They saying they don't know if there was an investigation or not. I'm just saying we don't know how deep the hole really goes. You see what I'm saying? I
Well,
understand
let
what
me
you're
put
saying
it
about the
graphic to you.
charges. I got you. I
How
got
an
you.
email got something to do? How
We're
email
not just talking
got
about
something to do with
emails. We're talking about they said his what attorney phone conversation with his attorney. That means that he's on the phone talking about his case 9 times out of 10.
that's
So
what
how are
she
you?
said. It
Huh?
came back and revealed that wasn't the case. That's what J-Bo said. They said when they did the investigation, they said it was a visitation log and some other stuff.
They said that after they put that first motion in.
No, this is what they just said tonight.
But I thought that was the government saying that. You saying
That's
J-Bo
the
said it?
government saying that based on what they just looked into, that's what they came up with. Now,
That's what I'm saying, but that's what the
hold on.
government is saying. I'm saying give Bojin the information and let her make the determination of what she
She got the
about.
information. She's going to make a, she'll probably do her own independent investigation. She probably have done it lightweight anyway to even know what was already, some of this information. And, it is what it is. But what I'm saying is, if getting no witness to take the stand or whatever has nothing to do with no goddamn charge. That's two different entities. That's two different processes. That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Saying, but I'm saying we don't know at this point how deep the hole run, if the hole is deep at all. We just know that there's something that happened that wasn't disclosed, and they making it in question because why didn't they just disclose it when it happened? You see what I'm saying? They making this whole thing bigger than probably what it has to be. It might, like you said, it might not have been nothing but a couple of emails or something, but in that footnote, it said that he felt somebody heard his attorney-client conversation and brought it to him. I'm going by what was in the footnote. That's what it said.
That was in J-Bo's paperwork, right?
Yeah. That's what it
Okay.
said. Yeah.
Well, we got another set of paperwork
But that's what
with
the
regard to the
government
investigation.
claimed.
But here's the thing, right? If and they said that it wasn't whatever was found out within the emails and the phone logs, whatever the Tasha K got hold to, the government saying that it's not even discoverable. Now I will wait and see what J-Bo said when she look at what was uncovered in his what Tasha K got her hands on, I'll wait to see if what she see, if it's discoverable or not.
That's what I'm saying.
But here's the thing, right? In order, what you're saying, that won't be discoverable. What
But
will
I
be
don't know
discoverable
everything
is something
that was
related to
taken.
the charges.
Right, but
Something, not her flipping, not her testifying, none of that. If Tasha K finds turned over something that's related to the charges, then that would be discoverable.
Well, that's what I'm
Not
saying.
not nobody flipping,
I'm saying
and
this.
none of that.
I'm saying this. I understand the government came back and responded, and they saying that it wasn't okay. I'm saying I don't trust what the government say, and I want to wait until the information get to Kels's attorney and let them analyze it, and they let them decide what's discovered and what's not. We understand that the government is gonna come back and say that. You know what I'm saying? Because they definitely don't want to look like they withheld no information. You see what I'm
but listen, but if that what if they're not gonna. Here's the thing. One, 9 out of 10 times, I ain't gonna say 10 out of 10, but I say 8 out of 10 times, they're not gonna sit up there and withhold nothing that's discoverable. That's a clear violation.
saying?
And that's crazy. Why would they risk the case like that? So they're not gonna do that. And two, they're not gonna have an investigation where they launch their investigation, and J-Bo is can launch her own investigation, and they come back, and J-Bo come back and find that something was discoverable, and they didn't turn it over. That'd be crazy. Now, I'm not saying you should trust the law 100% of the time. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, why risk your case on some bullshit that's not going, they ain't got shit to do with the goddamn charges?
Because that's what they've been doing. I feel like from the beginning of the whole trial, we seen all the shenanigans that they pulled, everything from the jury, everything from the what was the other thing? The enterprise, the one man enterprise, and going on down the list. You know what I'm saying? Trying to create a narrative and building the case. Like that's what I'm saying. The way that they move.
But you don't agree with the law. You just don't agree
No,
with the
I'm
law.
not saying I don't agree with the law.
But if you say a one-man
I don't agree
enterprise, a
how
one
they
man can be an
use.
enterprise. It
I
says
don't.
that.
I don't agree how they use the law. Okay, I don't agree how they did it because now, granted, they got it to stick. Okay, so that means they had to have some legal backing. Okay, but I don't like how they use the law. Anybody that understands law understands that it comes down to what attorney uses the law in in their favor and wins the goddamn case.
And it also don't come down to what you like.
We know that. We know that.
But you sound like you don't like that they use, and I mean, one man enterprise is totally legit. It's in the penal code.
Legal. I understand that it's legal.
Okay.
But by anybody, but my thing
so
is
they can use it for one man.
And we know that because they did that. You see right. But there has to be a problem with it because Bojine is bucking about it. You see what I'm saying? And
she got to do that.
Huh?
She got to do, just because she's arguing about it doesn't mean she's right.
Right, but it don't
That's
mean
why you see either. A bunch of motions get denied.
Yeah, but we know why they denying the motions because the hit is out for chaos. We already know that the judge wasn't in favor of him, and neither was the jury panel. They was already tainted. So I mean, there's no question on why he got convicted. This wasn't a fair process from the gate. You know what I'm saying? That's just a continuation of the beginning of all this. Him getting convicted to the 30 years. I mean, if people didn't see that coming, then I don't know what to tell them. This wasn't no righteous process from the beginning. If it was righteous, wouldn't none of us had a problem with it. You see what I'm saying? None of the stuff was done righteous, all the way from down to muting him based on allegations, shutting down his concert because he couldn't make no money, all based on allegations. A goddamn documentary about a bunch of thoughts sitting up there lying one-sided, making up stories, getting what they call it, auditioning, you know what I'm saying, going through interviews. If you got a story to tell, I don't have to come in and coach you on how to tell your story. Just come up in here and tell it. You see what I'm saying? None of that stuff was righteous. Kim Fox getting up there trying to say, come forward. We can't prosecute him unless you come forward, inciting the goddamn riot. Then Gayle King trying to flip the goddamn interview, making him look like he wasn't in his natural emotions. You know, none of this stuff is right.
Might not be right, but was it illegal? That's what the problem.
Yeah, that was illegal. Stopping his money,
No,
yes, that was illegal.
It's not illegal.
That is
Lord,
illegal.
it's not.
You cannot stop somebody money based on allegations because you don't like him. They should have never went and stopped his concerts and stopped his ability to make money because you felt that because what some women said was wrong.
The people picketed and said don't go to his concerts and all that type of stuff. But they did not. Nobody did not file a legal paper and say, hey, stop his money or whatever. That's what makes it legal. If somebody was doing something like that, picketing and telling people don't go to no concert, I know that part is somebody.
I know that part is legal, but calling them and threatening them and saying you gonna do this, that, and this, calling the DJ saying don't play his music, muting them. Come on now, on some allegations. No, that's wrong.
That might be wrong, but is it illegal?
Yes.
No, it's not.
You can't stop nobody's money.
What's the penal code for calling somebody telling them don't play my music?
I don't know.
What's the penal code?
I ain't no
what's the statute?
I ain't no legal smig. I don't know.
What's the statute?
I just know that you can't stop nobody money based on no allegations trying to call and threaten.
That's just like you getting fired. That's just like you getting fired.
Fired by who? Who fired them though?
The people that was going to the concerts or the people that was the venue that was holding the concert.
No, that was Kelly.
You're getting the legal part, whether it's legal or illegal and wrong or right, confused. It's not. Yeah, you got to. If it's illegal, there would be a statute. There'll be a penal code.
It's got to be one out there. Now I don't know it.
But what is it? All you do is
I don't know
type it in.
But when all
the radio station, tell them to play the music.
When all of this is over, we gonna see because they gonna have I believe that they gonna go back. They gonna deal with the lifetime. I believe they gonna deal with the
R. Kelly will have to initiate a suit against all those entities. He could sue Me Too. He could try to sue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's up to him. He would have to do that.
That's what he needs to do.
That's a civil proceeding.
And that's what I'm hoping happens because that's what needs to happen because it was wrong. You can't do nobody like that just because you feel somebody's story was good. No. I don't even know how these people sleep at night. None of them. You don't do nobody like that. You know, if you're going to take them down the right way.
Right. I mean, and I understand that, but you're talking about outside. That's again, see, you're conflating outside factors, which is the Me Too and the people picketing and the people say don't call with the law. That's not it. That's not no charges. Those people, just like people on the picket line, they picket their job and shit.
No, right? I ain't saying nothing about the picketers. You could picket. Now
I'm talking about that's the people who shut down his stuff. The police ain't shut it down.
No, my understanding is that they were calling the concerts, threatening the concert people, telling them that if you continue with this, that we gonna blackball your brand and all this other stuff. That's what my understanding.
That's civil.
No police.
That could be civil. Yeah, if depending on what it is, how they did it. I mean, if it's a physical, a threat of violence, on a threat of, if you don't do this, then we're gonna do this, and depending on what it is, you know what I'm saying, then you might be getting into the weeds of some type of civil liability or whatever, and it might spill over to criminal, depending on what it is. Like, how Don Russell allegedly got himself in trouble. Something like that. But when it comes to, you're talking about the actions of others. You have consumers. They have the right to either decide that they're going to, continue to follow R. Kelly or not. If they don't go to the venues or whatever, that's up to them.
I'm
You
not.
know,
I ain't talking about the consumers. I get that. I understand that you got the
but
right,
those are the people that I
but
mean, you can't go forward, and if nobody ain't buying the stuff, or you can't, if nobody's coming to the concert, people blocking off their entry and stuff like that, then yeah, it's I mean, that all plays a part. But those are entities that's outside of the actual law. If it doesn't come up with a penal code, a statute, whatever, then it's not a crime. It's
I
not a
got.
crime.
But if I knew it, I would tell you. But I'm not saying that the people didn't go to the concert. I'm saying they made sure the concert couldn't even book him. You see what I'm saying? And
Right, right.
he might have got some people to come, but when you call the people and tell them, oh, let me see you book another R. Kelly concert, and I'm gonna make sure that I tell so and so this about your company. You see what I'm saying? And you basically backing these people down, threatening them, so they looking like just forget it. He ain't worth the smoke that come attached to him. You see what I'm saying? Not
Right.
even to say they stopping the whole goddamn concert. So that means the consumer don't even have an option to go to the concert because they didn't shut that shit down from the
And
gate.
that, right, and that would be right, but that would be a civil suit that would have to be initiated by him. That would be
Yes.
after. That
That
would be a R. Kelly thing to do.
yes.
Those people, they are. I mean, there are so many. You just how many people that's in the industry that have been blackballed, and they just
not,
have to. I mean, they just have to,
not like
do it the best way they can, and most of the time, that doesn't result in any type of criminal liability. Or I mean, sometimes they may pursue it on the civil end. It depends on how it was done. That's what I'm saying. Depends on how it was done. If it does not, wait a minute. Somebody asked me something about censorship. Oh, let me see, because I don't know these statutes by off the top of my head. Let me see if there is a statute for censorship.
and then let me say something to Chi-Town OG. Chi-Town OG, okay. What you have to understand is, okay, you saying most important piece of the minor being taken advantage. They weren't taken advantage of, okay? Understand this what I'm saying. They did what they wanted to do. Okay, there was nobody taking advantage of them. Now, if you want to say that they was minors at the time that they did it, that's one thing, but they weren't taken advantage of. There was nobody taking advantage of them. They did what they wanted to do. Okay, and you trying to say that somebody is co-signing his behavior? Nobody is co-signing his behavior. Okay, it happened the way it happened. There was nobody taking advantage of anybody. They went to him. They got what they wanted. Kels knocked him down. And if he was 17 at the time, that's why he got caught up. I don't I don't know why you guys want to create this narrative that he's a predator and he went after them and like he went looking for them. They went looking for him. How did he take advantage of them? They wanted to get down. These wasn't no virgins.
I
What they
don't
taking
know.
advantage
I
of
mean,
virgin? The hell out of
the
here with that.
in his in some of those charges, you have the enticement, the coercion,
Yeah.
persuade, induce, right? And you have that language. But here's the thing: whatever language they use, it became a crime because they were unable to consent. That's just basically what it is.
Right. I understand that. But it's just the whole it's just foul to me how they just because of all that got to be attached. I feel like even regardless, the women need to be accountable, the young ladies, the minors need to be accountable because this is the problem that it creates. People think that this behavior that they had was okay. So if you push it to these women and people that they age, minors they age, they gonna think like, oh well, I can go out and do this too and not be accountable for my behavior. That's not how life works. Okay, now Kels got caught up in this situation, but you gonna run your ass out there and get caught up with somebody else. Your ass might not be seen again. That's my whole problem. Is quit trying to give these young ladies a pass for being promiscuous and acting like a thought. Okay, acting like, oh, they did nothing wrong. Kels took advantage of them. No. And my point in case is that after they turned 18, they stayed there and engaged in that same goddamn activity. Had they turned 18 and left, then you might have a better argument from me. but they stayed, enjoyed it. They got the benefit that they wanted. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of the narrative.
I understand what you're saying, but what the law is, you don't agree with the
I
law.
get the law. I get
I
what
know
you
you get that, but you just don't agree with it,
right. I
and I
just
don't
don't
know what to
I
tell
just
you.
don't agree with the part that just because they was minors that he enticed them. Okay, maybe my problem is also the age. I already told you how I feel about a 17-year-old and a 16-year-old. Like you driving a goddamn car at that age. So I just can't see how you can't you don't have the mental capacity to have say you want to have sex with somebody, but you got the mental capacity to follow all the rules of the road and not drive the goddamn car into a crowd of people and kill them. You see what I'm saying? You have to be cognizant while you on that goddamn road. It just bewilders me, but like we saying, the law is what it is.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I think if somebody if somebody comes and try to induce, entice, and coerce, whatever. I mean, if you 17 or whatever, and you try to do that to a guy, I don't think that should be maybe an element because, in fact, just like J-Bo was trying to illustrate with those text messages, that it was allegedly gender number 5 was doing all the coercing and all of that. I believe maybe but if a minor can't consent, they just can't consent, and that's no way around that.
Right. And that, like you
So
said,
I believe the
that extra
charge should stand as it is, but
yeah, that
that
piece,
particular element, uh-uh.
yeah, that extra piece with the enticing, coercion, attaching all that. But not only that, then when we come away from the case and look at the fact that these parents is cashing checks, you know what I'm saying, knowing about it and cashing checks about it, it just it, it just makes me crazy that they are not part of this case because they are directly a part of this case. Whenever they get to the point in this Chicago case where they talking about monies, who's cashing these checks? It got to be these parents or somebody they know.
And that's why you should further know it has to be relevant to the charges. If the parents and all that stuff ain't in there, and not much is said about the parents' interactions and what they had to do with them when they was around and whatever, they're not even on there testifying, then that should further tell you that
They
that has
blocked
nothing
it.
to do with, but it has nothing to do with the charges. Nothing to do with the charges.
This is what I'm saying with that. Okay. I'm just bringing up the fact that when they start talking about these monies, Kels paid 250,000 to Landfair to do what? I don't understand. If it comes down that they're cashing these checks, how was it not relevant? If you bringing up the money, how are you not bringing up the person that's cashing the check? That's the part that gets me.
Well,
How is
that's
that?
coming up. Wait a minute, that's coming up because that has something to do with the conspiracy
Yeah, but if they
and
cash
and
that,
the
how is
obstruction
that
of
part of
justice
the
to that
conspiracy?
2008, huh?
I'm saying, Angie, if they the ones cashing the check, how are they not part of the conspiracy?
Well, they're not part of. They're not part. The conspiracy has something to do with the recoupment of those videos. The obstruction of justice has something to do with the obstruction of the 2008 case,
Well,
and that
what does
has
the
something
money
to do
got to
with
do with it?
the land fairs and they allegedly was sent out of town and all of that. That's
But
what
what
that
does
has
the
something to do with.
money have to do with the case? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why are they bringing up these checks?
Because they say that he paid them. That's a part of the evidence.
Yeah, but he can't pay him to an entity that can't cash the check, Angie. Do you see what I'm saying? If they cashing
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm saying. But it only has to do with the obstruction and the with the check, the money, and the conspiracy.
yeah, but why they but that's my thing. They blocking them from being a part of the conspiracy.
But no, they're not part of the conspiracy. Well, here's the thing. I don't know what they're going to testify to. That's one thing because I don't know about these settlements and what they settled too. I don't know what the deal was. I don't know what it was, what they allegedly was supposed to keep quiet about or whatever. So I don't know none of that. What I'm saying is, the the at the most, the the parents could be considered, bad parents, but does it raise to the level of being illegal, being a crime? I mean, so and that's what you have to look at. The external factors and all that stuff that goes on. You got to see if does it rise to a level of being a crime.
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you why.
You say yes, guy.
I'm saying everybody gonna say, because look at this. Let me give you an example, okay? Because this is just because it's R. Kelly and it's on a high scale, let's bring it down to the low level, okay? Like you're saying, let's take it to the street. Shanae is 15. Her parents are clucks, okay? They drug users. They find a dope man. Hey, dope man, I'm gonna let you have sex with my daughter if you give me right now $3,000, and you pay me in a check or a money order.
Mm.
They take the money, cash the check, let their daughter go have sex. This is directly exactly the same thing that's happening in this Kale's case. It's just happening at a higher level. There's no different in the story I just gave you and in the goddamn story that's happening in this case. We can
But that's not what's being alleged, because one, a parent can't consent for a minor to
we
have
didn't
sex with her. That is against the
we
law. Now
didn't
that's a crime.
but okay, but what's the difference between the scenario I just gave you and the scenario that they did?
They're not. There's nowhere that's saying that they took some money for R. Kelly to have sex with a child.
Not yet. Not yet. That's gonna come out, because this is how I know it's gonna come out, because that's why they blocked it and said they want to make sure that they don't want the parents to be brought up. Because, and I might be wrong, but I believe them parents was cashing them checks. And you can't, and
Well,
this is
yeah, they
the thing.
got. Well, it is. It's a hit. It's a. It came out in the motion that one parent was that they were cashing steady checks for a long time. Yeah,
Okay,
that already came out.
now let's not play with it, Angie. If you are cashing these checks for a long time while your daughter is still having a sexual act with this man, we can all play like, oh, the parent didn't know about it. They just was getting these checks and they was cashing them, saying, thank you, Lord, for sending me these checks, and not knowing where they came from. But that's some goddamn bullshit. They knew exactly what the transaction was. They knew that they was letting their daughter have sex with this man, and they knew why they was cashing them checks, and they knew why them checks was being sent to them. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
I can't disagree with that.
That's
I can't
all I'm
disagree with
saying.
that.
That's all I'm saying. I'm
I
not
can't disagree with that.
make no smoke screen, and you know, and I just, it's wrong, man. And for them to keep protecting these parents, I just think it's atrocious. It's atrocious. Cause it,
You
cause
know,
if
but
if Shanae parents were to do that, they will lock their motherfucking ass up and throw the key somewhere in Lake Michigan, never to be found. But since it's R. Kelly, let's just focus on taking the king down and let the parents walk for their bad behavior. It's bullshit.
I get
Yeah.
it, and of course, they decide who they charge. So yeah, it's a bunch of moving parts.
No shy.
But again,
I mean everything
it's
that
law.
I'm saying, not conversation purposes. I mean it. Everything that I'm saying. They is giving these parents a pass because the goal is to take R. Kelly down. If it was a person with less money that came across a case like this, they are going to prison. Okay? They're going to
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of that I don't disagree with, because, like I said, they decide who they're gonna charge.
yes,
Game,
selective
yeah.
prosecution. That's it. And that's the whole thing. They want to tell us that it's not, but come on, we see it. That's not nothing we making up. It's clear. That's the clearest. That's the most clear thing out of this. A check being cashed is tangible. We can go to the bank and see when you got it, what the date the check was wrote for. and when you cashed it and who cashed it. That's tangible. And you know what I'm saying? So it's just terrible to me, but that's the luxury of having slept with R. Kelly versus you getting caught sleeping with Ray. I mean, selling your child to Ray and Chico on the street. You know what I'm saying? They better be glad.
Right. Right. Now I 100% understand. Like when you talking about the people cashing the checks and stuff like that. Now, that's and they kept on with the
Cap
cashing of the
on.
checks.
See, one time I might not argue with you. I might say, okay, maybe, you know what I'm saying? But multiple checks? Who just giving you checks because they want to give you checks now? Come on. And the
Yeah.
amount of them checks, man, make your head and your booty bounce. There was some big checks. Like, come on. I wish somebody would send me a 250, a 10K check here, a 250K check, man, please. But I couldn't do none of my family members, kids. I couldn't do none of them like that. Not for no money, not for no dollar bill. But we'll see though. But thank you so much um for having me. And yes, I do
Yes,
want us to
ma'am.
find that statue for that how they did them concerts and stuff. I want what you say the number. I want us to find that. But I really pray that at the end of all this, he decides to go after Lifetime and even the people that rented the studio to him. Like that was a foul transaction. Just
Hey,
get justice somewhere.
Yeah.
hey,
Hey,
Angie. Hey,
hey,
Sky
Sky
Zone.
baby.
Sky Life.
How
Hey,
y'all doing? How's Sky Life? How you doing?
okay.
All right. Yes, ma'am. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I wanted to get in here and ask Sky Life a question.
Okay. Now what's your name? I
Oh,
can't see it.
Shaw, baby. I be on your channel
Y'all
sometime.
baby. Oh, do you? Okay.
Hmm. I wanted to ask you because I listened to something that Sylvia said one day, and I wanted to ask you, what parents do you think uh actually got money and cashed the check? What evidence do you think that they got that what parents actually got money and cashed the check?
The biggest one is on the table. I don't know for a fact because I wasn't there. I don't know. I just have to look at what I seen. Rashonda Landfear's parents, and to my understanding, Geronda Pace, and I think that was it. Them two, Geronda Pace and Rashonda.
Okay, because I'm just asking that question. Like Geronda, to me, it is iffy all the way. I don't understand her situation at all. How she got away with none of the stuff that she did, where her mama was. I don't understand that situation at all. I think everything about her situation need to be investigated. But in Rashonda Landfair's situation, her parents cash checks, and we're not crazy as people, as human beings. We're not crazy, and we know basically what was going on. But Sylvia said one day on her channel that they can't prove that those checks were bribery because the father worked for R. Kelly. The father was paid by R. Kelly with the check because the father and the mother were his employees. So how are they going to prove that they paid those parents, that R. Kelly paid those parents for their child, if they both worked for him, had a W-2, and he paid them? How are they going to prove that they were paying them for their child? And I'm trying to figure that out too. That just how are they going to prove that if the parents both worked for him, both received the check, both filed taxes? How are they going to prove that the money that R. Kelly was giving them was for their daughter?
Okay, well, two things, and this is just me thinking about what you're saying. Two things. Let's say, okay, I hire you. I'm paying you $3,500 a week. Okay. If the payments that came out are equal amount consistently, that's one thing. But if you have one check that's 3,500, maybe one check that's 10K, maybe one check that's 250K. You see what I'm saying? If there's a fluctuation in payments, excuse me, that's gonna be a problem. Two, if they come out and testify and say that it wasn't no paycheck, that he was giving us this money because I was allowing him to sleep with my daughter. You see what I'm saying? Those are
Mm-hmm.
two things that could very well that could happen. That'll be a problem. You see what I'm saying? That's just my thought thinking about the question. But I like what you brought up because
Mm-hmm.
those payments were consistent. Then you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's cool. It might be cool. But if you got
Because
fluctuating payments, it might be
because
a problem.
he played in a band, and to my understanding, when you're in a band or a group, you get paid as you work. So if he went somewhere and Greg worked for him for 3 months on tour for and he Greg gave him a flat fee, and he R. Kelly paid him that flat fee. That flat fee could have been $250,000. But Greg might not got paid nothing else for 3 months. So R. Kelly might have went home and rested.
But
I
it
don't understand.
consistent. You see what I'm saying? It
Uh
better
huh.
in another 3 months, it better be another 250K. And then in another 3 months, it better be another 250K. But also let's look at this. When you talk about money, you better be talking about taxes. If them parents one paying taxes on that money, they might have a problem with the IRS after all of this.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? Because
That's
they
true.
gonna be like, well, hold on. You was getting this much. I ain't seen no tax return on this money. What was this money
Because
really for?
because this is federal court. But I just wanted to know what parents got paid.
Yeah.
And what parent did you think that got paid, since you saying the parents was taking the money for the children, for the
Yeah,
child?
them too. To mine.
Mm, because Geronda to me is suspect. I don't understand where this child mama, daddy, grandparents, or nobody was. And maybe that's because the way I was raised. I don't understand what her people was anyway. So that situation right there, I just try to stay out of that, because I think she need to be investigated. I think the parent need all everybody in her whole family need to be investigated for the situation. Just a plain situation. Where was this child people at that let her roam like this? But you find roaming kids in the world, and maybe
Yep.
R. Kelly just knew that this was a Roman child, and she's gonna do what she want to do because she's a Roman girl. So I don't know, but that's the only parent that I feel like, and I see that actually got paid some extra money, was the land fairs.
But let me
But
one too.
but the what I think, I listen to what Angie's trying to tell you, and it makes kind of sense because I go in and out of courtrooms a lot, and I understand they have to follow the law, regardless of how we feel about this case, regardless of whether we think it's wrong or whether we think it's right. The law, Go Junior have to follow the law. Daryl McDavid lawyer got to follow the law, and Milton Brown lawyer got to follow the law. And law is law.
But
And
that's not
Azrael,
question. That's not what's in question. My problem is the law having selective prosecution, picking and choosing who they wanna put the law on. I have a clear understanding that the law is the law. But one thing you might not know about me is I don't agree with the age of consent at all. Okay,
oh,
that's
I know everything about you. I listen to
okay.
you constantly. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
But
I
Yeah,
my
wouldn't
thing
come.
is
she
If
don't
I could,
she don't agree with, like, certain things in
yeah.
the law. She always
Yeah,
says
yeah,
it's right,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
wrong, and whatever.
If I didn't think I could have a decent conversation with you, I would have never came on here. But Angie know that I ain't for confrontation. I just like to ask questions. I done talked to JoJo and
yeah,
everything.
I
Like
welcome
when
questions. I be
yeah,
willing to
like
take
I
questions.
like to have common conversation, because sometimes it's things that I don't understand, and sometimes that's why I like listening to Angie, because she breaks stuff down to people
Right,
where if we wrong, she gonna tell us we wrong.
right.
If I don't know something, I ask her either in the chat, or either I get on here and I ask her, Angie, da 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 da, and I respect what she say, because even though she go off sometime and cut the food, I love that. I love that side of her, but I also love the intelligent side of her, and that she don't mind breaking it. She don't have to take her time out to do the things that she do, but
Right.
she do, and I respect that part of her, and I love that part of her. When she gone, I miss her because I things be going through my brain when she ain't here, and most of the time I be thinking about stuff, and she'll come on and answer it. And I was like, look, I didn't even have to ask her no question because she answered my question, even if I hear the
Oh,
replay.
so
But
sweet.
if I didn't know I could talk to you, I would never get on this channel. But that's what I was trying to understand. I was trying to understand because they say that he threatened Greg. They say that he not that I'm not saying that he did it, but he had people to jump on him. He had people to almost break his leg, beat him up, do this and do that to him. If they bring that up, what do you think they will? What do you think that the jury will feel or look at R. Kelly in such a way. If I took your child and I kept her as a sex slave or whatever they want to say he did, and I took the parents and I threatened them and I threatened their life and they were scared and the daughter was scared, so she did what I. How do you think the jury gonna feel about that?
Well, I don't think the jury's gonna like that. Now, if
I
they
don't know.
they feel that there was some type of imminent force, you know what I'm saying? But this is
Mm-hmm.
my problem. When you because 9 times out of 10, when you threaten somebody, you threaten them with force. You don't threaten
Right.
them and then come right back behind them and pay them. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which one is it? I'm threatening you because if I'm threatening you, that means you're gonna do what I say anyway. I ain't got to pay you. So why would I threaten you and pay you? You see what I'm saying? That would be a question in my mind. And that might be a question in the juror's mind. But I don't know if people
Mm-hmm.
deep as I do. You know what I'm saying? But if they just hear that he was bullying them and scared them to do it, that's I don't think they're gonna like that. But hopefully, if they got some common sense, they'll be like, "Well, why he threatened them and pay him?" You see what I'm saying? That's like a double action that don't even need to take place. But
Mm.
let me add one thing to you. Also, all my commentary is alleged. There was an understanding that Dominique was going home with money, okay, giving it to her mama Michelle,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
then going back. Okay, so now that might not that to my understanding was cash money. It wasn't no checks involved. That's why she's able to move around with the guys that her daughter was a victim. Yeah, her daughter was the one that stayed there the longest. Okay.
Well, I don't believe that her daughter was a victim anyway, because her daughter was of age when she went to be with R. Kelly. When
Well,
she stayed there, Dominique was of age. Dominique had finished school.
yeah,
She was
I've heard two stories on that. I've heard that she
yeah,
and then
yeah.
heard she might have been a minor. You know,
Mm,
I do know that word on the street is she was getting cash payments and sending her daughter back. Also, not only that, going to the different locations where her daughter was. Hence, how in the hell did Michelle know at the time when the shit was hitting the fan exactly what hotel to go to with TMC? TM
because she was talking to her daughter.
the whole
She was
time.
she was talking to her daughter. Nobody, you can't
Thank,
knock on nobody hotel door if you don't know where they at. It's
thank you. You know exactly what hotel she was in.
yeah, she was talking to her daughter. You could tell that was scripted. She was
Thank,
talking to her daughter. Her,
thank.
and her daughter probably was ready to go home. Her daughter probably was ready to go. She didn't rescue her out of that hotel. Her daughter probably called and told her that I'm ready to go home.
No,
Will you come and get me?
you know why?
So
Because after her mama came and got her a week later, she went right back. You see what I'm saying?
mm,
That's what a lot of people don't know. After her mama came and got her, she stayed home for about a week and then went back and then came back home after that.
and
But
it's because of the way I think it's because of the way he treated them. And when she went back, she looked for him to been upset and angry with her. That's what she said. But she said that things changed. He wasn't angry with her when she came back. So I think that she knew that he was changing in a sense because she said normally when she would leave and come back, he would be angry with her. But that time when she came back, he wasn't angry with her. They actually had a good time. And she just had made up her mind that she wasn't going to do it anymore because I think all of them had made up their minds. So they had got to the point where they knew that they didn't want to share him with each other no more. So they would leave one by one because the sharing, they got tired of the sharing. I think that's what it was.
Mm.
no, not
But
That's the way
necessarily.
to look at it.
Because at the time,
Yeah, yeah.
TMZ,
Because
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say at that point when Michelle went to get Dominique, the gig was up. Okay, so she couldn't stay if she wanted to stay. You see what I'm saying? Her mama
Mm,
got her. She went home, went right back. You see what I'm saying? Car came picked up. She went right back. Then came back a week later. It was over with. At that time, TMZ was on them. The people, Me Too was on them. You see what I'm saying? It was over with. One no more shenanigans able to be played. The gig was up. You know,
yeah,
it, it,
yeah, but yeah, but that's another way to look at it. But two, I think because like look at Joycelyn. Joy is a ride or die. So they could have been ride or dies too. But I just think at some point, and you right, the gig was up, and at some point, I believe that they got tired of the share part. They got tired of the circle that was going on, and they said, okay, I'm finna go home. I'm trying to get my life together. I think that's what it was because when she said he changed when she went back, I just felt like maybe he was tired. Maybe R. Kelly was getting tired
nah,
because you juggling all that stuff. That's a tiresome situation.
let's look at this. I'm
Yeah.
Kelly. I know that the gig is up. I know that you've been here the longest with me. Not only are you quote unquote, they want to make you a victim, but you are actually a handler at this point. Okay. So I'm happy that you come back. I'm gonna treat you nice, okay? Because I want to make sure that you continue to love me and don't turn on me and betray me like everybody else. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So I'm gonna treat you very nice. But understand at the time when she went back, she also made that video about her mama when she said her mama had
yeah.
you see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
all this is happening at once. So he's being this just my theory. He being nice to her to make sure that okay, we still cool. All right, I understand you got to go back home. The gig is up. But all the time, she Dominique was in love with him. Okay, you see, she never turned on him. You see,
No,
so and she been there 9 years, so there wasn't no getting tired of sharing him. She was the one there the longest. You know what I'm saying? Now some of them other ones that left, yeah, because they didn't get the spot. Joy,
no, because she said
Joycelyn,
Dom, Dominique said the reason why they stayed there because they were. She just told the truth one day, but I think nobody never paid attention to her. But
mm-hmm.
she said the reason why all of them really stayed there is because they were lazy. I
Oh,
think nobody never paid no attention to what she said, but she said that day. She said we were. She said if you don't really want to work or go back home to listen to what your parents got to say, you just stay because you don't got to worry about doing nothing or
mm-hmm.
paying. She said that. She
That
said
makes
we would. She said it. In other words, she was saying that they just lazy. They like somebody talk. They like somebody taking care of them. They didn't have to worry about nothing. They got to go on the road. They got to travel. They got to meet celebrities. They got to do stuff. It's stuff that he let them do. So
sense.
really, instead of the parents letting them go somewhere to be with him and not teaching them, the parents should have been teaching them independency and how to work and take care of themselves.
But see, this
But
is
they,
people don't want to live in reality. We talking about R. Kelly. We talking about
hmm
R&B. At one time in his life was living the 1% lifestyle. That's not
hmm
enticing only to a minor. That's enticing to a
to
grown
a
goddamn.
parent, yep.
That's enticing to me right now. If a Kels would have come up to me right now at the age I am and say, "Come on, Skylight, we're gonna fly around the world. I'm gonna buy you what you want. I'm gonna give you 5K a month. You ain't gotta work." You think I don't want to do that? Yeah, I do. But people want to act like he just some regular guy living a regular lifestyle. The lifestyle they live, we will never know. You see what I'm saying?
Nope.
That's my whole point. People want to make it like they weren't rightfully they weren't justified in wanting to be around him. You see what I'm saying? He's
hmm
only a celebrity. He the king of R&B. That nigga probably walking around the house singing and shit, looking fine. You know what I'm saying? Like dropping the D on them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. We know what was going on. You can't be mad at the girls for being women and following they, you know what I'm saying? They natural body instinct. For lack of a better word. You know.
Nope. You're right. And I'm gonna ask you one more question. Now I'm not gonna ask a question. I'm gonna put to what Angie said. When Angie was trying to explain to you about Azriel, not she was trying to say if she wasn't there at all. If this never happened, if he just looked at her and said, "Okay, you can sing. I'm gonna try to get you a record deal. I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna do that for you," and he never touched her. He never said nothing else to her. He just had somebody to work with her as far as her music is concerned. He wouldn't have to be going through that with Azriel. That's what Angie is saying. If she was never there in that situation with him, this would have never happened. We would have never had to go to court with her. But because she's saying R. Kelly played a part in this too by actually having sex with her, regardless of whether she was 18 or 17, which she wasn't. We know for a fact that she was 17, but Angie's saying if he would have never put himself in that situation, we wouldn't be here today. And if she didn't get on that stand, this is what Angie. Now you tell me if I'm wrong or not, because I think I'm right. If she never got on the stand and testified, even though she never got on that stand and testified, he still would have had a case against her because they indicted him for her before she flipped, before she left him, everything.
Right.
It was an indictment.
Right.
So you had the Mayweather sisters. You had everybody forgetting about Holly. You had Holly to testify. You had the Mayweather sisters to testify. They cooperated a lot of detail about Azriel when she was 17. So regardless whether Azriel would have got on that stand and testified, she could have still stayed with him. Her and Joy could have been sister wives or whatever. And she could have never came in that courtroom and told the government, "I'm going to testify." He still would have got charged and probably convicted for her because
Yeah.
they had corroborated evidence against him with her. That's what Angie trying to tell you.
Yeah, and she was already in the indictment,
Mm-hmm.
and while she was still with them. So that's what I was
Mm-hmm.
trying to say.
Okay.
Whether or not she
Mm-hmm.
got up there or not,
Mm-hmm.
that didn't have anything to do with the charges. Now, her testimony definitely changed
Helped
the,
out.
made
Mm-hmm.
the case,
Yeah.
a little bit more firm. You know what I'm saying? Of course,
Mm-hmm.
her testifying made the case firm. But what I was trying to show is the just the what one thing, even though it has something to do with it in the grand scheme of things, when it comes down to the charges, that's what J-Bo knows this. Of course, she knows.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The
Say
prosecutor
this
definitely knows this.
because I
And
want
Yeah,
you.
that's why
I want
I
you
was wanting Sky Zone to understand that because
to know
she was
I
like,
got
I know Sky Zone getting her feelings.
that life.
Skylight. I know she getting her feelings, but I wanted her to understand what Andrew was. I wanted you to understand what Andrew was trying to say, that it didn't matter whether she got up there and testified or not, because I thought that they had said that she was in it, that he was indicted for her while they were still together.
Okay, right. But let me make sure you understand what I'm saying because I
Mhm.
understand what Angie's saying and what you were saying. But this is what you
Mhm.
are getting. Okay. For one,
Mhm.
how did Azriel get into the situation that she's in?
She went to a concert and she got on stage and she sung. She said she auditioned for him, and then she went to see him.
Okay.
As we know, I don't know.
And let me
I don't know.
how she
That
got.
story kind of sticky too.
Okay, so she goes to the concert with her parents.
Mhm.
Angelo stated himself that he left and somehow she was able to get on stage. Okay. Sometime during that night, his phone number was given to her. She gave the phone number to her parents, and the parents made contact with him.
Mhm.
Okay. That's how she got into the situation. It still comes at the core that she was there and got into that situation because of her parents. There's no way to flip it around or spin it. That's exactly what happened based on what they said. You see what I'm saying? By their own,
Mhm.
okay. They put their daughter in that situation, and that's how she got there as a minor. Knowing she was a minor, they put their minor child in that situation. Okay, period, point blank, no spinning it. Okay, then the story went on from there. Now,
Mhm.
in regards to the charges, I get that. Okay, but what I'm saying is you can have charges. Okay, that's
Mhm.
fine. Let's say there's a charge, a guy in the street Willie shot Barry. Okay, he's
Mhm.
indicted for the charge. But if you got Tasha coming up there as a witness saying, yeah, Willie did shoot Barry, that's a difference from the jury just hearing Willie shot Barry, or even subpoenaing Tasha and making her be a what they call it, an uncooperative witness. Okay, that's something totally different than her getting up there testifying, co-signing what they saying, and not only co-signing the charges but adding to it. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not
Mm-hmm.
refuting the fact if the charges were there, okay? But
Okay.
having charges and having somebody to corroborate the information is a plus, because
Mm-hmm.
he might not have got charged with that without her actually being there. They seeing this girl's face and they hearing what she's saying. That's a totally different story.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now we just heard what her parents did, right?
Mm-hmm.
What R. Kelly do? What did he do? Did he do anything wrong? Anything? He did just what did he do?
What they want him to do. He
What
not
what did what
from what they saying.
Okay. R. Kelly is 3 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do that got him in this situation that he in? I try to tell my husband the same thing all the time. We go back and forth
The
and he
only
say
thing he did was didn't take the girl down to get fingerprinted and
mm-hmm.
and tested to find out her age. He failed to identify her age because
That's all
they
he
told
did.
him that she was 18. So he
That's
asked
all he did.
guys that she was 18.
That's all he did.
He did what any other man would have did in that situation. I should say most men. Okay, most men.
Okay. But he didn't have sex with her.
They saying she did.
He had sex with her, right?
That's what they said.
Okay. So R. Kelly did wrong too. The parents was wrong, but he was wrong too.
How was he
'Cause-
wrong when they told him he
Because
was 18?
he is 50 years old.
That don't mean
Thi-
nothing. That
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude,
don't,
Sky.
it doesn't. It doesn't.
He he
If
got the
you are if you are of legal age, okay,
mm-mm,
you telling him he's 18. That's your moral opinion, okay? I
mm-mm,
don't like older
mm-mm.
men sleeping with young girls anyway. I don't know if you knew that or not. I don't like that.
Yeah, yeah, but that ain't legal though. It ain't legal.
Legal. If she is, let's say she was 18 and he's 50 and has sex with her, there's not a
Hmm.
problem, whether we like it or not.
Right. If she 18, I ain't got to do that
But the
because the
but
reason why I'm saying that is because of the fact that you are right. The parents should have took more responsibility, but R. Kelly should have took responsibility too because Israel looked like she was about 12. So first of all, when she had that little child uniform on them pigtails, I'm like, oh Lord, come on now. She looked younger than my grandbaby.
but see, look like it's different because I can
Right.
16-year-old that my cousin when she was 16, she was thicker than things and look 26. You see what I'm saying? The
Mm-hmm.
bottom
And
line is he asked her a direct question. How
no, he
old
should
are
have.
you? And she
Right, but he should have got some type of other proof because you know what? People are always putting him in a box.
but wait,
People are always putting this man in a box saying that he like young girls, he like young girls, he like young girls, he like young girls. And he done got in trouble before, twice. One time with Aaliyah, one time with Rashonda. I'm gonna double check because I'm not gonna keep getting in no trouble. And to me, his team that was around him also had him in a box because they should have been looking out for him too.
mm,
He's paying them. He touring them around the world. They know that people don't put him in a box and put him in a category and categorized him as being a pedophile, as being a person that like to sleep with young girls. Look out for me. Don't bring me nobody that's under the age of 18 years old. And you make sure you check regardless of what you got to do. Because I don't want to go to jail and spend the rest of my life in jail. I don't.
okay,
And I know that man don't want to spend the rest of his life in jail.
but this the part I can't give you, okay? Because we all know that R. Kelly has a mental health issue, okay?
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
not
Hmm.
comprehending and he's not rationalizing this stuff like we would.
Hmm. Hmm.
Let's keep
And
it real and let's go to the men. What men
and
have you
and
ever dated that took you out on a date, took you to go fingerprinted, and verified your information before he had sex with you? How many men?
my my son's father. My oldest son's
Oh,
father.
okay.
My son's father, yes, he did. I was in the 10th grade, and he had graduated high school. He was, he like 4 or 5 years older than me. I think about 5 years older than me. But he made sure he came to my daddy and my mama, asked him could he date me, told him that he had a crush on me ever since I was in the 7th grade, and I would never give him no play, no nothing.
No,
I
no.
had
I'm
my
when it
Wow.
confirmed your age.
He did. He did. He was considered my age because he knew that I hung around girls that he knew was younger, even though I acted older. But he asked
So
me how old I was, and
did
I
he say
told him how old I was.
okay, but let's say you lied. I'm saying what man has taken you to verify, ask for your birth certificate to
And
verify
he
your
did.
age.
He did. He
Okay.
did. I
Okay, I'm gonna
promise
tell
you, he
you this.
did.
In my whole
But
lifetime, I've
but
never had a guy ask me to confirm my age. Okay. That
I
does not
I
happen.
I use his mental issue as a my nephew is partially artistic. My sister-in-law is fully artistic. And I can tell you from birth to I watched my nephew, I raised him till he was 6, 7 years old when my sister came back from the army and got him. When you got, I think he has dyslexia or something like that. But whenever those type of people, whenever they're young and they get something, just like I'm not just saying sex, food. Like my nephew loves food. We actually had to make him stop eating. And now to the day, his go-to is food. So by him being molested like that when he was small and him having a problem, that was something I think that was good to him because of him being artistic. Not, not saying he's artistic, but because him having a little slight problem, because I don't know what his diagnosis is. I don't even know if he's been diagnosed. That was something probably that was good to him, and it got out of control because nobody got him no help with it, or nobody seen, oh, Robert got a problem. Let me see what this is. Or and it was something in his brain, and it probably attacked his brain on that side where he has a slight problem that this is something somebody's doing to me that's good, because they do the same thing with food. I noticed my sister-in-law, she's a overeater too, because they didn't know what was wrong with her when she was small. So what they do, they gave her food to ease her down, to make her calm, and now they gravitate towards food. But if you look at those artistic people and people that have a slight problem, things that they grew up with that was good to them when they grew up, they keep that thing close to them and they abuse it because it was something that helped them with their problem and their disease. And I don't, that's why I don't, everything that went on with him, I don't fault him for everything that went on with him. I feel sorry for him in a sense that because nobody realized that, looked at him and realized that this child had a problem and tried to get him some help. They looked at his talent instead of his problem, and therefore I do sympathize with him with that. But also, I think that he should have took a little bit more responsibility in being more responsible for himself to put his life in jeopardy, because he has put his life in jeopardy. I really think he has.
Well, see, this is the thing, and like I said before, your situation is so rare, and
Hmm.
I've never had a guy take me try and ask for my ID, look at my ID, none of that to confirm my age ever in my life of dating. And I have friends who had the same situation. So you are an individual rare occasion. I'm not gonna try and put a task on him that no other man would normally do. Okay,
Hmm.
not something that they do. So I don't, I'm a person that's not going to expect him to do something different than any other man. However, you have to also understand his mental health. I think they said
Yeah,
he was functioning at what, a third grade level.
third grade level. Yeah, third grade
Okay, so
Oh,
we can't act like he's processing.
level.
See, they
Hmm.
probably told him that, hey, Kels, just make sure you ask them if they 18, okay?
Hmm.
That's probably
Hmm.
all you can give him. You can't talk to him like me and you talking. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
And you can't
right.
try and put too much on him because all
Mm-mm.
he know is his music. You know what I'm saying? And see, just like people like this in the chat, Chi-Town OG, he wasn't that slow. He was that slow. See, people try and do that to that's a problem not only in Kale's case, but in the black community as a whole. people always, when it comes to black children, they either don't diagnose them properly or misdiagnose them or try and minimize their diagnosis. Okay. And
Yeah,
that's
because my
what
sister didn't know what was wrong with my nephew. We thought that he just couldn't talk. And my sister took him and had his tongue clipped. We had all kind of stuff done to him. And my sister was like, I don't know why he ain't talk. He was like 7 before he started talking. And we didn't know what was wrong with him, but my sister kept taking him to the doctor, taking him to the doctor till we figured it out. But he goes to work, he do his everyday activity and everything. He just like his communicate he kind of puts you in the mind of R. Kelly a little bit because he say what he got to say. He'll laugh and talk to you, but then he'll go on about his business and get in his own world. So
right.
they got different things that they gravitate to. Like his music, you can't take that music away from him. It's everything that he got. He goes back to his music. That's in his brain. His music and the fact that somebody touched him when ain't no telling how old he was when he got touched. But he was too young to be touched like that. He was
Yeah,
too young to be touched like that. He
but
was.
let me add this. I agree with. I give you one thing that should have happened if he had a team that would be you and I.
Mm-hmm.
Understand? He has a team that would be very rational to say, if you send me a girl, you should already have verified her information.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what me and you would tell our people. But he might even said that. But look at your people. These ain't nothing but a bunch of low level, uneducated motherfuckers. Also, you see what I'm saying? And plus, they didn't have his back anyway. They weren't for him. So you asking them, they don't care if the girl is 17, 16. You see what I'm saying? I don't feel
Mm-hmm.
like these people had his back at all. So he might even
Well,
told them,
you can look in the courtroom and tell nobody had his back.
there you
You
go.
can look in the courtroom and tell
Listen,
that.
so I give you that he should have had a team around him that made that verification for him, especially having prior incidents. I will give you that. But to try and tell him to do something that an average man from what I seen in all my years of dating never happened. But I got friends in the same situation. Ain't no guy ever said, let me. Plus, I wouldn't let you see my ID anyway, because I'd be thinking you trying to find my address so you can sneak up on my house or something. I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't getting my goddamn ID up. You better go play with somebody else. But, or my birth certificate, you know what I'm saying? You just don't give people that information. So, but I give you that, he should have went the extra mile knowing the prior situation he had, but it's just unfortunate.
Yeah,
And I'm
because
not saying
though.
he didn't do no wrong. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
okay,
I'm from
okay.
Chicago. I've dated men from Chicago. I know how they are. When they saying he had rules, and because that's what a lot of people from Chicago, we got alpha personalities and we run shit. You know what I'm saying? So never do I think that stuff they saying about him was false about him having rules and running shit. I believe all that. You know what I'm saying? But to try and
Mm,
give him extra tasks.
yeah, because my husband be like, he don't care what I say. I'm like, Brian, you got to give him some of that responsibility because he he done been in trouble before. I said, just like you, when you go out there and you drive without no license and you get caught and you get locked up, you ain't gonna keep going out there driving without no license because you ain't gonna never get none. So therefore, if you already done been in trouble before, you kind of build yourself a box around yourself, and you fix the problem that got me in this situation before I lose my life behind it. You know,
But
and for you to already made that mistake twice, and then something I got myself situated where maybe I do like a person because we all attracted to different type of people. I don't like light skinned guys. I like dark skinned guys. Okay, so a light skinned guy can't tell me nothing. If
mm-hmm.
you ain't chocolate dark, I don't want to be bothered with you. So his preference is a younger person. So therefore, if I like a younger person, I'm gonna make sure that this person is okay and it's legal, and I won't get in no trouble. And the people that's around me, I gotta check them out to make sure that they looking out for me because I don't want to continue to get in no trouble.
Okay, but let's look at this. Let's look what you just said, and we got to go back to the people around him. A bunch of dummies. Okay, it
Yeah.
looked like the blind leading the blind. I'm
Hmm.
saying that because of the whole incident surrounding the lead. He married her. He didn't marry her. Yada yada yada. anybody that would even took 2 steps forward to make that transaction happen is a goddamn idiot. I don't care if Kels would have came to me and said, make this marriage happen. I'd have been like, dude, you a goddamn fool, and we all going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing that dumbass shit. That dumbass shit ain't. You
Mm-mm.
see what I'm saying? Nobody
Mm-hmm.
was there with a voice of reason.
No,
Okay,
because
so
he didn't accomplish anything by marrying her. The
no,
marriage didn't
that's not even
last.
my point. I'm saying they should have been smart enough not to even engage in that activity. So that lets you know who was around him.
Right,
So I'm
right.
saying
But
that
you
being
also got to look inside of his circle, Sky.
yeah,
Look inside of his circle. Nobody that was inside of his circle. Nobody that was walking with him in that courthouse. Nobody that went in that Chicago courtroom building with him is in none of them tapes. Come on now.
I'm saying that.
Nobody around him. I just looked at that one day. I was like, all these dudes around him. Nobody in none of them tapes.
Well, we don't know.
Nobody.
You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we don't know that. We don't know that. But look like to me, if he ran an enterprise, some of them guys that was walking in that courtroom with him, some of them guys that they've been calling their names, somebody would be somewhere doing something. But they also say that he keep people separated from each other. I understand that. But all these people call themselves your friend. It looked like all the people that were supposed to be security and his friends kept themselves far enough away from him, where I wasn't in the same boat with him. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not. I no, because I'm saying that we wasn't dealing with a group of rational, educated individuals. Okay, and we
Hmm.
dealing with some reasonable thinking, rational individuals, Kales included. That whole Aaliyah situation wouldn't happen. Hence to say that same group of individuals already showed us acts of failure. Then they came back and didn't verify these people's ages. You see what I'm saying? So we
Hmm.
trying to make up a rational person's, educated person's uh behavior and what should happen. But that's not the group of people that we dealing with. You see what I'm saying? In
Hmm.
a perfect world with the right group, it would have happened like we said. Verify the women's information. Go sit your stupid ass down. Ain't no finna be no marriage with this girl. I don't care what the reason for it is. You understand me? But
Yep.
that's not what we dealing with. So the whole situation, we can't look at this situation and rationalize it because that's not what the group of people we had that we dealing with. You see what I'm saying? Let's look at them like a group of misfits. And like you saying, that is a factor that this guy was sexually abused. That is a factor. But
Yeah.
do we
It
know
is.
what that sexual abuse? All we know is what we heard his brother say, that he
Hmm.
understand that he shouldn't enjoy the sex that he was having with his
Hmm.
and he did. Okay,
Hmm.
that should tell
Hmm.
everybody right there that his mind isn't functioning right. Okay, because he
Okay.
understand that sex with his sister was not
Right.
right.
If okay, Carrie don't have the same problem that R. Kelly got. Bruce don't have the same problem that R. Kelly got.
Kind
I don't know what happened to Bruce, but I know Carrie has already inserted himself of being tested too. So at the same time, Carrie don't have the same mental capacity as R. Kelly do. There is something a little bit more wrong with R. Kelly. I ain't never heard nobody. Bruce sounded intelligent to me. It seemed like nothing is wrong with him, but he didn't latch on to what was going on with him like R. Kelly did because he don't have the same problem R. Kelly do.
of, we don't
Until
know
you
that.
deal with a
We
until
don't
you
know
deal with a person, until these people on these chats, and if these people that's on these lives, until you deal with a person that has a situation, that has a problem, that has some autism, and has a slight problem or a major problem like that. Until you deal with those type of people, you don't understand what they go through and what they latch onto. I have seen them in work. I deal with them. I live with them. I know that they latch onto stuff that happened to them in their childhood, and they carry that with them. They don't lose it like we do. Like normal people can say, okay, I was molested, I was raped, I was this. Normal people will go to counseling, get help, and deal with their problem, their situation, so they don't keep making the same mistakes, so they can live, grow, mature, advance away from the situation that happened to them. But if you have a slight mental problem, you may not know to do these things and to get help, get the medication, get the counseling and stuff that you need in order to grow from this. So he may not he may he had music and people fell in love with that music and they fell in love with his voice and they uplifted him so high that hey, to some point he felt like he was normal. So I don't need him. He normalized himself because of the love that the world gave him. You see what I'm saying?
Well, see
So
this.
he
Okay, and you not talking to the average Joe. Okay, I've
okay,
dealt
okay.
with people. I've dealt with special needs people.
Right, right,
And
right.
okay, so I'm familiar. And R. Kelly is.
Mhm.
Let me add that too. Um, but this is the problem. Okay, we people also have to understand he is a celebrity. Okay, so
Right, right.
had, you have to understand this man is a celebrity, moving and acting from what he has probably seen in other parties and other people doing,
Mhm.
having sex with whoever he wanted to have sex with. He's just
Mhm.
they pinpointed to get caught. We can't say what Carrie and his brother is doing. We don't know if they what they doing behind closed doors.
Nope,
R. Kelly's
nope.
the one that got exposed. Okay, we can't
Mhm.
speak to what they doing. They might be doing what he doing, but guess what? They didn't get caught. Okay. R. Kelly, they trying to, that's the other part that I don't like, is that they trying to take his celebrity away. And celebrity is sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Okay, so they trying to act like because his sex might have been what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit freakier, you know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying, nastier than some people's sex level, that he has a problem. Okay. I disagree with that. The
Okay.
amount of sex
But do you hear what you just said?
what?
You just said that okay, Carrie might be doing the same thing, or Bruce might be doing the same thing. We don't know for sure. We ain't trying to say that they doing it. Let's put that out there first. Me and you need to one ain't saying that that's what they're doing. So we don't want people to think that we saying that's what they're doing. But you saying that they could be doing the same thing, but they just didn't get caught. But at the same time, look at what you just said. They just didn't get caught. But they got a reason probably why they didn't get caught because in their mind is a little bit different from his mind. You see what I'm
Hell
saying?
no,
Because he got a problem.
him. Ain't
You see
nobody
what I'm saying?
looking at him. They looking at R. Kelly. That's how he got caught. When I say caught, I mean, and when I say caught, I'm saying sleeping with minors. Okay, that he
Hmm, hmm.
the 16-year-old or whatever. That's what I mean when I'm saying caught. Okay,
Okay,
nobody.
okay.
If you ain't look, and for instance, do you know how many sex offenders is running around this world that ain't
Yeah.
caught?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Oh
trying
yeah.
to say. When you under the spotlight, you better make sure your nose is clean, your ass is clean, everything else clean, because they looking to find something wrong with you. So, so we don't know if his
Uh,
brothers is doing what he doing. We just know
oh,
Kelly's the one that got. I should say
it's a
caught, but
it's a
exposed.
million of them that have got caught. It's a billion of them
Yeah,
that have got caught.
yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. But I'm just saying, people want to say that the amount of sex is a problem. I disagree. I have to
Mm,
go with you because, like y'all saying, the law is he can't sleep with minors. That's the problem.
hmm.
But saying because he knocked down 1,000 women, he got a sex addiction. Why is that a problem? He's a celebrity. How many other celebrities have acted in that same manner? The problem comes in if it's a minor or not. You see what I'm saying? People trying to
Hmm.
pile on, okay, he had sex with men. Okay, why is that a problem? You all are pro gay, pro transgender, pro everything else, but now when R. Kelly do it, he's supposed to be some type of super freak. You see what I'm saying? Stop with the double standards that you know what I'm saying that you're not putting on nobody else. That's the problem. Everything he do, they try and over what should I say? Over criminalize it. You see what I'm saying? When the bottom line problem is the minors. Everything outside of the minors, I'm saying shouldn't even be talked about. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. 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 Because the minors
And
is
it's
the legal part.
that's the legal part. There you go.
Yep. The
But
minors are
they
the
want to
legal
say,
part.
"Oh, he's sleeping with men." Okay, so what? There's a problem now with him possibly being bisexual or gay.
Well, he wasn't charged with sleeping with men.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Uh,
people want to act like he's a sexual deviant because that might be on the table. They want to act like because he done had sex with a lot of people that he's a sexual deviant. Why? Why? I got friends that have knocked so many women down. They'll tell me, I couldn't even tell you how many people they had sex with. They'll tell me now. And they ain't nowhere near celebrities. So imagine what these celebrities is getting. You know, I just want him to be judged fairly. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying I'm not in agreement with all parts of the law. I'm just particularly when it comes to the age of consent, I just don't agree with it, you know, for the simple fact, like, even like what Dolores is saying, if there was some type of cognitive decision that was put in creating the age of consent, then maybe you might have, you know what I'm saying, some backing with me. But for it to be different ages across the states is a problem for me because 16 in Illinois, it should be 16 in Indiana, should be 16 in California. You see what I'm saying? But the
Yep,
fact
yep.
that it's not let us know. But I also called my attorney and asked too. They said it basically is lobbying. Each state got together, decided what they law was gonna be,
Hmm.
and they lobbied for it, and that's how they got it.
And that's why
Ain't
they
nobody
got it. Yep.
cognitive analysis did with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's just be real.
Hmm.
And I don't know how the federal age consent got to be what it is. Maybe Angie could chime in on that, but I don't know how it got to be.
At federal age of consent is 18.
18. Hmm.
But how did they pick that? Like, how did they pick that?
That's a blanket over all the United States. Now, if you're in a particular state, then of course that goes first. Then the state will, I mean, feds will, um, the feds
So
will, yeah,
in the
consent.
feds all over the United States is 18 in the federal government.
Right, be 18.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, hon, I got to get up off here, hon. I done
Gotta
fell
get out
asleep.
of there, but I just want you to know, I'm not saying he ain't doing no wrong. Okay, I wasn't there. I'm saying if you gonna take him down the right way. Don't lie to him. If you saying you 17, say you 17 and see what happens. But you lied to him and said you was 18. So he's functioning under the guise that they was 18. They even ran a defense of the what mistake of fact. And they kicked that shit out the door. Like, nah, get that shit out of here. That don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I feel what you're saying. If he had a functioning team, they should have had his back, pulled the birth certificate
Yep.
and everything else before sending him to it. But I just don't think he had the capacity to do it on his own. I just don't think he wasn't that smart. Okay.
And the
But
team
thank
he
you.
had wasn't either.
But thank you,
But
Andy,
we,
for coming on.
you too,
Thank
you
you,
too.
Star
Thank you,
Baby.
Sky.
You good talking to you.
You too.
And thank you for having me on the panel. I'll catch y'all later on.
Okay, Angie, you have a good one.
All right, Angie. All right,
Okay.
Princess. All right.
Okay.
Bye
All
bye.
right. Bye bye.
Hey y'all. I'm finna get on up out of here. Sorry to hold y'all, man. I done fell out on every goddamn thing. So I'm finna get up out of here. Again, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for hanging on in there with me. I'm getting ready to go. See ya.